The hero Vermouth and his 4 comrades headed to the Devil Dom of Helmuth to subjugate the Demon King. They had defeated 3 of the 5 Demon Kings, and only 2 Demon Kings remained. The Great Vermouth. These numbers are nothing for my magic. Wise. I'll bless everyone. Hiss. Aunts. The Brave Molin. Vermouth, you bastard. Don't go ahead of me. Move aside. Hamel. Humph. Hamel was always jealous of Vermouth. He considered Vermouth his rival, but no one else acknowledged that dynamic. I think that's mostly it for the small fry. Kook. Hee hee. E.F. Hamel. There was no need for you to die like this. This is a pretty honorable death. In his final moments, Hamel regretted not being more honest to his comrades. Vermouth, please defeat the Demon Kings. I swear on my name as a hero. I will defeat all the Demon Kings. Anise. Please pray for me. Molin. You're a braver warrior than anyone. And Sienna. I actually loved you. No, I didn't. I never said anything like that. No matter how many times I read this, it pisses me off. Who was the motherfucker that wrote this storybook? If the author wasn't anonymous, I would go beat them up right now. And why the hell is everyone else, great, wise, faithful, and brave, while I'm stupid? Stupid Hamel. Ha. This must have been written by someone I beat the crap out of 300 years ago. Vermouth, Sienna, Anise, and Molin. All 4 of them. Why did they leave this damn storybook as is? Did the thought of protecting the honor of their comrade never come to them? I guess I don't blame them for failing to think that I would reincarnate with memories of my past life. I, Hamel, died 300 years ago during the Demon King's subjugation. And reincarnated as a descendant of the hero Vermouth. Eugene Lionheart, age 13. In his previous life, Vermouth had many concubines other than his wife. He wasn't someone that had women on his mind, but did that change with age? And it's understandable, since he's a human. The family that was acknowledged as the direct line was only the offspring of the main wife. Eugene had the same Lionheart surname, but he was from a family in the collateral line. Before the bloodline continuation ceremony, the collateral lines are banned from using real swords and training their mana. But I guess that ends today, as well. That's why I was training with a wooden sword, instead. It broke again, father. That's the body of a 13-year-old. I honestly think I would lose if I fought him barehanded. Eugene. I know you're my son, but you scare me sometimes. A tone that doesn't match a child, a fierce gaze that doesn't have a hint of naivety. Even though you lost your mother at a very young age, you never mourned her. It's because the blacksmith's skills are trash. To sell a defective product like this. We need to bring him here and flail him, but you are too merciful, father. Ichim. I'll warn him. Also, it seems the bloodline continuation ceremony is tomorrow. Bloodline continuation ceremony. It was a rubbish tradition that happened once every 10 years in the Lionheart family. In the ceremony, from both the direct line and collateral line, they gather all of the children aged between 10 and 15 in the main house. And they compete to see who has the skill to be worthy of being called a Lionheart. But the direct line, unlike the collateral line, could train using real swords and also develop their mana. At the end of the day, they're just trying to stop the collateral line from usurping the direct line by keeping them in check from a young age. Eugene has incredible talent, so much so that I don't even know if he's my son or not. If he was born in the direct line. No, rather, if he had no talent like his father, he wouldn't have needed to suffer the difference between his outstanding talent and reality. Father, why is your expression like that? And no, it's nothing. It's not nothing, he's hating himself for being talentless. Eugene, do not try to compete with the children of the direct line. No matter how talented you are, you still won't be able to face the children of the direct line. They have trained with mana and fighting. With whatever weapons they wanted. Sure. I won't. Of course, I will. It's gonna be a contest of skills against 10-year-old chumps. It's so boring, I'm gonna sigh. In this bloodline continuation ceremony, there will be 3 children from the direct line, and 6 children from the collateral line that will be competing. One of the children from the direct line will be the son of the first wife, and the other 2 will be the twins from the second. Other than the 2 from the collateral line, who have a relatively higher authority, the others are trash. Let's see just how well the descendants of the Great Vermouth grew up to be. During my previous life as Hamel, I thought I was a genius. From a young age, I didn't have any problem learning new things, and my growth rate was faster when compared to others. What? You bitch. What did you say? I said that you are pitiful. You could have become so much stronger, if you only tried a little bit harder. Hey, can't you fucking see me swinging my sword here? I'm trying as hard as I can right now. Even if you're a genius, don't assume others can all become like you. I wasn't a genius. There were other, true geniuses. Being proficient in both the sword and magic, he was called the god of war, the master of all. The Great Vermouth. He was a duke in his home of the Kiel Empire until he gave up his title. He was praised as a hero till his end. And the others, why Senna? That cheeky girl was invited to the magic kingdom of Arath and was elected as the youngest Magic Tower's head wizard. Faithful Anise. That filthy-hearted girl was also called a saintess in the Holy Empire of Eurus. There are even some scriptures written about her teachings that now exist. Brave Molin. Unbelievably, that idiot ended up creating his own kingdom. I heard that everyone lived pretty well in the end. But why? Is the Demon King still alive and well? We all definitely promised to defeat the Demon King. That damned Vermouth. I died at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. The promise that Vermouth made with the Demon King of Incarceration after my death. Thanks to that promise, the war against the Demon Kings ended and the world became peaceful. And that peace had continued up to now, 300 years later. Looks like you're quite nervous. If you're feeling nervous now, it'll be quite difficult for you to live in the main house. Young Master Eugene. Thank you for your advice, Sir Gordon. From here on out is land that is privately owned by the Lionhearts. Ah, you don't have to prepare to get off just yet. It's still quite a while until we arrive at the main family's mansion. Foo-foo. Why are you so proud of it when it's not even your land? Isn't it inconvenient if the land is too big? There are warp gates installed in many places, so it's fine. Really? Then why am I in a carriage right now? Because you haven't been given permission to use the warp gates yet, young Master Eugene. Welcome to the main estate of the Lionhearts, young Master Eugene. Of course. There's nothing like a welcoming ceremony. Vermouth's Lionheart. The only ones who can have the emblem of a lion on their left chest are the direct descendants of Lionheart. Are my other relatives not here yet? You're the first one here, young Master Eugene. I'll show you to the guest house. My name is Nina. I'll be the one serving you during your stay, young Master Eugene. Please ring this bell if there's anything you need. So they're at least assigning me a personal servant. You look young. How old are you? I'm 16. I just finished my training. To assign a newly trained maid as my personal servant. They must be planning on disciplining me if I scold her for making a small mistake. They're really hellbent on harassing me, huh? Do you know when my relatives will be here? They'll be here within 4 days at the latest. Show me to the training gym. Pardon. What was that guy's name again? Eugene. He's the same age as us. I heard he's from the boonies in the west of the empire. I bet he's more familiar with a pitchfork than a wooden sword. I bet his carriage reeks of cow poop. Even if he's a relative, he should be held responsible for ruining the property of the main family. Yep. Yep. You're right, big bro. Let's go punish him. We're not punishing him. We're just giving him a friendly warning. Let's go, Seal. You're too nice, big bro. I was never lazy with training in my past life as Hamel. But after reincarnating, I've been training while pushing my body to the extreme. No matter how hard I train, my body handles it just fine. And minor injuries heal rapidly. The body of Vermouth's descendant is incredible beyond my imagination. Amazing. He's able to move like that even with sandbags on his arms and spear. What's he doing right now, young Master Cyan? Young Lady Seal. What brings you here? I'm the one asking questions here. What's he doing? Can't you see? I'm swinging around a spear. Big bro, that country bumpkin just called you an idiot. How dare he? Apologize right now. Sorry. You're not being sincere. Bow your head and be polite. You're the same age as me, right? Then we're friends. Why should we bow down to each other? You think I'm friends with someone like you? Being a Lionheart doesn't mean we're all equal, big bro. The carriage. Ah. Right. Clean the carriage that you rode here. I bet you stained the seats with the smell of cow poop. Nina, you're my servant, right? Yes, young Master Eugene. Then go clean the carriage I rode here. Ah. Excuse me. I told you to clean it. Why are you having your maid do it when I'm still here? Are you ignoring my order? I'm Cyan Lionheart. Okay, and I'm Eugene Lionheart. Let's get along. I'm Seal Lionheart. I have no intentions of getting along with you. You ignored my order. And humiliated me. Challenge you to a duel. It's a duel. Look at this guy. You can't say things like duel so easily, friend. Stop annoying me and just go, okay? Are you scared? You're scared to duel with me, huh? Then keep your head down and apologize. I'm not afraid of you. I don't want to duel with you. I don't want to apologize either. You don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. Are you gonna keep running away? It seems like your parents didn't teach you what honor is. What's that? Let's duel. Toss the handkerchief. This bastard. He was training with those heavy weights the entire time. I thought they were just props to make him look good. But the one who demanded the duel was me. If I back off here, Seal will make fun of me for the rest of my life. If I want to recover my honor, I have to punish him. Eugene Lionheart, I request a duel from you. I accept. Kook. I won, brother. Are you all right, Burke? How unfair. The duel just now was not honorable. What was unfair? The duel started the moment he tossed the handkerchief. It's the fault of the one who was careless. Well, that may be true. You trained in mana, right? I didn't. Lies. The collateral line can't train in mana before the direct line. There's no way you could swing your spear with those weights attached without using mana. And your attack was fast enough that even if my brother wasn't careless, he wouldn't be able to respond to it. Your eyes aren't just for decoration. Your speaking habits are crude. I've heard that since long ago. Your brother didn't just get beaten one-sidedly. The moment the attack hit, he instinctively jumped back and lessened the impact. He shouldn't have any real-life experience. It was impressive. If you consider the possibility of his growth, there's a chance. Although he is trash considering he's the descendant of Vermouth. You dare strike me. Maybe it's because you guys are twins, but you say the same things. If you are the honorable direct line of Lionheart, you have to humbly say, I lost, right? Ugh, should I have just endured? Since I've made the main family's cyan like this. Some situation won't be happening to me, right? Young master. There's no lion emblem on his chest. Is he a knight hired by the main family? It seems like he has quite some skills. Heezer. To that country bumpkin. I lost. I demanded a duel. But I lost it. A duel. My introduction was delayed. I am Heezer. I was appointed with the task of guiding young Master Cyan. I am Eugene Lionheart from Jidal Province. If you mean Jidal Province. It must be where Sir Gerhard's household is located. Yes. He is my father. What exactly happened here? Cyan provoked me first. And he insulted my father. When did I, asking if I hadn't learned honor from my father, he called me a coward. Not only did he insult me, but he insulted my father as well. Sir Heezer, was there a reason that I should not have accepted the duel? The reason is acceptable. Young Master Cyan, please get your injuries treated. Then, young Master Eugene, let us meet next time. See you again. Bye. Young Master Eugene. Ah, Nina. So did you find out about it? Yes. Tomorrow at noon, young Masters Deacon, Hansen, and Jees are expected to arrive. In the evening, young Master Gargis and young Lady Desera will come through the warp gate. They are gathering faster than I thought. This is the start of the bloodline continuation ceremony. From now on, I will be screwing over your descendants, but don't be too upset about it. It's not like I wanted to be your descendant either. So, my son Cyan challenged some brat from the collateral line. And lost. The second wife of the direct line Anasilia. Cyan, come here. Not only that, but he lost in a single strike. Mother, it hurts. Stay still. Are you sure that brat has never trained to use his mana? Yes. The son of Sir Gerhard, Eugene, did not have a trace of mana in his body. Seal. How did your brother lose? At the start of the fight, Eugene thrust his spear. Brother was surprised and tried to retreat, but Eugene's spear was even faster. So that was how. The fight ended with a single strike. Mother. How dare you challenge someone to a duel and lose in front of such lowly beings? Not only that, to a boy who has never trained with mana. Your father will soon return for the bloodline continuation ritual. What do you expect me to tell him? Do you know how much that skank, Theonis, will jeer at me? I am sorry, mother. I'm really sorry. Heezer. Yes. Right now, I want to kill you with my own hands. However, you are a knight favored by my husband. Go train Cyan, so that he will never shame me again. Yes. Take him and leave. Phew. Gay pack seal. Yes, mother. That boy. You said his name was Eugene. Stay close to that boy. Why? That boy is already strong enough to beat your brother. I want that brat killed immediately, but I'd be the first suspect. And in the Lionheart family, if homicide occurs, the guardians of the familial code will come. I need to avoid that at all costs. So it's good to stay close. Alright, mother. I also want to learn more about him. I'll befriend Eugene. Deacon, the next day, the three heirs of the collateral lines arrived. And why young Master Eugene? Hey, Nina, they're here. Oh, you said that the other two collateral heirs are coming, right? It looks like they're early. Yes, however. Perscan, the head of the family is also here. The head of the Lionhearts. It'd be better to just go sweaty like this. The person next to Cyan and Seal is the second wife, Anasilla. The person in front of her is Theonis, the legal wife. And that kid is the eldest son of the direct family, and also the first in line for succession. Iode Lionheart. Gilade Lionheart. And following him is his younger brother, Guion. Iode, you've grown. Have your skills grown, as well? I am trying my hardest to meet your expectations, father. Cyan and Seal. I almost didn't recognize you two. Children really grow up so fast. We missed you, father. Guilford. I heard you had a son. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there for you in such a time of celebration. Brother, do not worry about such things. And the children of the collateral line. Let's have a meal together. We will discuss the bloodline continuation ritual. Gargus Tessera. The two that arrived together with the family head, using the warp gates. Are these the two families that are held in high regard amongst the Lionheart collateral lines? And who is he? Man, wasn't the meal supposed to be for the family and the children participating? Father, who is that guest? I was planning to introduce him later. It's fine. Hello, children. I'm Loberian, from the Red Tower. Loberian, the Tower Master of the Red Tower. Are you alright? Why yes, I am fine. The Master of the Red Tower. That's Sienna's disciple. To be exact, the disciple of Sienna's disciple. Years ago, Sienna rose to be the Tower Master of the Green Tower, becoming the youngest Tower Master in the history of Arath. She completely reconstructed the standard magic textbooks of Arath and continued to advise and teach students of other towers. She even taught the Tower Masters. And so the Tower Masters of the Green and Red Towers still hold Sienna the Wise to be their Grand Master. To think that I'd meet someone related to my old comrades here. You said your name was Eugene, right? I heard from Theonis. My son insulted you and your father. Yes. But I don't hold any grudges, because you won the duel. It'd be the same even if I lost. If I was so weak that I couldn't defend my own honor, then I must endure the shame. You're better than my son, Cyan. Yes, I am not ashamed of your defeat. I'm disappointed that you're gauging my response, while being ashamed of your defeat. The duel began with your insult. Yet you did not apologize to Eugene, even after the duel. That's, Cyan, you hold the name of Lionheart. The Great Vermouth is your ancestor. If you carry his blood, you need to learn to not only honor yourself, but your opponent as well. I apologize. Why? It's obvious you're forcing yourself, fucker. Eugene. You said your father is Gerhard. I'm sorry to say that I don't know your father, understandably so. Even I think that our family is located in the middle of nowhere. Did you learn from your father? He taught me the basics, but I learned the rest myself. He trained without anyone teaching him, and he beat Cyan at that level. This ceremony will be very entertaining to watch. I hope you all enjoy the meal. Come, eat. You all must be hungry. As I said earlier, the reason I prepared this opportunity today is so that I can explain the context of the blood continuation ceremony to you all. I know it's strange coming from me, but I believe the traditional methods of the ceremony are extremely discriminatory. The ceremony is designed for the direct bloodline. The children of the collateral lines cannot train with mana or even hold real weapons until the ceremony. It's impossible for the children of the collateral family to win against the direct bloodline if that happens. In this bloodline continuation ceremony, 3 of my children will participate. However, I wish to test the potential of not only my children, but also the rest of you, who all bear the name of Lionheart. The ceremony is meant to prove that you are the descendant of the Great Vermouth. The direct and the collateral are meaningless in the face of it. Vermouth. Your descendant is a kinder man than you. That is why for this bloodline continuation ceremony, we have decided to request assistance from outside. That's why I'm here, everyone. This ceremony, you will all explore the maze I have created. Everyone will enter through different entrances and defeat the elite monster in the center. Of course, you need to get through many traps and battles to arrive there. But all the events that happen there are illusions I created with magic. No matter what you think you experienced, it's not reality. It's just an action-packed adventure. So he's mixed in not only summoning magic, but also high-level mind control magic as well. You'd need at least that much to be the Tower Master. If one of you 9 defeats the boss monster, the ceremony is over. You will all receive points based on your contribution. Is it fine if we don't manage to escape the maze? Of course. If you're scared, you can stay at the entrance. But you won't get good points. If we defeat the boss, what will we receive? I will allow you to take a single treasure from our family's underground treasure chamber. Whoa, that's awesome. I'll win the ceremony, anyway. Let's think about what I'll take from the treasure chamber. Did you really win a duel against Cyan Lionheart? Yin, if you're out of questions, I'm leaving. Ha. What are they doing over there? Why aren't they leaving? Humph. Is he a dumbass? You can touch it. No thanks. My family has a secret muscle growth medicine. It's a medicine that can accelerate muscle growth depending on the training without accumulating mana inside the body. Despite that, it has no side effects. Are you interested? Did you come here to sell me snake oil? No side effects my ass. Whether you're a man or a woman, if you take that medicine, you grow a beard. I heard you used a spear while dueling Kian. So why are you using a wooden sword now? I use both the sword and the spear. I see. So can you use any weapons proficiently? I specialize in the spear. Duel me with it. She seems easier to deal with than this guy who wants to sell me muscle medicine. Not to mention, I'm curious about the skills of kids from high-ranking collateral lines. Alright. What are you doing there? I'm the judge. It might be a duel, but it must be fair. His actions are like a certain moron I knew. What's the chance this guy is Molin's descendant instead? You'll start once I say start. I get it, so hurry up, dumbass. He can use the sword and the spear. Don't make me laugh. I'm going to show you that spearmanship isn't so easy that you can half-ass it like that. Start. The one who takes the initiative has the lead. There's no opening. What are you doing? Come at me. KGH. Hiya. KGH. She's quite excellent considering she's not even using mana. Taking her age into account, her growth potential is great. But she's no match for me yet. How come you can't even get a hit in? Shut it. He's able to block all my attacks without moving from his spot. Your cockiness is going to be your downfall. I bet you can't block from this side. Ugh. It's Eugene Lionheart's win. We need to combine our strengths. You came and woke up someone who just fell asleep just to tell them that. I want to hear your answer. You heard about the bloodline continuation ceremony from the head of the family as well. We'll all be entering from different entrances, so how would we combine our strengths? Even if the entrances are different, the destination is the same. The center of the labyrinth, the boss monster. The twins from the main family will try to combine their strengths as well. So you're saying we'll gather at the center and fight the boss monster together? Yes. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to defeat it alone. You're full of yourself. You are. But you're strong. If you help, we'll definitely be able to defeat the boss monster. Why do you want to kill it so badly? In the bloodline ceremony where both the direct line and the collateral line entered together, the collateral line has never won. But we have a chance this time. Gargus and I, and you who defeated Cyan. Don't you want to beat the direct line? The Red Tower Master of Arath that was invited to this bloodline continuation ceremony. There's a chance he came to take Iode as his disciple. From a young age, Iode has enjoyed reading books more than using his body. He had some interest in magic as well and he learnt bits and pieces of it. If Iode ends up becoming the Red Tower Master's disciple, he would have no choice but to leave the main family for a while. During that time, Cyan and Seal will continue to grow. And if that happens, it would practically mean that Iode has given up on his position in the succession. The bloodline continuation ceremony is the problem. My children will always have to live with the tag of being born from the second wife. Even so, they maintained their positions because I stood confidently. But to be defeated by a mere child from the collateral line, rather. If that Eugene kid was to break through the labyrinth first. If his talents were to be so exceptional that he ends up humiliating the entirety of the direct line, then Cyan's defeat could be overshadowed. And so, 3 days later, the bloodline continuation ceremony finally started. Firstly, we'll make our weapons. Everyone, mold the light while imagining it in your head. Mom. Since both the labyrinth and the swords are made from magic, but what happens if this breaks? The sword that young lady is holding right now will never break inside the labyrinth. You could make a doll. A golem is possible as well. Could I make an animal rather than a sword? However, you can't make living creatures. Why can't we make life? It's a taboo of magic. Creation of living life is a beautiful authority that only living creatures possess. This is my favorite greatsword that I used back at the house. Amazingly enough, it was created just like I imagined it to be. Though this is a real sword compared to back then. Did anyone ask? What will you do if you meet me in the labyrinth? Are you gonna fight me? Are we allowed to fight? Of course you are allowed. Competition is the core of the bloodline ceremony. However, in this bloodline continuation ceremony, quick judgment and cooperation are important as well. We are a family that shares the Lionheart blood. What? So unpleasant. Alright, did everyone make their weapons? If then, please put this on your neck. That necklace is connected to your consciousness. If you somehow end up feeling a great amount of stress in the labyrinth, the necklace will react. When that happens, I will judge it as a dangerous situation and intervene. So it's a safety mechanism just in case. And if you feel you won't be able to get through the labyrinth, tap the gem on the necklace and shout "Help me." By doing that, you will be able to leave the labyrinth. Right, my explanations are over. You can just enter the cave together now. Although you're entering through the same gate, as soon as you enter, you'll all be led to different paths. Hang in there. You too. I explored labyrinths in my past life until I was sick of them. The ceiling is blocked off. And because of the walls on both sides, the space is restricted. It'll be difficult to use a weapon with long reach. That's why I selected the sword and shield. This generic combination can respond to most situations. Since it's a labyrinth made for children to be able to get through, the difficulty is obvious. Let's go. Ah, help. Help. An hour since the start of the bloodline continuation ceremony. 3 people had already failed. Go and rest. Yes. Kakik. Woo. Gorgeous. He's clumsy, but he's pushing forward strongly. He's not having too much trouble fighting monsters. Slimes are hard to fight with blades. I'll leave as soon as I see an opening. Desera is nimble, and she's quick-witted too. She's focusing on getting through the labyrinth and avoiding combat if possible. My mother got me the map to the labyrinth before the ceremony started. Seal and I studied it, so we won't be troubled by obvious traps like these. Rumble. Let's go. Cyan is too timid. But it's his hesitation that lets him avoid the traps. Not too bad. Ha. It's a dead end. Let's go back to that split earlier. Seal uses her instincts and moves quickly. But she's still not mature enough and acts childish at times. KRGH. Amazing. This is a monster made from magic. KRGH. Ah. Iode seems to have an interest in magic. That boy has always loved magic ever since he was a baby. We've tried inviting a magic teacher from the capital, but he refused to learn any more halfway. Why is that? He's given up on reality. He believes that he needs to become the next head of the family for his mother, because magic is not as valued in the Vermouth family. I understand. Magic may have infinite possibilities, but its path is a hard one. But I do wish that Iode follows the path of the arcane. If he still has a passion for magic, he will not be able to refuse the opportunity to be a disciple of the Red Tower Master. I can't make any promises. I will bring him along for our acquaintance, but if his potential is insufficient, I cannot make him my disciple. Of course, I have no intention of forcing that. However, I wish that boy may pursue his dreams. In fact, instead of his own ancestor, the Great Vermouth, Iode actually reveres the wise Sienna. I agree with that as well. In the story of the hero Vermouth, I preferred the story of the wise Sienna. Every time the party was in danger, she would come up with an amazing new spell. I have also read that story many times since I was a kid. Actually, my favorite person in that story was neither Sienna nor Vermouth. Then who did you like best? My favorite character was. What's wrong? Look at that. Jergarg. Just who is that boy? Amazing. Eugene Lionheart. Isn't he incredible? Being only 13 years old, he should have no experience fighting a troll. But rather than freezing up from fear, he cleanly neutralized it. The troll wasn't created to fight. It's more of a trap meant for them to find a way to evade. I even made it bigger than real life, yet he killed it so easily. He might be a kid, but it's possible if he has natural-born talent. You know what kids like them are called, right? Genius. It cut through the muscles I'm so proud of, and even broke my ribs. Trolls really are strong. I got caught up in multiple traps, and I even fought a troll. Considering how hurt I am, I doubt the others are unscathed. It's a troll. For a semi-large monster to be here, I bet this monster wasn't placed here to be defeated. I did it. Big bro. Seal. This is a good thing, Seal. As long as you follow me, you won't get lost here. Okay. Got it. I was humiliated in front of Seal a few days ago, thanks to that damn Eugene. This is my chance to repair my reputation. Big bro. What is it? You can ask me anything. Since this maze is an illusion, any monster can be here, right? Well, of course. Why are you stating the obvious? Like ghosts, for example. Humph. Are you afraid of something like ghosts? Don't worry. No matter what shows up, your big bro will. Desera. How dare you scare me? You scared me more. You shouted so suddenly. What's that blood? I bet you were planning on a surprise attack after scaring me. This is because I got hurt from a trap. TCH. The first ambush failed. Ha, big bro. She's running away. Damn it. I ended up making a fool of myself again, because of her. I won't forgive her. Let's follow her, Seal. I'll never win in a 2v1. Where's that musclehead? A trap. The floor caved in, and it's quite far to the other side. Do I need to go around? No. I can't be more of a fool than I already am to Seal. I wanted to save this until I met the boss monster, but I guess I have no choice. I'll have to use mana. Hiya. Seal. You jump, too. I'll catch you. As expected of my younger sister. Okay. Reapers continuing their game of cat and mouse, let's continue our chase. Cyan, Seal, and Desera arrived at the center of the maze. This is the boss monster. Why did the three of you arrive here together? What are you doing here? I was waiting. I was curious who'd get here first. You were waiting to see who came first. The first person to come was you. Correct. Waiting for us despite reaching the center of the labyrinth first. Can I see that as you accepting the proposal that you would team up with me and Gargus? Now that I think about it, there was talk like that. It's not that, but I'm yielding the spot to you. Even if I fight the boss monster alone, I can quickly win. But if I do that, wouldn't that be too sad for all of you who struggled to make it so far? What did you say? This boss monster doesn't seem to attack you if you aren't within a certain distance. Thus, he's currently on standby. In the order that you guys came after me, you will approach the boss and fight him. Desera, Cyan, Seal is the order. Fair enough. Fight him alone. It seems like you're quite hurt from rolling around in the labyrinth. If you don't think you can win, you can give up. I won't give up. You aren't going to fight. I'll fight after all of you are finished fighting. You think your turn will come. I'll be the one to defeat the boss monster. If you beat the boss monster, I'll call you elder brother for the rest of my life. Don't forget those words. Minotaurus. A monster that cannot be left out when speaking of the labyrinth. Now that I see it in person, it looks quite huge. It seems larger than the troll I met before. However, it's only big. Compared to the troll or ogre, it isn't as belligerent. It's a monster that I can hunt alone. Although, it may be difficult for Desera. Huge. To think that I have to take down this thing. But that doesn't mean I can back down after coming this far. Hiya. Eek. The hide is so tough, the spear can't pierce it. I'm dead. You are. Why did it end the fight by throwing her instead of attacking more? Because that isn't a real monster. The moment she was in its hands, the victor was decided. And now it's my turn. I will show you that the blood of the main family is on a different level than the blood of the collateral lines. Cocky bastard. Does he really think I can't beat that little cow? Open your eyes and watch closely. That's Sword Ki, a blade of mana that can cut through anything. To create Sword Ki, you need at least 10 years of mana training. Is the gap between us and the main family already this wide? Oh ho. Sword Ki at that age. Not bad. I can't maintain Sword Ki for too long, but it's enough to slice apart a real monster. Ha, ha. What's this? What's happening? I want to check the quality of all of you who inherited the Lionheart name. Without the prejudice of the main family or collateral line. Is that so? This labyrinth is a mirage made by Loberian. He made it so that you can't use mana to attack in the center of the labyrinth. If you can't use mana to create Sword Ki, whether you are of the main family or the collateral line, you will fight on similar terms. Why the hell is the Sword Ki not working? I still have plenty of mana. If you think you'll lose, just come back. Don't get beat around just because you're stubborn. Don't make me laugh. Do you think I can't beat this shitty monster just because I don't have Sword Ki? Yeah. Small cuts won't take him down. I need to dive in and aim for his legs. It worked. He blocked with his knee. You lost too. So next up is, I don't want to fight. You can't even use Sword Ki in the middle of the maze. She's smarter than her brother. Can you win? I'm not sure that it would be possible for me to lose. Then, how should we do this? Kobe. He's focusing. He's aiming directly for the carotid artery. Did y'all watch? Ah. I got him. Don't act so big. If I just had sword ki, I would have easily. I would have been able to kill him somehow, but it would be impossible to do it as smoothly as him. This is something more than fear. My excitement won't subside. What is this feeling? Oh. The ceremony is over. Haha, isn't that amazing? That a child of the collateral family who has not trained his mana could defeat a minotaur with such overwhelming ability. Indeed, a minotaur is hard to fight alone. That's why I emphasized working together in this ceremony. I wanted the kids to work together and try out different methods. That's how I designed the boss to be, but that child surpassed the traps and monsters I made so easily. Just what is that child? That boy, Eugene, has done nothing but train ever since he arrived here. I sent some people to his hometown of Jidal to investigate, and his persistence was well known there as well. He was born to fight. And has a drive for combat to match his body. This ceremony has done great just by the fact that we discovered a treasure like him. Are you not disturbed? I don't mean to offend you, but that child is much greater than your children. With this big of a difference already, just how large will that gap become once he trains his mana? Then that's something to rejoice for. Will he not make the Lionheart name shine even more? What if that child wishes to become the next heir and become the new Lionheart family head? The head position must be held by the greatest of the Lionhearts. If my kin cannot secure it, it is rightfully his. If they are so weak that they cannot defend the right they have been given at birth, then they are not worthy of leading the Lionhearts. I shouldn't have overstepped as an outsider. However, Sir Gilade, I advise you as a long acquaintance of yours. Adopt him as your son. Adopt. Yes, a child of the collateral family bested the direct bloodline in the bloodline continuation ceremony. That alone is enough for the collateral families to think less of the main family. And it could cause something unfortunate to happen. I appreciate your advice. That's a very attractive offer. But first, congratulations are to be given. He couldn't even get to the center of the labyrinth. It did seem to be because he was distracted by the different magic and monsters. But in the bloodline continuation ceremony, where you must prove yourself, it's disappointing to see him lose sight of the goal by being blinded by curiosity. Compared to him, Cyan and Seal were able to get past the traps and monsters without much trouble. Although they weren't able to defeat the Minotaur, that can be attributed to their inexperience, which they can make up for with more training. Everyone did well. I saw you all going through the labyrinth from here. I thought it would be a difficult test, but everyone did an excellent job. Eugene. Yes. You were the most outstanding of the 9 children gathered here at this bloodline continuation ceremony. Thank you. Your methods of overcoming the traps and monsters were impressive. Especially against the troll, where you faced it head-on and won without even a minor injury. He fought against that wicked troll without any injury. How could he do that with that weakling body of his? What a shame. If he had my family's muscle growth medicine, he would be able to have a stronger body than the one he has now. Honestly, I thought you would have been wandering the labyrinth for at least 2 days. But it looks like I underestimated everyone, so even if they are young, they are still from the bloodline of the Great Vermouth. Just looking at these talented gems is enjoyable on its own. You should all return and get rested. I wish to hold a grand banquet now, but I couldn't prepare it in advance because I didn't expect you to get out this early. So rest up today, and we can have our banquet tomorrow. Loberian, please take the children and send them back. Yes. You'll come with me, Eugene. Are you giving him the present right now? There's no reason to postpone it, and it's better for him as well if I give it to him earlier. The underground treasure vault. Even though I've begged my father many times over the years. In the end, he never took me there a single time. You were quite proficient in handling many different weapons. You praise me too much. That's not true. You defeated monsters using the sword and shield in the labyrinth, and you used a spear when dueling against Cyan and Desaria. So he knew about my fight with Desaria. Though it isn't that surprising, since he's the head of the family. The weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family right now is the sword. But our ancestor, the Great Vermouth, could wield all different types of weapons proficiently. It was to the point that he was called the God of War, Master of all. However, Sir Vermouth wasn't the only one who was proficient with all weapons. His comrade, Sir Hamel, was also a great master. Second only to Sir Vermouth. Ahem. From the storybooks I read, he's called Stupid Hamel. Haha. I had read that story when I was young as well, but if Sir Hamel wasn't troublesome, the story would have been very boring. Eugene. To be honest, I liked Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth. Why? Rather than the godlike visage of Sir Vermouth, I liked the human qualities of Sir Hamel more. Doesn't it appear a lot in the storybooks, as well? Sir Hamel felt his inferiority against Sir Vermouth many times, but he never felt despair. Rather, didn't he try even harder to overcome his limits? And in the end, he sacrificed himself for his friends. But still, it's obvious those moral teachings would be magnified in a storybook like that. I also like Sir Hamel. It doesn't feel bad. You're the first person who's not the head of the family to come here. Can I really go in? Of course. Didn't I promise to give you one thing you wanted? This was already discussed with the elders of the Senate. The Senate. The old lions of Lionheart. Including the past heads of family, they are composed of people of significance from the collateral line as well. What's in the treasure vault? We have inheritances that have built up over hundreds of years. Among those, we even have the inheritances of the Great Vermouth as well. Then do we have the Holy Sword as well? We do, but you won't be able to have it. As the Holy Sword is also a symbol of the Lionheart family, it cannot be owned by a single person. That's a shame. There is another reason. After Sir Vermouth, not one person had been acknowledged by the Holy Sword. Acknowledged. You'll know what I'm talking about when you hold the sword yourself. How about you, sir? Now, go inside. I'll wait for you here. If I went in with you, you wouldn't be able to choose what you really want, since you'd be concerned with what I'm thinking. Thank you for your consideration. Then, first. Should I try out the Holy Sword? The Holy Sword. It's a sword that's existed since the origins of the Holy Empire of Eurus. A sword gifted by God. The Holy Sword that's been sealed for a long time at the Central Temple, only acknowledged Vermouth as its master. Years ago, it's the sword that pierced the demon king of slaughter, the fifth highest entity in the Devildom of Helmuth. However, after that it was only used as a torch. Hiya. It won't budge. Well, I can't have it even if I did pull it out. I should give up on the Holy Sword and find something else. This is Aspel, the Sword of Gluttony. The Sword of Gluttony, Aspel. It's a sword that can consume mana it cuts and turn it into its own power. It can slice a powerful spell with a single strike. However, the only reason why Vermouth could use Aspel properly was because he was also an excellent magician. It's way too much for the current me. I'm also seeing other weapons I'm familiar with. The Draconian Spear Carbos. It takes a bit of time to heat up, but it can expel flames rivaling a dragon's breath. The Stormblade Wyneth. It's a sword that's blessed by the elemental spirit king of wind. Rampaging Thunder Bow Pernoa. It's a bow that can strike down lightning, no matter the distance. Flying Elusive Sword Jabel. It's a sword that becomes whip-like, with hundreds of blades, when you infuse it with mana. Geddon's Shield. It's a shield that can brush all attacks it receives aside, into a void. They're all so amazing that I wouldn't regret taking any of them. But is this everything? I don't see the Moonlight Sword or the Demon Spear. I guess it has been 300 years. Bastards. Knowingly taking the best cheat-like weapons. Which should I take? Wyneth is the easy choice. You can use wind elementals just by wielding it, and if you accumulate enough mana, you can even call the Wind Elemental King. But learning elemental spirit magic is tricky. Even talented magicians have a hard time controlling one low-rank elemental. That is no longer a concern when you wield Wyneth. Since I'm inside the treasure vault, might as well look around more. There are gems and accessories as well, not just weapons. Ha! This is the necklace I had as Hamel in my past life. I managed to personally avenge them long ago. The keepsake of my parents, who were eaten by monsters. Despite that, I wore it till my dying breath. Why is this here? Did Vermouth bring my body home? Oh, I guess they didn't just throw me aside immediately. The promise made between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. It leads to peace, but Helmuth and two Demon Kings are still standing. Vermouth, Sienna, Molen, Anis. Even though they talked about the 5 of us taking down the 5 Demon Kings together. What promise did you guys make? While putting my keepsake here, you guys. It might be because of me. They might have lacked power because I died halfway through. I don't want to resent Vermouth and my comrades. They must have had a reason why they couldn't kill the Demon King. There are a lot of weapons I want here in the vault. However, I don't want this necklace, the keepsake of Hamel, to stay in Lionheart's vault. That's what you picked. I liked it. Are you being sincere? There should have been plenty of amazing treasures. They were objects that I can't handle yet. Can I see that for a moment? Yes. It's an old, crude necklace. It's not a valuable gem, nor is there some elegant craftsmanship. This is just a cheap necklace. What is a necklace like this doing in the vault? That's strange. This necklace isn't registered in the vault. This isn't a treasure of Lionheart. It's not something that should be inside there. But it was inside the vault. This necklace has no value. Despite that, do you still want this necklace? Even if you sell it, you won't even be able to buy a cheap sword. Yes. If you really want it, then I guess it can't be helped. However, I'll need to ask Loberian to appraise it, since it's an unknown item. There's a chance it might be enchanted with some spell. Can I have it once it has been appraised? Yes. I promise. I didn't think something like this would happen. Technically speaking, what you brought isn't a treasure of Lionheart. So you may take a different treasure from inside. Really? That's right. You can pick a treasure from the vault. That was the original promise. Thank you. To be so sensible. I can't believe he's the descendant of that by-the-book Vermouth. In that case. There's no reason to hesitate. Stormblade whineth. Of you're now mine. Why didn't you pick the spear? You're already so good with it. It's my choice. And I'm good with the sword too. Ugh. You. Looks too light. With your strength, a hammer or axe would have fit better. It's my choice. Now that the ceremony is over, do you want to visit our family? I'll give you all the muscle-growing potions you need. I don't need them. Ignore that muscle head. Draw the sword. What sword is it? Stormblade whineth. They say this sword has the blessing of the elemental king of wind. I can call him forth later when I train my mana. That's cool and all, but I still would have gotten a spear. There were plenty of spears too. Then did you see it? The draconian spear Carbos. It shoots out a dragon's breath with each thrust. I don't even know what that looks like. What about demon spear Ruintis? That's the strongest weapon in the Great Vermouth's arsenal. I also have heard of Ruintis. I didn't ask you. It's the spear used by the Demon King of Brutality. The Demon King of Brutality. Years ago, there were 5 Demon Kings in the Devildom of Helmuth. Rank 1 the Demon King of Apocalypse, Rank 2 the Demon King of Incarceration, Rank 4 the Demon King of Brutality, Rank 3 the Demon King of Frenzy, Rank 5 the Demon King of Slaughter. Desera, your knowledge is mistaken. The strongest weapon in the Great Vermouth's arsenal is the destructive Crusher Gigolas. The Demon King of Brutality is stronger than the Demon King of Slaughter. The ranks of Demon Kings are not what decides the strength of the weapons. There was also no destructive Crusher. Out of all of Vermouth's weapons, only those 2 were used by the Demon Kings. They're too ominous to keep in the treasure vault. Maybe they've been sealed away somewhere. The spear is stronger. The Crusher is stronger. They're so childish. Both weapons are so great that it's hard to decide which is better. But if you asked me to pick the strongest weapon in Vermouth's arsenal, I wouldn't even need to think. Moonlight Blade, destruction itself in the form of a sword, sealed in the depths of Helmuth. Both the Demon King of Brutality and the Demon King of Slaughter were slain by the devastating light of the Moonlight Blade. This is the first time I'm holding a real blade in this life. Hm. Beautiful sword work. There's no magic on this necklace. Are you sure this was in the treasure vault? Indeed. Are you sure that child wasn't tricking you? What reason would he have to? If I hadn't allowed him to pick another treasure, that boy might have ended up with nothing. It's definitely a risky move. Let's check. There's no magic on the necklace, but I'll dig deeper since it was brought up. How? There's a magic that can read the memories of mana. It's a magic our Grand Master, Sienna the Wise, has created. Mana exists everywhere. Most objects have some mana in them. I will read the memories of the mana in this necklace. Then I'll leave it to you. Nothing interesting. Is this the capital? These streets. It's about 100 years old. That's where it was bought. I can't read anything after that. The magic of the treasure vault must have interfered with the mana in the necklace. 100 years ago. There is nobody alive who could remember where the necklace is from. What will you do? If it isn't magical, I'll give it to Eugene. It's something that boy wanted so much that he would give up a treasure for it. You seem to have taken a liking to that boy. What reason would I have not to? So, I'm going to make that offer. By that offer, do you mean, I will adopt Eugene Lionheart as my son? Hi, Sir Guillaume Lionheart, the youngest brother of head of family Gilade Lionheart. An oddball that didn't marry long past his marriageable age and joined Gilade on his journeys. Of course I know your name. My name is Eugene Lionheart. You're that collateral child that won against the main family in the bloodline continuation ceremony. Did you come to take me away? That's right. My brother was intending on sending a different knight, but I took the opportunity. Eugene, I wanted to personally see you. Me. I heard a lot about you, but I wasn't able to see you at the bloodline ceremony. Since it's a tradition that only the head of the family can observe the bloodline continuation ceremony. Well, Sir Loberian did join this time, but that was to help out. I'm not harboring any ill will towards my brother because of that. I'm just saying the tradition is like that. Would it sound like I'm dissatisfied with the rules of the family if I say it like that? I don't care about that. My brother wouldn't care about it either. A free will that can be felt by his personality. He's a man as great as his looks. It's probably because of that personality that he also didn't marry. Why did the family head call for me? Since you won the bloodline continuation ceremony, maybe it's to give you congratulations. I've already heard his praises. Looks like you don't know the reason either, Sir Guillaume. Well, it's not like I don't have any idea, but there's no real reason for me to care about it. But, it'll be great for me to see you often. Me too, sir. It's Eugene Lionheart. You may enter. His personality is good, but it's a bit overbearing. I apologize for calling you in so suddenly. Sit down first. This necklace. I asked Sir Loberian to appraise it, but it was just a normal necklace. Is that so? We even read the memory of the mana in the necklace, but there weren't any anomalies. Memory of the mana. It's Sienna's magic. Yeah, a magic like that existed. What was the memory? It's said to be a necklace that was sold on the streets of the capital about 100 years ago. No, there's no way that's true. This necklace was definitely the one I was wearing 300 years ago. Since I wore it for decades before, there's no way I mistook it. There's no reason for Loberian to lie, either. Did he read the mana's memory wrong? No, it's probably something like a new magic at the level of a tower masters that had painted over it. But who? Perhaps Vermouth. Now, then can I keep this necklace? Yes. I did promise you. You can keep it if you want. Thank you. Ichim. Eugene, I did call you to talk about the necklace, but in truth, there was another reason. It's a bit sudden, but it won't be a bad offer for you either. Rather, it's an offer for your future. Is it? Eugene, will you? Family head. Seal is kind and cute, but I do not want to think about marriage right now. Now I understand. Even though I put her brother Cyan in such a state, she was rather joyful and acted friendly with me. Looks like that was all set up for the political marriage. Gilade Lionheart. You seemed like a nice guy, but to have such a scheme boiling in the back. I'm too young to be thinking about marriage as well. I also need to get my father's permission. Even if he did accept. Wait, Eugene, you're misunderstanding something. I'm not trying to marry you to Seal. I was totally barking up the wrong tree. I want to break apart this head that was thinking about marriage with a kid who's only 13. Did my brain go insane as well after my body became a child's? Then. I called you here to adopt you as my son. What? That's shocking as well. It's a good way to tie me down to the main family. Adopted son. It's too sudden. It's not as sudden as a marriage proposal. That was my bad. If you are willing, I'm thinking of calling your father, Gerhard, to the main family as well, but then I would have two fathers. There's no need to think too hard about it. It'll just mean your family will become a part of the main family. I am a father of 3 children. I'm not trying to steal a son from Gerhard. I haven't met Gerhard yet. But I will respect him as my own sibling. If I refuse to be your son, will you not respect my father? Of course not. It's a little embarrassing to say it myself, but I'm not that petty. If you refuse, I'd be disappointed, that's all. I will respect your choices and I will wish you the best in the future. I don't think I can decide on my own. I also want to speak with my father. Then let's push the banquet back. Thank you. I'll send people to Jidal to bring your father here. You said earlier that it was for my future. What does that mean, exactly? You will have so many opportunities living here. There are plenty of knights here to advise you. Firstly, yes, if I'm going to learn from someone, I want to learn from the best. If I become your son, can I learn from you? I wonder how strong the head of the Lionhearts is. Of course. But if you want to learn from the best, there's someone better suited for the job. Who is it? Guillaume. I used to be stronger, but now he's surpassed me. That guy. Have you received the method of mana training from your father? Yes. But I said I didn't want to learn it yet. Thought that I might end up unconsciously learning it if I knew about it. I guess you've always been studious, even before you came here. The culmination of mana found in strong monsters is called the mana stone. It's normal to use the help of mana stones when learning to use mana, but as efficient as they are, they're expensive and hard to get. Additionally, a novice must receive the help of someone experienced to really benefit from the mana stones. All those things would be hard to achieve in Gerhard's family. It's an environment that is severely lacking when it comes to growing Eugene's potential. I shouldn't say this, and risk making Eugene despise his own family. This is something I should discuss with Gerhard separately. We're done talking about that. If it's alright, I'd like to converse with you a little more. Of course. Then I will return. I'll call for someone, so just wait a moment. It's fine. It's not too far from here. I'll look at it as taking a stroll. Perfume. Someone's around that corner. They aren't moving. Are they waiting for me? Oh. Eugene. She acts like it's a coincidence, despite having waited here for me. I'll play her game. Hello. I'm Eugene Lionheart, from Jidal, but it took some time. I heard you were speaking privately with my husband. I didn't know you were still here. Do you have something to ask me? What an insolent brat. Sue, his arrogance is through the roof already. Understandably so. A hillbilly child bested the direct line in a duel, and even won the bloodline continuation ceremony. This child will undoubtedly grow in great strides in the future. It'd be better to stay on friendly terms. Marrying Seal off to him wouldn't be bad, either. That's why I told Seal to stay close to him. I was wondering what you and my husband were talking about. I don't think I should tell that to you. Of course. I wasn't intending to pry. I also had something else to say. Cyan really troubled you a few days ago, right? With the ceremony approaching and all, I'm so sorry that I forgot to apologize. You don't need to worry about that. Cyan already apologized. Oh. You're so mature for your age. I'm grateful that you think so. I've scolded Cyan firmly, so I hope you stay good friends with Cyan. Of course. We're family, and we share the same name. Family. He's not wrong. It's just that those words anger me, coming from someone like him. May I leave? Yes. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Go ahead and rest. The second wife of the Lionhearts, Anasilla. So she was the one who shamed us for being from the collateral line from the very first day. I don't want to get involved with her. 2 days later, Gerhard Lionheart arrived from the faraway Jidal province. Eugene truly was victorious at this bloodline continuation ceremony. My son beat the main family's children. My son was extraordinary from a young age, but with my ability alone, I was unable to give him wings. I thought he would face reality at the bloodline continuation ceremony. That the gap between the main family and the collateral line could not be overcome with just innate ability and hard work. That was what I thought, but, Father. Eugene. Eugene, my son, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud that you are my son. I already told you as I was leaving Jidal, that I'd send you some good news. It wasn't that you didn't believe me, right? Yes. You did say those things. I'm sorry, my son. I wasn't able to trust you enough. Sorry for the late greetings. I'm Gerhard Lionheart, returning from Jidal province. I am Gilade Lionheart. Please forgive me for the discourtesy of the sudden invitation. What do you mean, discourtesy? Rather, I am grateful for just the fact that you invited me here. I would rather not take away the time between father and son, but would you mind coming inside to have a conversation? It would be my pleasure. Adoption. You're speaking of adoption. That is so. If Eugene can be adopted, Sir Gerhard will also be accepted as a member of the main family. I understand this is a sudden proposal. I will speak despite being rude. I am very grateful that you have seen my son in such a positive light, but I can only see this differently when thinking of my son's future. In what way? The head of the family may have had kind thoughts, but I am worried about the persecution he may face from the other members of the main family. The head of the family already has 3 children. If my son was adopted, he would be stealing the spotlight. I understand what you mean. I do not want to limit Eugene's future, but the main family puts the emphasis on the legitimate line of descent. They would never accept a child of the collateral line becoming the head of the family. Even if Eugene is adopted, he will not be able to become the head of the family. But if Eugene is not greedy, he will be able to let his talents bloom within the embrace of the main family. I want Eugene to become the sibling of my children as an adopted child of the main family and to create bonds with them. That connection could grow to bring Eugene much more opportunity in the future. That may be so. I will discuss this with my son. Father. Seeing his expression, the topic of adoption must have come as quite the shock. Father, why is your expression like that? Stormblade whineth, it's the sword that Eugene personally chose from the main family's treasure vault. Even if we sell everything our household owns, we would not be able to afford that one sword. The head of the family stated that he would like to adopt you into the main family. I already know. I was told ahead of time. I am hoping that you enter the main family as an adopted son. For your future, that is the better option. But if you do, there may be many more difficulties ahead. I'm sure there will be. But father, you've seen me since I was little. I, Eugene Lionheart, don't have the personality to go down without a fight. Eugene, your name is one that I and your mother, who passed away, made together. Never forget that. I know. Even if I become the adopted son of the main family, my real father is Gerhard Lionheart. Eugene. In the end, I guess I really will be adopted. Even if several things are going to become more annoying, there is a lot to gain from this, so it's worth it to endure. I may have no thoughts of becoming the head of the Lionheart family, but others will not believe it. The first wife, Theonis, and the second wife, Anasilia. Those two will have no choice but to be wary of me. There are two ways of responding to the complaints and cautious attentions of others. Just ignore it all, or crush all that is in front of you. Gilade, the head of the Lionheart family, invited all kids and their families that participated in the bloodline continuation ceremony to the ball. It was to celebrate the victory of a collateral line, so the focus wasn't on the humiliation of the main family. Sir Gerhard, you have an outstanding son. I heard you're going to be a part of the main family. My family's secret muscle growth medicine is something even the main family doesn't have. Would you happen to be interested? It's fate meeting like this. Why don't we have a meeting later for us to get acquainted as fellow members of the collateral line? Yes. I'll end up the center of attention if I go over there. I can tell who Gargus's dad is right away. Stand proud, Cyan. You're going to be compared to that kid a lot from now on. They'll first think about how you lost your duel against Eugene. And then they'll make fun of how the main family failed to win in the bloodline continuation ceremony for the first time ever. You have no choice but to feel embarrassment, Cyan. But don't fall into despair. No matter who makes fun of you, you're my son and a direct descendant of Lionheart. Yes, Eugene can't become the head of the family, but don't fall into complacency because of that. You have a lot of things working against you, so you'll need to put in that much more work to become the head of the family. So be friends with him, because we're brothers now. That's right. Become good brothers so that he'll help you one day. Yes, mother. Be friends. How should I befriend? They said that we're now siblings. Yeah. Can't you call me Big Sis? It's not like we're years apart. Why should I call you Big Sis when you're only a few months older? But I became the little sister just because I was born 5 seconds late. This and that are different. Just once. It's not like I'm asking the impossible here. Please. Calling a 13-year-old kid Big Sis. I'd rather kill myself. I can't guarantee that I'll take him in as my disciple. The Red Magic Tower, where I'm the Tower Master, specializes in summoning magic. The young master will first have an aptitude test at Arath. And if I have the aptitude for summoning magic, that'll be good news, but in Arath, your status as a member of Lionheart won't hold a claim. Unless you have talent that can dominate other magicians, I cannot take you in as my disciple. Yes, but before being the Tower Master of the Red Magic Tower, I am Gilead's long friend. So you'll have many chances. I'll shield you from the criticisms of favoritism and provide you an environment where you can train magic that fits your aptitude. It doesn't matter if I can't become his disciple. It's good news already that I can escape from this suffocating family and learn magic. You don't have to be wary of what I think. I just want you to pick your own fate, Father. This is an opportunity provided by your father. Gracefully accept it. You've been interested more in magic than the sword or spear since you were young. However, you are my son and the one fated to be head of the main family. Do not forget that while you are in Arath. Theonis. I'm just giving him encouragement as his mother. I can see it clear as day. That damn Anasilia is going to be jumping with joy over the fact that Iod's been sent to Arath. But I have no choice. Iod wasn't born with talent fit for his lineage, and he's naturally weak and naive. That's why it might be better for him to meet various magicians in Arath while becoming stronger and form the connections to support him later. Iod. You are a legitimate son of Lionheart. Yes, mother. Day after the ball, Loberian and Iod left for Arath. The children of the other collateral lines also went back to each of their families with their parents. So the empty guest house was now all for Eugene and Gerhard. And Eugene will first learn about mana after reincarnating. Development of mana is divided into two main categories: breathing and physical training. Breathing is training where you accumulate mana in the environment through breathing. Physical training is where you accumulate mana by moving your body. Neither are easy, but breathing is far superior to physical training. I trained mana through physical training in my past life, but I transitioned to breathing after Sienna and Vermouth's advice. Lionhearts train mana through breathing. You're here, Eugene. Let's go, then. Spirit Vein. A land where mana gathers. There's a spirit vein deep in the main family's forest that only descendants of the main family can enter. It's one that was created by Vermouth 300 years ago. To artificially create a spirit vein. He was a monster indeed. Are you nervous? I'm excited. It won't be easy. I'll help you, but you'll have a hard time since you're just learning. Mana's easier to feel the younger you are. Cyan and Seal first learned mana when they were 6 years old. Iode. Took a week, I think. And it took them 4 days. Children of collateral lines normally first learn mana around your age, and it takes about a month just to feel mana. Right. I don't think it'll take you that long, though. There's the spirit vein, and I'll also help you. How many days do you think it'll take? 10 days. Days. As if. I see. It won't even take me 10 minutes. This way. Sit there, in the middle. The mana training method of the main family is something we have inherited from our ancestor, the Great Vermouth. Since there's a rule that the collateral lines can't inherit the original, they have been passing down a less efficient imitator, called the Red Flame method. And this is the original, that was only passed down in the main family. The White Flame method. I don't know about the name, but I do remember that unique form. Vermouth. The high density of mana on his body would form itself into white flames. It even looked like the mane of a lion. In my last life, I was never able to overcome that flame. Since you won't be able to sense mana in the beginning, let's start with breathing for now. I can feel it. You're imagining it. You can feel like that if you focus too deeply. I should show him that he's just imagining it with this. See, you can't sense it yet. Here. Mana is gathering on this side. Here next. From here to here. Up. Now down again. How long are you going to do this? That's insane. It would be incredible to be able to sense mana in 10 days, Eugene is far too fast. If you can feel the mana, we can start right away. From now on, don't talk and only focus on what's happening inside your body. Okay. Breathe deeply. Imagine breathing in mana along with the air with your lungs. And try to guide that mana you breathed in with the waves of the White Flame method, towards the heart. Alright. You're doing well. Doing well. He's not at a level where I can describe it like that. Eugene is already tuning the mana inside his body. Steadily, despite having a body that has only just opened itself up to taking in mana. That's insane. Feeling the mana and breathing the mana. Since I have the memories of my previous life, it isn't that hard. But even without that, this body accepts mana very easily. It's to the point that I can even feel the mana increasing every time I breathe, but there's a limit to how much mana I can take in with this young body. Looks like this is the limit. The size of his core is amazing as well. You would normally start with a core much smaller than that, and you diligently train with mana to increase its size. You're a monster. That's a compliment. It is a compliment. Let's return. The big difference between the red flame method and the white flame method is the division of the core. No matter how much you train and advance the red flame method, the number of cores you can have in your body is 1. However, the white flame method is different. After reaching a certain point, the core goes through division. With that, you're able to contain more mana in your body efficiently. And the divided cores will resonate to amplify their power. We call that divided core a star. The founder of the Lionhearts and the creator of the white flame method, the Great Vermouth, had 10 stars. In the history of Lionheart, only Sir Vermouth was able to achieve 10 stars with the white flame method. My brother and I have 6 stars. Iode, Cyan, and Seal are 1 star. I don't know about Iode, but the twins could probably achieve 2 stars next year, since Seal and Cyan were introduced to mana at 6 years old. It took them about 8 years to go from 1 star to 2 stars. How about me? You'll be much faster than them. If you aren't lazy, that is. I'll be diligent. You think I'm stupid? I was reincarnated into an insanely better body than my past life, and I even learned the mana training method of Vermouth. There's no way I'll let this body rot with laziness. Stars. I don't know if I'll be able to achieve that, but I should analyze its structure while I'm training. If there's an unpleasant piece somewhere, I can just change it to suit me. Thanks, Vermouth. Thanks to you leaving behind the white flame method, there are a lot of things I'll be able to do in the future. I'll tell my brother for you. You should be pretty tired, so go on and rest. Yes, I understand. Not a chance. This much fatigue will go away after a good night's sleep. Since I just grasped mana, I have something I need to do. Young Master Eugene, have you returned already? Bring wineth from my room. I don't know if the contract will work. Kayak. Are you really Hamel? I remember. This voice is definitely the elemental spirit king of wind. Tempest. Hamel. Have you reincarnated? How did you recognize me? Hamel, comrade of Vermouth. There's no way I would forget your soul no matter how much time has passed, and your face is altered, the soul does not change. It has been some time since I have been called through Wyneth. I was wondering if one of Vermouth's descendants was using it. But then I felt your soul. Why did Vermouth not kill the remaining demon kings? Speak, Tempest. You should know. You carried on with the expedition, even after my death. I do not know what Vermouth intended in the battle against the demon king of incarceration. Vermouth sheathed his blade. What? The battle at the demon king's castle was hard fought, however, it came to a meaningless end. Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration were the last ones standing. Vermouth sheathed his blade and did not kill the demon king of incarceration. Nor did he head to the castle of the demon king of apocalypse. Don't mess with me. They say Vermouth struck a deal with the demon king of incarceration. What was it? I know nothing about that deal. Then what do you know, motherfucker? The only ones who know the contents of the deal are the ones who were there the moment Vermouth sheathed his sword. I could no longer interfere in that place. You said everyone was unconscious other than Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration. What do you want me to do? Ask Vermouth's fucking corpse. We are running out of time. You wouldn't normally have been able to call me forth. I forced the door open to meet you, and now the door needs to be closed. Call me when your strength is sufficient. Answer me before you leave. You damn bastard. Next time, answer me. You. Ma. Young Master Eugene. Ugh. This feeling. Mana exhaustion. I squeezed out every drop of the small reserve of mana I had. Elementals remember entities by their soul. Tempest called me Hamel. There was a troubling thought I had in my head. What if I wasn't actually Hamel's reincarnation? Instead, what if I was just someone whose memories were overwritten by Hamel's? But this clears things up. I'm the reincarnation of Hamel, with memories from 300 years ago. Young Master Eugene. Are you all right? I'm fine. How long was I out for? About half a day. Sorry to worry you. The head of the family and Master Guillaume are here. I'll bring them up. I heard the story from Nina. A strong gale appeared when you drew Wyneth. Did you call forth an elemental? With a storm that big, there's a lot of people that would have seen it. I can't tell them everything, but I need to reveal some of it. The elemental king of wind appeared. What? He said he wanted to see who I was, since it had been a while since he had last received a calling. Is that really true? Nobody in our family has called the elemental king of wind since the Great Vermouth. Yes. The elemental king of wind told me that I wasn't strong enough yet. He said that he wishes to meet again when it's grown, then he returned to the elemental realm. Eugene. You really are a fascinating child. I heard about what happened in the spirit vein from Guillaume. You could sense the mana immediately, and formed a core with the white flame method. That alone is amazing, but to think that you would attract the attention of the elemental king of wind. Rest for a few days. Guillaume will continue your instruction afterwards. I was planning to leave again to train myself further, but I think blossoming your talent may be more important. Thank you for your kind words, but I don't want to take time away from you and Guillaume. Don't look at it like that. I want to teach you. Oh. I'll also be teaching Cyan and Seal. The family head will help out too, Cyan and Seal. Hopefully, they take Eugene as a source of inspiration. Eugene's white flame method is 1 star. Did you hear? I know. It took us forever to get 1 star. They said a month is one of the fastest in family history. It wasn't forever. But Eugene reached 1 star within a single day. Everyone's gone, right? Sylph, a low elemental. This is all I can summon with the mana I have now. Did you hear anything from your king? I can't even talk to an elemental whose intelligence is this low. Go tell Tempest that if he lied, I'll fucking kill him. The only one who died at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration is me. The other 4, including Vermouth, returned from Helmuth safely. The only people who know the contents of the deal are Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. I'll need to venture to Helmuth someday. No. Not only Helmuth. Arath, Uras, Luhur. If I go to those places, I'll be able to see what happened to my old comrades. I can't go there yet. This young body can't withstand a journey to lands that distant. But someday. Time sure flows swiftly. Eugene Lionheart, 17 years old. This is quite a nice body. Though I did train my mana every day without fail, to already reach 3 stars in the white flame method. But this is lacking. To fully utilize this amazing and enviable body, I need to do more than what I learned in my previous life. I should go to Arath and learn magic. What the hell are you talking about? Just this morning, as I was training the white flame method like usual. No way. I could do this. What the hell? No way. How is that possible? He was introduced to mana 7 years later than me, but he's already at 3 stars. Even though I've only reached 2, of course. It makes sense. I'm a genius. I want to kill you. You can't do that to your brother. You always beat me to death every morning. Isn't it you who asks me to spar with you every morning? Don't do it if you don't want to. I don't care. Why are you talking about learning magic now, of all times? Have you already forgotten the thing with Brother Iode? After going to Arath to learn magic once the bloodline continuation ceremony ended, his talent wasn't good enough to become Sir Loberian's disciple. Even though he managed to get into the Red Tower through connections, he couldn't gain any big achievements. Even now, 4 years later, he's just mooching off the magic tower. You have no limits when talking about your older brother. Did I say anything wrong? Don't act like a know-it-all by saying you'll learn magic and stay in the main house. If you go to Arath, Seal will be sad. Oh. You mean the Seal that didn't even talk that much, and trained by herself up until recently. Good for her. Where are you going? To meet with the head of the family. While I'm reporting my 3-star status, I might as well gain permission early. Saying he'll learn magic. Why is he acting up again? Are you saying this sincerely? Yes. I want to go to Arath to learn magic. Why? There hasn't been a single person who achieved the 3rd star of the White Flame method at your age. If you continue to put in the effort as you have before now, it may be possible to achieve the 4th star before you become an adult. I realized something as I reached the 3rd star today. If I continue just doing the things I've done in the main house, I don't think I'll be able to grow further. I want to learn many more things. I don't know yet if I would have a talent for magic, but if I am introduced to magic now, I'll be able to see mana from a different perspective. Just learning an entirely new discipline will become a great experience for me, and I am certain that it definitely won't be meaningless in the end. Ha! Raise your head. As the head of the family, how could I suppress Eugene? I understand your intentions. Your burning desire to learn, but promise me this one thing. Do not take part in black magic. Arath has a black tower, where the black magicians gather. Unlike the past, there currently aren't any rumors of danger, and the public's perception of them isn't that bad. However, the Lionhearts are the descendants of the Great Vermouth. And thus, we have an unwritten law to oppose black magic. Demon King, demons, black magicians. I know perfectly what disgusting things they did 300 years ago. You don't have to worry about that. I hate black magic as well. Knock knock. Talk with me for a bit. Why don't you come out if you have something to talk about? Don't wanna. I was training, so I smell like sweat. Are you really going to Arath? Did Cyan tell you? Yeah. He also told me you achieved the 3rd star of the White Flame method. I want to learn magic. Why are you going? For magic, we have elemental spirit magic. You don't necessarily have to go to Arath, and you could invite a magician from the capital here. Also, while you're away, Cyan and my skill could catch up to yours. That's good for me. It'll become more entertaining when I spar with you guys. It's been a while since I've sparred against you. If I spar with you from now on, will you not go to Arath? No, I'm still going. You're awful. How long will you be gone? I'll know when I get there, but it'll be a few years, at least. But why so many years? It's really hard when you leave the house. What about Sir Gerhard? My father will be fine without me. He's gotten perfectly used to life inside the main house now. And since he goes hunting on a regular basis, he's lost a lot of weight as well. Uncle Guillaume will be sad. I guess, yeah. What about my brother? When he was telling me before, I could see that he didn't want you to go. Really? But I'm still gonna go. Train diligently. Are you really going? You're awful. I don't want you to go, either. When you go to Arath, don't hang out with the bad kids, and don't be lazy in your studies. Don't slack off on your exercise because I'm not here either, Father. Eugene, you are taller than me now. Have a great journey. Do you really not need guards? Yes. Don't worry about me. I'm confident that I can at least protect myself. That's right. Eugene is already at the 3rd star in the white flame method at this age. He's different from Iode. Father, please stop crying. You were so dignified before, but why are you like this right at the end? Eugene, I'm still going to go even if you cry like that, so since I'm going anyways, can't you send me off with a smile? I'll be back. Capital of the Magic Kingdom Arath, Pentagon. The 5 magic towers create a pentagram centered around the palace. I have come to Arath before in my previous life, but the scenery has changed a lot since then. Floating station. Even amongst the many magic kingdoms, only Arath has their warp gate in the sky. The floating station, which is flown into the air with many different spells, shows how excellent Aratha's magic is and also aids in its convenience and commercial value. Isn't this amazing? This scenery could be called a cultural asset of Arath. Pentagon has over 15 different floating stations, and all of them were created by the wise Sienna. Whoa! Is this floating carriage also created by Lady Sienna? Of course. Ah, you don't have to worry too much. It's a magical technology from hundreds of years ago, but we have been maintaining and repairing it constantly, so the accident rate is very low. So it's not zero. Before that, I want to go visit the mansion of the wise Sienna. That's an excellent choice. When coming to Pentagon, wise Sienna's mansion, Magic Tower, and Night View. These 3 are a must-see. Years ago, after returning from the Devil Dome, Lady Sienna became the youngest tower master after coming to Arath. That's why, in the plaza of the Green Magic Tower, there is a bronze statue built in reflection of her. The mansion is where Lady Sienna remained till the end. About 200 years ago now, Lady Sienna left a letter saying she was retiring and left the mansion. And it is unknown where Lady Sienna went after that. Yes, that's correct. The many magicians of Arath and the disciples of Sienna all tried to track her. But not a single person was able to find where she retired to. The most regrettable thing is that the day Lady Sienna disappeared was the day of her birthday. This is just my thought, but I think that Lady Sienna went toward the Devil Dome of Helmuth. Why? That year, 200 years ago, was the 100th year since Lady Sienna left the corpse of stupid Hamel. Lady Sienna was reminiscing about her long-dead friend. She wanted to take revenge for Hamel. Something like that was why Lady Sienna left. Hamel was totally in love with Lady Sienna. You know as well, right, Sir Eugene? In the end, right before he died, Hamel professed his love for Lady Sienna. Don't talk such nonsense. Pardon. No, looks like Sir Eugene doesn't like the romance between Hamel and Lady Sienna. There are other guesses about Lady Sienna's retirement. It is a famous story that Lady Sienna despised black magic and the demons, and she opposed the construction of the Black Magic Tower until the day she retired. Some people think that some radical black magicians who were pushing for the construction of the Black Magic Tower assassinated Lady Sienna. There's no way something like a black magician could assassinate Lady Sienna. Yes. That's what I thought as well. During that time, the Black Magic Tower also vehemently denied the assassination hypothesis. Sienna can't be assassinated by the skills of a black magician. But if it's by a demon king, Helmuth was still sponsoring Arath through the Black Magic Tower. From the perspective of the demon kings, Sienna would have been annoying enough to kill her. Sienna, did you really die? Please. Please let me pass the test this time and get into the magic tower. I've already failed 2 times. Please at least let me go to the interview this time. There's a lot of people here. They're the students who will be taking the recruitment test for the magic towers. However, since they don't even have money, they aren't able to go in. The mansion entry fee is already a few thousand sel, but that only lets you get into the garden. And if you want to go inside the building, you need to pay even more than that. Why is it so expensive? Because there are a lot of people who would still pay that just to go in. There's a superstition where, if you pray to the portrait of Lady Sienna hung in the main hall of the mansion, you would 100. Pass the magic tower recruitment test. Ack. The Lionheart family. Sir Eugene Lionheart. It has been confirmed. I'll wait for you here. Please look around comfortably. Alright, then, let's see what this chick lived like. Sienna's mansion was large. They say that she lived in this mansion for 100 years. Hey, Hamel. What are you gonna do after all this? What's with the random question? Just cause. We're going through bullshit like this at this age, when we should be out and having fun. So after this is all over, shouldn't we live for ourselves a bit? Dunno. Haven't thought about it. That moron Molan says he'll become a king. Insane bastard. Can anyone become a king just because they want to? It's fine. He says he wants to do it. Everyone's allowed to dream, at least. You. Are you drunk? Everyone's allowed to dream, at least. Do you see this? My hands curling from the cringe. You fucking piece of trash. I'm being serious for once. Then, what will you do after? Me. Normal. Like other people. Marry someone, have a kid. And I want to become a grandma, living like that. You should have found a good man and married him. Grown old, living in peace. Why did you live alone for 100 years? Sienna, you can't touch it. Far out. I was just getting sentimental. I didn't come here just to look at her portrait. There's a huge study in this mansion that utilizes the entire underground. Bookshelves packed full of magic tomes. There might be a clue here, left behind by Sienna. You can't touch it. Hey, I'm not touching it. I'm not. So I can't open the books. I have no choice but to scan the titles for something interesting. A necklace that wasn't recorded by the treasure vault's magic, and it even had its memory overridden. But while that necklace was stuck in the vault, after I came in, I coincidentally saw it. It doesn't make sense. Maybe, just like Tempest recognized me, this necklace also reacted to Hamel's soul and revealed itself. Someone is messing with my second life. And if that was done by Sienna, she must have left something. Something. The study, bedroom, and even all those rooms in the mansion. I checked all of them, but nothing caught my eye. I don't know, I really don't. So I'm gonna do as I want. If you want something from me, tell me properly. If you don't tell me anything, what am I supposed to do? Hey, Sienna, here. If you're mad, come find me personally. If you're alive. Looks like it was an enjoyable visit for you. Who would have guessed he would make me wait until the sun went down? You waited for me, here's a tip. Thank you. Where would you like to go next? As this is a famous tourist destination, there is a great restaurant near. Let's go straight to the Red Magic Tower. You won't have to guide me after that. I'll ask you something. I owed Lionheart. He's my elder brother, do you know of him? Among the young magicians in Pentagon, there isn't a single person who doesn't know that name. Not anything special, but this time, I've been beholden to the Red Magic Tower. And my brother has been in Arath for 4 years now. Could I hear some rumors about my brother? After I was adopted, I haven't talked with Brother Iode a single time. I should at least know something about him before seeing him, so I don't make a big mistake. I will not be enraged by what you say, and I will not tell my brother or my house about what you say here. I will swear all this upon my name. All you have to do is tell me rumors about my brother. That. Although I don't know everything here, there's a rumor that Sir Iode leaves the magic tower every night to indulge himself in pleasure and entertainment. Since Iode is 2 years older than me. Is he 19 now? That much is reasonable for a person of his age. No. Not just normal entertainment. Succubi. His succubi. This fucking dipshit brother. We aren't even in Helmuth, so why is a succubus here? In there, it's not just human black magicians, but demons as well. Although we aren't in Helmuth, isn't there the black magic tower? So Iode, this bitch. No, my brother has played around with succubi from the black magic tower. That. Strictly speaking, rather than playing around, as a service. As other cities would have it as well, it's also considered a necessary evil for a Roth and left alone. That street is famous for its black market. There are a few impure shops that have succubi as hostesses. From what I heard, Sir Iode frequents that area. Where is that street? Do you know? It's called Bolero Street. It's not open every day. Only on the night of the full moon, every month, it turns into the street of sin. I didn't have intentions of having a good relationship with Iode after coming to Arath. I was just going to keep my distance and focus on what I had to do. A descendant of Vermouth, and the eldest son of the main house at that. Is playing around with a demon, a vulgar succubus at that. Sir Eugene. Please keep this a secret. Don't worry. I already swore on my name. I won't tell anyone, and I won't talk with that bitch of a brother for now. It's only a rumor for now. Unless there is clear evidence or witnesses, I'll need to hold back on destroying him for now. The night of the full moon. And Bolero Street. Eugene Lionheart. Yes. I'm Hera, from the Red Tower. The Red Tower Master is upstairs. He was planning to come greet you himself, but something happened along the way. Did an accident happen? As you know, the Red Tower primarily deals with summoning magic. And among the various magics, summoning magic has a high risk of failure. You guys are all so talented, aren't you? Just what do you need to do to summon a shadow beast from a lava shark summoning circle? Do you know what could have happened if we didn't catch the shadow beasts? Shadow beasts have no emotions, they operate purely on destructive instincts. They would have immediately started hunting the citizens of the capital. I am sorry. Grab your bags and get out. It's been a long time, Eugene. You've really grown. I almost didn't recognize you. I see you're still the same. I'm holding on to my youth with magic. He's different from 4 years ago. Now that I've trained with mana, I can tell. Loberian is incredibly strong. He's nothing compared to Sienna, but I will say he certainly has the qualifications to be a tower master. I heard the story from Gilade. You have an interest in magic. Yes, magic is an attractive art. At the same time, it's hard to learn. But I'm sure you'll do well. Iode Lionheart. That fucker. The whole world can tell he's got all his essence sucked out by succubi. Iode. Why don't you come say hello to your brother? I'm not sure what to say. Hello, brother. Nice to see you again. Why yeah. What are you waiting for? If you're done, go upstairs and do some reading. Yes. Yell. I've shown you some unpleasant things. It's fine. From what Gilade has said, you didn't want to learn magic directly from me. I don't want to trouble the Tower Master. So for now, I want to learn the art of magic by myself. Alright. Then let's do this. As long as you desire it, I won't help you. If you have any questions, ask Hera. Alright. Thank you. You can stay in the tower while you're in Arath. It's not as fancy as your mansion, but it's a nice place. Then, can I go to the tower library first? A month after arriving at the tower, Eugene went to the library every day. He read magical texts from morning to afternoon and went to sleep late at night. He also trained in things other than magic. He spent a few hours training his mana before he left for the library, and exercised his body every night, until he was covered in sweat. But his amazing body recovered from all fatigue with just a few hours of sleep. He was sleeping less. I've read all of the entry-level texts in the library. Let's try it out. Years ago, Sienna divided the stages of magic into clear levels. It was originally her own unique style, but once she became the Green Tower Master, many of the mages of Arath began to follow her methodology. Circles. A circulating ring of mana, spun to create magic. When mana grows above the limits of a single circle, another one forms. Years later, most mages learn magic using circles. The only mages who don't are ones with completely different fundamentals, like elementalist magic or black magic. I'll be using circles, right? Yes. There are other methods besides circles, but it's been proven that circles are the most efficient style over the past 300 years. I wanted to give it my own twist. Modifying the basic circle. I would not recommend that. Could you elaborate on what you want to do? I want to utilize the mana method of the Lionhearts. Eugene. Mana utilized in martial arts and in using magic are used in very different ways. Unless you form the magic and activate it properly, magic does not occur. If the mana spirals out of control, he could be seriously hurt. Or worse, he could die. That's why I want to test it. Will it work? Can I do it? That's why I read all of the entry texts in the tower. He's 17, after all. He won't be able to accept it until he sees it with his own eyes. Alright. Give it a try. However, if I deem that it's getting dangerous, I'll intervene. If you were to get hurt, it would not be only me, but the Tower Master as well, who would be put in an uncomfortable position. Got it. I'll begin. The white flame method and circles may seem different, but they are fundamentally similar. The white flame method controls mana through stars in the heart. Circles control mana through rings. If I replace the circles with stars, I can amplify the amount of mana I can use. I'll adjust my mana as necessary. It's unclear what might happen if I start guessing. Amazing. He's controlling such a large amount of mana perfectly. It should dissipate, but it isn't. Is that even possible at that age? From a fireball to magic missile. He cast magic without incantations, using just the calculations. He also converted the magic without having to dispel it midway. Not bad for the first time. Could you summon a monster so I can test this out? Yes. A golem would be fine, right? It's a golem made of cabrium. It doesn't have any defensive spells, but it's hard enough that most attacks won't penetrate its skin. Perfect. Eugene created circles using the white flame method, and successfully cast magic. Yes. Both the density and purity of his mana were incredible. Aside from the magic he was using, the sheer power of his offensive spells exceeds that of a three-circle mage. Such monstrous talent. Replacing circles with a martial method of mana manipulation. It's closer to scary than impressive. Eugene is at 3 stars of the white flame method. Does that mean 3 stars is equivalent to 3 circles? Did Eugene leave? Yes, he said he had somewhere to be this morning. Hera. Yes, Tower Master. Would it be unfair if I wrote Eugene a letter of recommendation for the Acreon? The Royal Library Acreon. Only high-class mages and nobles may enter that library. I think Eugene is perfectly suited for it. Eugene only read entry-level texts for a month and used magic to replace circles using his own method. That method broke through the shell of the Cabrium Golem. I'll write him a recommendation. Someone like that deserves treatment according to their talent. Other mages might feel that this is unfair. Any mage who doesn't accept this must be blinded by jealousy. But what did you say Eugene needed to go out for? I don't believe he knows anyone in Arath. He said he was meeting a friend. A friend. Meldane Square. A statue of Sienna. Sienna always smiled like that whenever she accomplished something. Eugene. Yep. Gorgeous Lionheart. Can an 18-year-old grow a beard like that? You've grown, albeit not as much as me. You're just ridiculously huge. I can tell just by gripping your hand. You've really been training the past 4 years, but that's not enough. This is our family's special muscle growth formula. I brought it for you. I don't need it. Why not? Gerhard's weight loss and body strengthening is thanks to our help. You should know that better than anyone. On that note, stop sending that weird stuff through my dad. So, why'd you want to meet? You didn't come to Arath just to give me that medicine, did you? Have you heard of Bolero Street? Somewhat. It's where that bastard Geode goes. I heard the testicles of a giant will be on auction. Testy. What? The balls of a giant. Why do you want that? Don't you know? The testicles of a giant are extremely prized for their magical value. I will commission a well-known alchemist in Arath, and have them make a muscle-boosting potion suited to my own body. Let's go together. I brought money, but it might not be enough. You want me to lend you money? No. I'll kneel. Hey. Okay. Stop doing things that draw so much attention. Your size attracts enough eyes already. Thank you. I'll swear to pay it all back with interest. Not only the testicles, but I heard this auction will feature many prized items. Alright, aren't you interested? I guess with Wyneth, you wouldn't need much else. I'm interested in other parts of Bolero Street than the auction. I ran into him in the hallway a few days ago. He was definitely in withdrawal from an addiction to a succubus. Iode will definitely come to Bolero Street, the night of the next full moon. A call from Loberian as soon as I arrived. That's fine. I needed to ask Loberian about Iode, anyway. Welcome back, Eugene. Sit down, make yourself comfortable. Why did you call for me today? Please, take a look. A letter of recommendation to Acreon. Acreon, the Royal Library. The place where the essence of magic that Arath boasts is recorded, famous even 300 years ago, in my time. As plentiful as the magic tower texts are. They cannot compare to Acreon in quality. Let's be humble here. This isn't something I can handle yet. On the contrary, I believe that now is the perfect time for you to access Acreon. Since you have not yet deeply indulged in magic, you hold much potential. While you may not be able to understand the knowledge in Acreon completely, reading the books there and keeping them in mind will broaden your knowledge. And that knowledge will someday become the basis that will make your magic flourish. Acreon contains magic from the ancient era, and the texts of the sages, those who were the greatest of their era. Then, perhaps, Does Acreon contain works by wise Sienna? Of course. The red and green towers have books by wise Sienna, but Acreon contains witchcraft. It is a set, the original 3 volumes that wise Sienna poured her secrets into in her later years. Considered the greatest magical text in Aratha's history. No copies of witchcraft exist outside of Acreon. Only the first volume is currently accessible, but that alone will give you enough knowledge to render most other books useless. When I first read the first volume of witchcraft, I realized that the magic I had spent my life learning was child's play. There's no guarantee this letter of recommendation will equate to access to Acreon. But I wanted to have your opinion on the matter. Would it be okay if I wrote the letter of recommendation? Obviously. Why bother asking? I'm grateful. But I worry that my lack of skill may make it troublesome for you. Ha! Don't worry. This wouldn't cause me much trouble. He said he would write me a recommendation. He wouldn't take it back if he were to get upset, right? There's no way a tower master would be that petty. Now's the time to ask. Loberian. I wanted to ask you something about Iode. This is something I heard when I first arrived at Arath. I heard that Iode hasn't been studying magic. Instead, he spends his time with succubi in the shady streets. Oh, that reaction. Loberian was definitely aware of Iode's behavior. I'm unsure how to explain it to you. That is true. I've warned him several times. But I wasn't able to stop him. In the past, many people have died to succubi by having all their essence sucked away. But when Helmuth opened its borders, the demons completely changed their attitude. That goes for succubi as well. They still suck the essence of people, but they don't kill anyone. The Queen of Nightmares in Helmuth strictly forbids it. But that doesn't justify my brother's actions. No, of course not. Please try to consider his position. Iode left for Arath 4 years ago. He arrived with great expectations, but his own talent couldn't live up to them. He underwent many hardships. We tried our best to lead him further, but we weren't able to do much. But Iode cannot be free from expectations, due to his family name. The pressure on him must have kept increasing, day after day. I thought it would be okay for him to release some of his stress. Once in a while. I warned him not to become too entranced. Without it, he would have broken down much earlier. It's understandable. I know how it can be from spending 4 years with the main family, the moody Theones and the plotting Anicilia. Seal and Kian, with both ambition and talent. Iode has always felt pressured, living amongst them. The reason that he stays at the magic tower, despite receiving nothing but mockery, is because even that would be better than returning to the family. I understand he has an unfortunate story. But a succubus is too far. They might smile now, but they're demons. They can never truly mix with humans. I need to see with my own eyes what the succubi are doing to Iode. Night of a full moon, Bolero Street. So. Why did I need to use disguise magic again? Word of a Lionheart entering an illegal street openly would give us a bad name. I guess you're right. Are you in? How did you know? I'll give you the signal as soon as I find Iode. This communicator only connects through Bolero Street. Can you locate him? Won't that idiot? I mean, my brother, use disguise magic as well. Iode doesn't use disguise magic. He also always wears the same robes, so finding him shouldn't be too hard. Damn you, Iode. Do you enjoy the attention you get because of your identity? If he were my son, I'd beat the bad habits out of him. Didn't you say you had some other business here? I'll take care of that myself. Let's get to the auction first. Bolero Street has countless auctions, but all of them have the same rule. Blind bidding aside from your companions, everyone is in an individual room, and people cannot check to see who else is participating. There are 3 buttons. Press the one in the middle if you wish to participate, the right button if you want to raise your bid, and the left button if you need any further assistance. Please enjoy your experience. I thought you'd be uninterested in this kind of thing. I need to kill some time and I'm also curious about what might come out. Thank you for coming to this auction house on the night of the beautiful full moon. Our auction primarily deals with rare magical materials. Those from Helmuth are of especially high quality. The first item is the Horn of Balarex. We.LL start the bidding at 10 million sell. Root of the Mandrago, the fruit of Proxia. Oh, this is a live Taraz spider. This spider's poison. Are you sure the giant's testicles are here? They are. I've heard that they'll be here for sure. The next item is a metal that we still have not identified. It's a pain that we haven't been able to sell it for quite some time. Maybe one of our visitors today will have an insight into the value of this metal. It's a rather long description, but that's probably because it hasn't sold despite being here a long time. This metal was found in the Khazard region. It emits a beautiful light when it's exposed to moonlight. But to be honest, it doesn't do anything else. It's so hard that we cannot change its shape. Nor does it accept any mana. We believe it might be a good choice as a decoration, for those with bedroom windows. The light is beautiful, after all. We'll start at 1 million cells. Eugene. Oh. Are you bidding? 1 million cells. To think. I would find it in a place like this. The fated blade. Destruction that has taken the form of a sword. A weapon never written of in history. The moonlight blade. Here is your item. Why'd you buy something so useless? It's indisputable. This is a fragment of the moonlight blade. Khazard, the place where they found this fragment, was where we discovered the moonlight blade in my previous life. We found it in one of the deepest dungeons there. Did Vermouth return the blade to where it once was when he left Helmuth? The moonlight blade is too dangerous. That accursed blade refused to accept anyone but Vermouth as its wielder, and brought forth ominous destruction whenever it was swung. Because he didn't want it to be used again. I was hoping there might be some remnants of energy left, but this fragment holds no power now. It lacks the ominous feel it had before, and remains silent. I'm leaving. HM. Are you done? Yeah, I'll leave my card so that you can borrow some money to buy the giant's testicles. This is it. Are you a customer? Demons. It's my first time seeing one after my reincarnation. I'd have killed them on sight in my previous life. I want to take a look inside. The entrance fee is 2 million sell. Additional fees are charged depending on the duration and type of dream. Will you enter? Please, enjoy your stay. Iode. I can't see him here. Where do I go for dreams? Are you in a hurry? Hey cutie. It's your first time here, right? Dreams are in the room downstairs, but you should drink first. If you have a few drinks, you'll be able to speak of what you really desire. I'm fine on drinks. I'll head down now. Shy to say it out here. Then let's head to the bedroom first. Scary. It's my first time doing this kind of thing. No need to worry, I'm just taking a little essence. You'll just be a little tired tomorrow. This is the layout of the corridors. I'm ready. I'll sleep at home, so I'll just pay for what I drank earlier. No need to give me change. Okay. What's wrong with this guy? Where do I leave? I'll escort you. There's a corridor that leads to a nearby restaurant. Did you have a nice dream? Get me the best food you have. Add a bunch of meat. He's here. Iode, you motherfucker. That bastard Iode. How could the eldest son of the Lionheart family not just fool around with a succubus, but also receive a demon support? Where's he going? Hey, kiddo. This isn't a store, get lost. What's this place for then? Just get lost. You think I'm joking. It does sound like you are joking. Why you crazy bastard. I'll kill you. Now tell me. What's this place do? What? They are all unconscious. It'd be faster for me to take a look myself. Is this smoke because of the drugs? I get that he needs to take a break, but this isn't the way to go about it. That bastard Iode, he's messing with drugs as well. Who? Who are you? How did you get in? There should have been guards outside. Wow. A human, a beast man, and a demon getting along well and doing drugs together, huh? That's literally racial harmony right there. Get rid of him. Cook. Where's Iode? You don't need to say anything. I'll just find him myself. I searched through the rooms on the first and second level, but he's not there. The only place left is the third level. There's only one room on the third level, and Iode's in there. This sure works well. Even though it's just a fragment, the Moonlight Sword's characteristic of not absorbing mana is still in effect. That was dark magic, wasn't it? That magic was meant to kill him, but some kind of defense mechanism blocked it. What the hell is that? Don't get involved with dark magic. Gilad Lionheart gave me a stern warning about this. Yet his own son. Vermouth's own bloodline. Hey, I won't chase you if you run away now. Get the fuck out of my sight. The white flames flying like a lion's mane. Could it be? The demons that brought Iode in. Come at me. Cook. Eugene Lionheart. Is that you? Since you know, get out of my way. Sir Eugene. Let me explain. Cook. He won't stop. Then, die. GGGH. This crazy. How can he block that so easily? I'm gonna die. Stay still. I'll slice your throat if you try anything. It's a goblet used for rituals. What's inside the goblet? That's a unicorn's heart. A unicorn. Unicorns have such strong mana and divine power that they're often dubbed divine water. If used as a sacrifice, one's heart would be far more valuable than a human's. Are you trying to write a contract with a demon king? How could I dare start a contract with one of the demon kings? It's with Helmut's Baron Ulfar. Who's that? Duchess Noir Jabella's incubus subordinate. The Night Witch Queen Noir Jabella. That damned succubus has lived for 300 years. Currently, Helmut is a nation ruled through incarceration and destruction. She's no match for a demon king, but considering Night Witch Queen, she's strong enough to be called a duchess. So, Iode wants to make a contract with a mere duchess's incubus, one of Noir Jabella's subordinates. He's even sacrificing a unicorn's heart while drugged and drunk out of his mind. Do I understand correctly? The money for the unicorn heart was also given to me by Sir Iode. I couldn't reject Sir Iode's request. I mean his order. I'm sure you couldn't. You were probably so overjoyed, no? The eldest of the Lionheart family was giving you money and asking to initiate a contract with your master. If that contract was made, you'd have received a shit ton of power from that bastard Ulfar. Perhaps the Noir bitch might have made a contract with you, too. It was because of your greed that you wanted to initiate the contract, so stop blaming others and shut your mouth if you don't want to die. Get up, you son of a bitch. Eugene. Have you come to your senses now, brother? Eugene. Why? Are you here? I followed you. You know, I heard you were having a hard time, so I tried my best to understand, okay? Your situation is pretty fucked up, so I tried to understand that you want to have sweet little breaks. But you shouldn't be getting your hands on dark magic. As one of the Lionheart family's direct descendants. As the successor in line. You dare try to make a contract with the demons. And with an incubus at that. That's not something I could control. Va. What do you mean it's not something you could control, you insane bastard? Do you know what happens when you get into dark magic because of a contract with the demons? Your soul becomes the demon's possession. If it tells you to die, you have to die, and if it tells you to kill, you have to kill. Did you think this was a problem only you'd have to deal with? If you became a dark mage, you'd be shaming the entire family. That's not all. What if the demon you signed a contract with ordered you to kill your parents and siblings and steal the Lionheart treasures? They said there's no need to follow every order. I promise to not follow any orders that went against my ethics. Promise. With that incubus bitch. Do you think the demons are dragons or elves? Piosaraskins.com promises mean nothing to them. No need to follow every order. That's correct, if you're willing to risk death to disobey orders. But you. Could you really do that? You couldn't even get your shit together and tried to escape reality using alcohol and dreams. You. What? What do you even know for you to insult me like this? Oh, right. So you have your own problems, huh? Azurescans.com tell me then, brother. Damned Reincarnation Adaption. Park Jung-jeol script. Kiki original. Wooden horse. You don't know what it was like for me. Since 4 years ago, you've been getting all the attention. As the adopted son of the direct family, you got all of father's. All of the patriarch's support. You don't know anything. You make it sound like you've been discriminated against. You got the same support as I did. And you got an opportunity to become the Magic Tower Master's disciple in Arath. No, you inherited the White Flame method. Do you get it now? The reason I'm better isn't because the patriarch discriminated against you, I was just born better. Talent isn't something I can get. Piosaraskins.com. It's not just talent. I was born better, but I also trained hard. Cyan and Seal are also training their hardest back at the main house while you're drunk on dreams with alcohol and drugs in Arath. Do you really think you can become the patriarch just by earning park magic power? I don't want to be the Lionheart patriarch. I don't. I'm gonna become a dark mage and go to Helmut. In that place of freedom, I will be recognized for my What the hell did you just say, Lionheart? Vermouth, the Great's descendant. Recognized by the demons in Helmut. Do you want the demons to recognize you more than your own family? Do you really think they'll recognize your value? I think you're misunderstanding something, brother. Other than being the first son of Lionheart, you have no value at all. I don't need to listen to you any longer. You can talk to Sir Roberian. Take him. Red Magic Tower Master. I didn't do it. I didn't get into dark magic. But you tried to, Sir Iode. You've shamed the Lionheart name. You've insulted Lord Gillard who trusted me to take care of you. You've also insulted the mages in the Red Magic Tower who taught you, and you've insulted me, who tried to accommodate you. And no. That's not what I meant to do. If you make any more excuses, I'll be made to enforce the punishment for such insults. I'd like to. Please, say nothing. If you really wish to make excuses, don't make them to me, but to Lord Gillard and Lady Theonis, the ones who sent you here. Let's head back. After midnight that day, Roberian called Gillard and Theonis to Arath. As well as one other person. Nice to meet you. I am Balzac Ludbeth, Dark Magic Tower Master Balzac Ludbeth. Balzac Ludbeth. He's held the Dark Magic Tower Master position for decades, and is one of the 3 legendary dark mages to have signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. You dare sit there. Please calm down, Miss Theonis. The Dark Magic Tower Master isn't related to this incident. Didn't you say he tried to introduce Iode to dark magic? But now you're saying the Dark Magic Tower isn't involved. Are you expecting me to believe that? The Dark Magic Tower doesn't manage all the dark mages in Arath. The dark mage responsible for this unfortunate incident is known as Jevid. He doesn't belong to the Dark Magic Tower. He's with the Mage Guild. Even so, the Dark Magic Tower wasn't involved in the incident this time around. So why is the Black Tower Master here right now? It's actually to take some form of responsibility. A few centuries ago, just learning black magic in and of itself would lead to one being treated like a criminal and executed. But after Vermouth the Great reached an agreement with the Demon King of Incarceration, people are allowed to learn black magic if they wish to. The present is different. Introducing black magic and initiating contracts are both no longer considered crimes. I simply wanted to respect the wishes of the Lionheart family. That isn't pleasant to hear. It sounds like you're humbling yourself, even though you don't need to for the sake of the Lionheart family's dignity. Yes, that's right. But because I don't wish to become enemies with the Lionheart family because of this incident, I'm here to take responsibility. The drug crimes will be judged by Aratha's laws. Everyone at the drug den will be imprisoned in Aratha's jails and there will be sanctions imposed on the succubi as well. What responsibility are you trying to assume, then? I will cut the head off of Baron Hoin-Olfer, the incubus who contracted with Jevid and tried to contract with Sir Iode. The Demon King of Incarceration has something to say. The Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration is greatly displeased that Vermouth's family, who are beloved by him, have become the target of objections. That's why he's decided to cut off Hoin Ulfer's head. The Demon King of Incarceration. That bastard. Said Vermouth's family was beloved by him. Patriarch, this probably won't appease your anger. I'd like to bow and offer my apologies once again. But please be aware that the Dark Magic Tower and the Demon King of Incarceration are trying to appease the Lionheart family's displeasure. With that, I look forward to meeting all of you again in a friendlier atmosphere. Eugene. I'm sorry, but could you leave the room? Yes. It seems we've committed a grave mistake against you, Sir Robespierre. This is all due to my negligence. Not at all. It's because I was too harsh on Sir Iode. I will bring Iode back to the main family's residence. There's no need to bring him back to the main family's residence, is there? It's not like Iode has totally fallen to dark magic. He just tried it a bit. Since he's made this mistake once, he won't do it again. I'm sure he'll see this incident as a lesson and work even harder, so I won't change my decision. Even though Iode is my son, what he's done has indeed sullied the family's name. I can no longer allow him to stay in Arath. But there's no place for him back at the main family's residence. Cyan and Seal are at the main family's residence. While Iode was in Arath, both of them were acknowledged by the main family's members. There's no place for Iode back at the main family's residence. He must stay in Arath, no matter what. You only doted upon that damn Anisilla, you've done nothing for Iode. Her children, and that adopted son who's not blood-related to you at all. Is that really what you think? I gave the children whatever they wanted without discrimination. I sent Iode here to Arath because he wanted to learn magic. If you really cared for Iode, you should have done whatever it took to make him Sir Robespierre's pupil. If you were worried that Iode might stray, you should have sent someone who could monitor and rein him in. Please. Just stop. Stop humiliating the Lionheart family and me any more than you have. Shame. Stop being absurd. I'm the one who'll die of humiliation. If he goes back to the main family's residence now, if you insist on bringing Iode back, I'll take him to my parents' place instead. I won't allow him to stay at the main family's residence. I'd rather let him learn magic at my parents' place without being suppressed. If that's really what you want. If that's what Iode wants. Then do as you please. Eugene Lionheart, can we talk for a moment? We weren't able to have a proper conversation because of the situation at hand. Sir Eugene, I don't want to have a proper conversation with the Dark Magic Tower Master. I can see you don't really like me. Not just you, I hate all dark mages. Is that so? I understand. It's already been 300 years, but the attitude toward it still isn't great. It's upsetting for me given I myself am a dark mage. It's a bit embarrassing for me to say it, but I haven't done anything bad. You can hate dark magic, but please don't hate me. Ahem ahem. I've heard about you. Your performance at the blood succession ritual was famous years ago, and recently you've done great with magic, and even received a recommendation for Acreon. I couldn't tell you this in there, but within the responsibilities I agreed to take on, there's something that benefits you. What are you talking about? It's hard to gain the right to enter Acreon with just a recommendation from the Red Magic Tower. Other Magic Tower masters and mages will reject it, saying you're not qualified. So, as the Black Magic Tower Master, I will write a recommendation for you. Sir Eugene, how come? Why would you go to that extent? I'm interested in your talents. And to be honest, I don't have a great relationship with the Red Magic Tower Master. I don't bear him any ill will, but he hates me just because I'm a dark mage. If I support his recommendation as a fellow Magic Tower Master, at the very least he won't hate me, don't you think? And I'll make a good impression on the Lionheart family, too. That doesn't mean I'll be friendly with you, though. If you do write it, I'll take it. It's enough that you won't hate me any more than you do right now. That was all I wanted to say. Sorry for holding you back. Were you really not involved in the issue with my brother? I'm very proud to be a dark mage. An unskilled dark mage, shame. Park magic with their existence. Even if that person was the Lionheart, I wouldn't give them an opportunity unless they were very talented. Was that reply to your satisfaction? Iode, pathetic bastard. A unicorn's heart. Eugene, you can have the unicorn's heart. You stopped Iode's shameful behavior, so you deserve an appropriate reward. There are several methods for using a unicorn's heart, but taking the mana from the heart, that's the easiest and most convenient thing to do. It's in good condition. Despite being a monster's heart, there are very few impurities. At this rate, I'll be a 4-star before I reach 20. Okay. The Lionheart family would faint if they heard that. In the Lionheart's 300-year history, no one has ever reached 4 stars before becoming an adult. The Patriarch and Kion are both 6 stars. Just having that 6-star status qualifies you as one of the top few strongest people in the nation. I'll put Hamel's everything into the white flame method Vermouth created. The giant's testicles. We're 30 million sell. You fucking. We have to hurry. If the money's not in by midnight, they'll be sold to the next bidder. Can't you just let them go? A black card. Is there any chance you wish to create a private account? If you make one, no. Let's go back. They said they'll bring them to where I'm staying once the money's been deposited. It's a chance for you to see a giant's testicles in real life. You want me to go all the way over there to see a giant's balls? Are you insane? Never mind. Let's go. I knew you were interested. If you want, I can share some of their essence with you. I'm not eating any. I'm not interested in the giant's testicles, but I am interested in the red flame method Gargus learned. I'll see for myself how different it is from the white flame method. Ha! Eugene. Could it be, perhaps, you? What? There's no way I was mistaken. That unnatural-looking light purple hair. That color is caused by tremendous mana. Senya. Scar. My beloved, Kaya. What should I say? Senya looks the same as she did 300 years ago. But I look completely different now. She won't recognize me. I'm actually Hamel, but I reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant. If I say that, she'll tell me to cut the bullshit. Even after 300 years, I'm sure her personality is still cranky and she still swears. Senya. A ghost. No, this is a hallucination made from magic. Found me. I found you too, Senya Merdane. Senya's alive. That's why she came to find me. How did she know? Did she remember my soul the same way Tempest did? Or was it because of my necklace? Senya knew about my reincarnation. But if she sent me a hallucination, that must mean she's in a situation that doesn't allow her to come to me physically. Then. Sealing. Did she do it to herself? Or did someone seal her? Maybe it was the demon king of incarceration. Either way, she can't come to me. I get it. You came to find me this time, so I'll come find you next. Eugene, why did you run off in such a hurry? None of your business. Let's head back. Che, you want me to show you the red flame method. You would have learned the white flame method at the main house. Why are you interested in the red flame method? I'm just curious. It's not difficult. Hub. I can, it's just a mental thing. Yeah. Do as you wish. Phew. Does the core also split with the red flame method? With the original red flame method taught by the main family, the core doesn't split, but my family has succeeded in increasing the stars of red flame method to 5 thanks to the efforts of our predecessors. As far as I know, there are only a few families who've attained 5 stars using the derivative flame methods taught to the branch families. I've also trained to increase my stars to 2. So Garja's family's red flame method is only 5 stars despite being one of the top branch families. Even after hundreds of years of development, the red flame method's limit is 5 stars. The white flame method is reserved solely for the main family, while the red flame method is taught to the other families. This is why the gap between the main and branch families will never be closed. But I don't get it. Vermouth wasn't this kind of petty bastard. I was gonna learn the red flame method if it had potential, but I guess there's no need. Nice. Are you leaving already? The giant's testicles are gonna be here soon. You can keep those to yourself. Red Magic Tower, Eugene's research room in the basement. It said Senya's final magic texts are in Acreon. Witchcraft. They must have some clues about Senya. Both Roberian and the Dark Magic Tower Master said they'd write me recommendations, so I can be optimistic about gaining entry to Acreon. You've waited 300 years. Just a bit more won't hurt, right, Senya? A mere touch with the moonlight sword breaks the structure of mana and disperses it. But with this tiny fragment, I won't be able to disperse high-class magic. I can still disperse lower-class magic, though. So let's have at it. If my mana doesn't break down from that fragment, that means that my mana's unity will become stronger than the limits of the white flame method. In his research room. Yes, continuous explosions and vibrations have been heard coming from there since a few days ago. I'll go check it out. I have to do a chore for the Red Magic Tower Master anyway. Sir Eugene. Are you Incy? Yes, Sir Eugene. Are you Oka? Phew. Yes, Sir Eugene. What have you been doing? I was training my mana. Along with magic training. Magic training. But there's no magic circle. And what's that? The walls and floors are all cracked and broken. But that fragment alone is fine. Like this. He's gotten faster. He's perfectly using his core like it's a circle, and his mana's unity is so strong. How is that a 1st circle's magic missile and fireball? Are you practicing warfare magic? I'm focusing more on just training the mana itself, and I've had some progress. At first, my magic was dispersed before it even really burst, but now I can force the dispersing mana to stay together to create an explosion nearby. That's great. I heard there were explosions coming from your research room, so I was worried you might injure yourself from training too hard. Did you come all the way down here because you were worried about me? Not just that, the Tower Master wants to see you. I see. No. Is he on the top floor? He's in the Royal Library, Acreon. Aratha's capital, Pentagon. The center of the pentagon shape created by the 5 magic towers. That's where Aratha's castle, Abram, is. Built in the middle of a great lake, Abram cannot be reached without a boat. Neither Pentagon's floating carriages, nor any kind of magic will take you across the lake. This is because of the demon sealing circle that surrounds the entire lake, and this gift that Senya gave to Aratha's royal family as a token of friendship has lasted even until now. Hundreds of years later. Crazy. I've come to understand a bit about magic since coming to Arath, but it doesn't feel possible to me that one can surround such a giant lake and the entire castle with a demon sealing circle. Do you want to visit Abram? I was just looking because it seems nice. It's not a place I can visit just because I want to. That's true. Only Magic Tower Masters and high nobility can enter Abram. Even the Magic Tower Masters can't use magic in Abram. The only ones who can are the royal family and the castle mages who have sworn absolute loyalty to them. Does that mean the Magic Tower Masters haven't sworn their loyalty to the royal family? They have, but they don't obey unreasonable orders. Magic Towers and Arath have a mutual cooperation agreement. It is the Parliament, not the castle, that holds a deep relationship with the Magic Towers. The castle has their own group of mages, so the Magic Towers mages are typically for the Parliament. Not that the mages are against each other or anything. The Blue Magic Tower Master, the Green Magic Tower Master, and the Mage Guild Master. If you can gain their recognition, you'll be able to gain entry into Acreon. I'll be going, then. Sir Eugene, don't be too nervous. And good luck. Yeah, thanks. I am Eugene Lionheart, captain of the castle's Mages Tremple Wizarder. Red Magic Tower Master Roberian Serpis. Green Magic Tower Master Generique Osman. Blue Magic Tower Master Hiradouth Kuzlan. White Magic Tower Master Melkith El Haya. Dark Magic Tower Master Balzac Tudbeth. Mage Guild Master Edgar Gyron. I've been hearing your name for years. I've always thought that I'd love to meet you. Aratha's first successor in fine Hanine Abram. I've heard about Hanine. The first successor in line and the genius that reached fifth circle before reaching adulthood. Eugene Lionheart, I've heard plenty about you, but the Dark Magic Tower Master and Red Magic Tower Master here have been aggressively advocating for you. I'm aware you're a talented individual, but aren't swordsmanship and magic two very different things? He's only 17. A kid like him who's only just gotten into magic received an Acreon recommendation. No way. There has to be something behind this. The Red Magic Tower Master is an old friend of the Lionheart Patriarchs, and the Dark Magic Tower Master probably wants to get close to the Lionhearts. To cover up his shame from the recent incident. I understand. Then what must I do here to gain entry into Acreon? You need to show us your magic. The noble and wise mages here will analyze your magic. Originally, you'd also have to show us your dissertations and other research, but I assume you don't have anything like that. I'll be starting. Then, hold. He didn't separate his core and circle. Instead, he combined multiple cores to form a circle. Eugene Lionheart has only been training his mana for 4 years. He's definitely talented at managing his mana, but that's not enough. There's a big difference between managing mana well and understanding magic. He switched to a different magic spell smoothly, and didn't even have to chant any spells out loud. He must perfectly understand the magic he's using to be able to do that. Can you use both magic and your sword aura together? How about it? His circle is still intact. He's using his core as a circle, but it still functions as a core should. What do you think? We'll need to talk about it. Of course. Sir Eugene, could you please step out for a bit? Yes. Red Tower Master, are you sure you didn't guide him in any way? I've told you multiple times. Sir Eugene has received guidance from no one, he's only read the Red Magic Tower's introductory magic texts to study magic on his own. Is it possible to read only introductory magic texts and achieve an understanding of magic at that level? He's a Lionheart of the Keel Empire. Isn't it known throughout the continent a descendant of Vermouth the Great? How great their blood is. I could sense Eugene Lionheart was a genius. What do you think? The magic the little Lionheart kid showed us just now. It was first circle, but its power definitely exceeded that of a first circle. You all felt that, right? The mana's purity, the preciseness of its arrangement. We'll have to check. What was especially surprising was the unity of his mana. But I don't think even a fourth circle level of dispelling would deactivate that kid's magic. He's too young, though. I must admit he's a genius, but there's no need to hurry since he's so young. Considering Acreon's prestige, I don't think it'd be an issue to have the Red Tower Master teach him for a few years until he's undeniably fit for Acreon, then grant him entry into Acreon. I believe it'd be good to think of it as an investment. 17 years old, talented, a Lionheart. He's young, and while his skills definitely aren't enough just yet, he has limitless potential. We're already on friendly terms with the Lionheart family. But separate from that, we can do Eugene Lionheart a favor as an individual, and invest in him. One of the twins, Cyan Lionheart, will be the patriarch. Technically, Iode Lionheart is the rightful successor, but considering his recent shameful event and his inferiority, he won't win the fight for the patriarch position. Even if he can't become a patriarch, Eugene Lionheart's foothold in the main family shouldn't be understated. That's right. Eugene Lionheart will have to leave the main family at some point. If he gets married and has children, it is the Lionheart custom to move out of the main family residence. We should invite him to Arath when that happens. He'll be skilled enough in a few years, so if he doesn't forget the favor we did him, he'll be a dependable ally in time. Sir Eugene is also said to have shown he was greatly skilled in the blood succession ritual 4 years ago. Even the Lionheart family has recognized that potential in him. With the added support of Arath, he might become the second coming of Vermouth the Great from 300 years ago. Haha, you seem to be heaping on the praise for him. Balzac Ludbeth, are your statements absolutely yours and yours alone? What do you mean? The Demon King of Incarceration that you have a contract with. I'm just curious whether he holds any influence over your words. Ha ha ha. The Demon King of Incarceration is occupied with Helmuth's business. Besides, if I were speaking for the Demon King of Incarceration, I'd have behaved a little differently. I would have been far more determined and used my power. Your power. My apologies if I sounded a bit aggressive. But I simply mean I am the most devoted when it comes to the wishes of the Demon King. Let's not stray from the topic. It doesn't seem like we'll be coming to an agreement any time soon, so why don't we just vote? The longer we take, the more bored that kid will be. That'd be for the best. I'll go first, then. I agree. Granting Eugene Lionheart entry into Acreon. The Royal Library Acreon doesn't only contain magic texts of varying values, it contains texts left behind by many legendary mages who left their marks on the history of magic on each of its floors. The walls are crammed with Aratha's history. It's a library, but it's more like a museum. Acreon has 15 stories. Out of those, Senya's texts should be on floors 12 to 15. Kid. White Magic Tower Melkith El Haya, the best spiritualist of this time period. The person who signed 2 contracts simultaneously with 2 spirit kings for the first time in history. She's considered a great mage for her normal magic, even without her spiritual magic. Are you done talking? Yes, it's over. If we had to reach a unanimous agreement, it would have taken days. So we just voted. 5 people agreed to allow you entry into Acreon, while 2 disagreed. And 1 was neutral. So, the majority agreed with it. Then, can I now go to the upper floors? You can. But don't you want to know who agreed and who didn't? How lame. I'll just tell you. I was neutral. But I'm not disagreeing with your entry. I just figured I'd be swept up into an argument if I voiced my opinion. You see their faces, right? They all look pissed. We decided based on votes, but they're gonna have another argument, it'll just be in a different place. HMP, did you see the blue magic tower master shake his head? He agreed. Unexpected, huh? He was very expressive of his contempt as soon as you entered the room. I think he was gonna disagree at first, then changed his mind. Then, ta-da! Who do you think are the two who disagreed? I told you I don't care. It was the Green Magic Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master. Why are you telling me when I said I don't care? Are you sure you're 17? Your reaction's so boring. Don't you get mad or pissed off? Like, how dare they reject a Lionheart or something? No. I'll be off, then. Wait. The sword on your hip. It's Windstorm Sword Whinnied, right? The sword blessed by the King of Wind Spirits. Why? Well, I've always wanted to sign a contract with him, but he doesn't come no matter how many times I call upon him. I tried real hard, you know. I asked the King of Thunder Spirits and the King of Earth Spirits as well, but they said the King of Wind Spirits won't sign a contract with anyone. I even sent a letter to the Lionheart main residence, but apparently, they never lend their family treasures to outsiders. They treat me like I'm gonna steal Whinnied and vanish. I just wanna use it to sign a contract. Why do they have to act like that? I can't lend you Whinnied, regardless of what you tell me. It's technically not mine. I'm just borrowing it with the Patriarch's permission. It's okay, I won't tell anyone. You just have to lend it to me for a bit. It won't take long either. A day at most. You can watch if you want. The King of Wind Spirits, Tempest, has a heavy ass, so he hasn't come out when I've tried to call on him during the last 4 years. I guess I can't do it with the mana I have right now. But if it's the White Magic Tower Master, the sole spiritualist who signed contracts with 2 spirit kings at once. If she uses Whinnied as the catalyst, Tempest might respond. But there's no need to accept her offer right now, however good it may be. If I let her desperation build, she might give me something. Where do I get the entry card? I'll guide you. This is an Acreon entry card. It's just an ID with my seal. The Mage King who established Arath, the Battle Mage who's called the Father of Battle Magic, and Senya the Great, their familiar spirits are here, too. Your reactions are so boring. I thought you were interested in Senya. Weren't you looking for her floors earlier? On the first day you arrived in Arath, you also toured her mansion. And last time, you met a friend from an indirect branch at Merdane Square. How do you know so much? I guess you're not aware, but you're super famous. I'm sure I am. You're kind of an asshole. When are you gonna lend me Whinnied? I'm not. Do you see the hole next to the door? If you put your ID there, the elevator will open. Yes. You're going to the 12th floor, right? See, you really like Madame Senya. I don't. You're not gonna wait for me, are you? I don't have that much time on my hands. I wanted to come with you, but then you might get embarrassed. The shock when coming across part of the truth for the first time. It's a spell that leaves a very strong first impression. Maybe you should take a diaper with you. Why? You might shit yourself. Have fun. Welcome to Senya's Hall, Sir Eugene Lionheart. Senya, are you? Senya, nope. I'm a familiar spirit in charge of managing Senya's Hall. Acreon even has Senya the Wise's familiar spirit. Is this her? How do you know my name? You called me Eugene Lionheart just now. You just registered your name on the first floor of Acreon. Ah, right. It's not just me. All the familiar spirits here are synced with Acreon's magic system. We know at all times who's entered and left. What should I call you? Madame Senya used to call me Mare. Is that perhaps the Mare from her surname Merdane? Yes. It's a cool and honorable name. She made a familiar spirit that looks exactly like her and named her after her own surname. What is she planning? I don't know much about this, but are familiar spirits usually as human-like as you are? No, the familiar spirits on the other floors don't look like me, but I'm special. My creator was Senya the Wise, a friend of Vermouth the Great. I was made with Madame Senya's personality as a base. Roberian told me at the blood succession ritual that making a living thing. I thought making a living thing was forbidden. I'm not alive. I don't have the soul like all living beings should have. My body was made from Madame Senya's magic, and my consciousness is there. What is that? A good question. That's the essence of magic that Madame Senya spent her whole life on, witchcraft. Witchcraft. The magic text split into 3 parts, high, intermediate, and low, that Senya finished right before she retired. But how is that a book? It's prejudice to think that all books should look like books. What kind of bullshit? Of course you don't understand. There's no way you would understand when even the Magic Tower Masters have failed to understand Madame Senya's magic. Full of pride, with a grin that's more like a sneer, and a condescending attitude to boot. She really does perfectly take after Senya's personality. Did Madame Senya have the same personality as you until her end? No, she changed. The personality mine was based on was from Madame Senya's younger years. Madame Senya became much more elegant and refined. She didn't smile much, focusing only on researching magic and developing it. Really? What do you mean when you say, your consciousness is in witchcraft? My consciousness is comprised of the spells in witchcraft, and the purpose of my existence is to protect and manage witchcraft. I've been managing this hall for 200 years under Madame Senya's orders. You wouldn't know where and why Madame Senya retired, right? Of course not. Her students, the mansion servants, and even I, her retirement was very sudden and discreet. Don't know anything about her retirement. Even then, the King of Arath, the Magic Tower Masters of that time, the Mage Guild Master, and countless other mages interrogated me about Madame Senya's whereabouts. I told them I didn't know anything, but they refused to believe me. Those unqualified bastards got into witchcraft to look through my memories. Their skills must have been lacking because once every few decades they'd come running to check again. Looking through Mare's memories isn't just to find Senya's whereabouts. However much the mages of Arath respected Senya, with a material in front of them perfect for experimenting, any mage would want to dissect it. I heard that the only public witchcraft in Acreon is the High One. Are the other 2 here as well? No, that's definitely the original witchcraft, but Madame Senya extracted the intermediate and low ones from that original. She then donated the original, with only the high part left over, to Acreon. You sure are interested in Madame Senya. Who wouldn't be? Vermouth the Great's Lionheart family. It's my first time seeing his descendant, so I'm intrigued. That's true, but you're not even traditionally a mage. From what I know, after returning to Arath, Madame Senya did not meet with the Lionheart family even once. Not with Sir Vermouth either. According to Lionheart's records, Vermouth didn't meet with his friends ever again after returning from Helmut. Senya, Anise, moron. The reason they all met up again was because of Vermouth's funeral. Even if that bastard Vermouth wasn't sociable, the fact that he didn't meet up with anyone after coming back from Helmut and establishing the Lionheart family name is weird. Did Madame Senya ever talk about her companions? And said that Madame Anise was like a snake. She called Sir Moron a dumbass. What about Hamel? Idiot, piece of shit, retard, fucking bastard. Didn't you say earlier Madame Senya was elegant and refined? An elegant and refined person can still swear. Whenever Madame Senya talked about her companions, she looked like she was going to cry. Especially when talking about Hamel, she suffered the most. What did Madame Senya say about Sir Vermouth? About Sir Vermouth. This portrait is the same as the one in her mansion. The smile in this portrait is fake. Madame Senya never smiled like that, not even once. When I held conversations with her to replicate her personality, I asked her about it once. Why are you leaving a portrait of you smile if you're always sad? It's better to leave behind a smiling face rather than a sad face if people are gonna see it for generations. I can't leave Acreon, and I never have, so I haven't seen it for myself. But I know there's a similar portrait in Madame Senya's mansion. This portrait her smile was painted by the artist without her asking for it, so Madame Senya didn't really like it. Still, it's as she said, it's better to see a smiling face. Don't cross the line, right? Sorry. I'm smaller than you, but I've been alive for 200 years. I don't want to be treated like a kid. Witchcraft isn't the only thing in Senya's hall. We have magic equipment she used to use, too. That staff is Madame Senya's favorite. Acacia. I knew you'd recognize it. There's a fairy tree said to only grow in the Great Samar Forest, the homeland of elves. Acacia is the world's most powerful magic staff, made from the roots of the 1,000-year-old tree in the center of the forest. The elves believe the tree holds the spirits of their ancestors, and that it's holding up the world. Those mighty elves cut one of the tree's roots. Do you get what I'm saying? To make a staff as a gift for Madame Senya. Senya's neither an elf nor a half-elf, but a human. But she was involved with elves a lot. Senya didn't know who her parents were. She was abandoned in the Great Samar Forest, a great jungle in the southern region of the continent. An elf that was passing by heard her cries and raised Senya. That's how Senya came to grow in the elves' dominion. The elves there weren't too fond of Senya, but after realizing she was greatly talented, they recognized Senya and taught her elven magic. Madame Senya is the first to own a staff made from that tree's roots. And that's not all. The red jewel on the end of the staff. That's a dragon heart. Right. There are only 2 magic staves in the world that used a dragon heart as an ingredient. Madame Senya's Acacia and Blood Mary. The person who currently has Blood Mary is one of the 3 dark mages who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration, Count Edmund Kodrith of Helmut. 300 years ago, Blood Mary's owner was a lich called Belial, and he's the one who killed me. He was a subordinate of the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration was incomparably difficult to fight compared to the other Demon Kings. The demons there were all strong enough to be compared to the other Demon Kings. 3 of them were especially strong. The dagger, shield, and staff of incarceration. When I defeated the shield of incarceration, I sustained a serious injury. By the time my fight with Belial, the staff of incarceration, was over, there was a large hole in my chest. Can I hold it? But you won't be able to use magic with it. Acacia only recognizes Madame Senya as its owner. After Madame Senya retired, many mages tried to become its owner, but no one was able to gain its recognition. Really? Acacia won't even accept the mana I'm pouring in. I thought maybe I'd be recognized by Acacia since I saw Senya's apparition. That bastard Senya, she should have left me Acacia instead of some necklace. You must really like Madame Senya. I wouldn't call it liking her. Liar. Your eyes sparkle whenever you talk about her, and you were super focused when you were looking at her things. I just like old stories. Really? Then you'll like that book, too. Warrior Vermouth's Great Adventures. It's a famous picture book, right? Madame Senya didn't like to talk about what happened in Helmut, so this book is the first book that told the world Vermouth the Great's legends. Not that damn book. What? Why? Because I like Sir Hamel the best and respect and revere him the most. Yet in this book, they make Sir Hamill seem like he's fucking useless. This book's the original version, so it's a bit different from the versions that are out there today. This book was first published 300 years ago, in Arath. Though it's unknown who the author was. Is the story different in the original? Gimme. Hamill was a fucking idiot. That fucking idiot challenged Vermouth to a fight the first time they met. But he face-planted and cried without even being able to touch Vermouth. I might have face-planted, but I did touch him. I did make him bleed a drop. Did Annis write this? If you like Hamill the Foolish, you might like this, too. Ha. Follow me. This is. These are memories Madame Senya extracted and left personally. They're not like portraits, but real memories of Madame Senya's colleagues. Vermouth the Great there, that handsome man standing in the middle is. Next to him, the woman who's smiling so deeply with her eyes that you can't see her pupils is Annis the Faithful, Moron the Brave. The one who could be confused for either a human or a troll is. And there, the man who looks like a troublemaker is Hamill the Foolish. Even though this is commonplace, not a single memory of Hamill's life was left behind. You can only see Hamill's appearance in Senya's hall. He's good-looking. Right. Vermouth was pretty handsome. I'm not talking about that old man, I'm saying Hamill is good-looking. Are you insane? Of course the old man is good-looking, but so is Hamill. It's like he has the charm of a wild beast. I'm just saying. The traces of Madame Senya that have been preserved are on floors 12 to 14, so what's on the top floor? The 13th floor contains research notes and memoirs of Madame Senya's plans from when she was creating Acreon. You, Sir Eugene, wouldn't be able to understand them. The 14th floor has magic books that also contain research. They would also be difficult for you to understand, but since they have explanations, they would be better than the research notes. Even so, would they be better to read than witchcraft? Of course not. It's hard to put into words, it'd be better if you read it yourself. Witchcraft is a method of optimizing mana from circle. With that, your magic power is amplified. A simplification of the technique for effectiveness, by omission of chanting. Materializing magic through a separation of consciousness. When unconscious, magic enters the body and is stored, and can be manifested differently depending on the situation. The most amazing thing about all this is the perfect drive of circle. Although most mages use circle these days, the method of circle magic in witchcraft is far superior to normal circle. It'll be easier for you to just think of it as using maximum mana to create the strongest power. Sorry, I don't understand a word you just said. Of course. If Sir Eugene could understand it after just listening to me, witchcraft wouldn't have been named the greatest magic book in history, no. So. What can I do to read it? Close your eyes and open your hand. Then, inject your mana into witchcraft. After that, you'll be able to read it. Do I really just pour my mana into this? Or will I have to apply mana to the circle, like when I use magic? Ha! This feels similar to a dream. But it's different. I'm stuck, as if I were experiencing sleep paralysis, and I'm not experiencing frightening hallucinations like I would if I were in a nightmare. I just feel completely powerless. A sea of mana. Did I do anything strange? Fainting immediately is already considered pretty strange. Don't worry. Many mages have pissed themselves after entering witchcraft, but you, Sir Eugene, just foamed at the mouth and fainted, which lasted for about 2 hours. The White Magic Tower Master, Melkith El-Haya, and the Blue Magic Tower Master, Hiradouth Auslan, both shit themselves. You might shit yourself. She wasn't just making fun of me, but speaking from experience. How was it, the experience of entering witchcraft? Difficult. It was hard to understand. And I still don't really get it. No, I feel like I vaguely get it, but I can't make up the rest with knowledge or theories. Seeing the drive of circle was interesting. Inside an enormous circle, countless circles were being created and split. I only know of it going up to 9 circles. As you've said, when Madame Senya first created the circle method of magic, she only had 9 circles. But Madame Senya continued to research magic and advance. Therefore, she managed to cross the limit she'd set for herself. Eternal Whole, the eventuality of circle magic that only Madame Senya has been able to reach. After witchcraft, many mages make it their goal to reach the Eternal Whole, but no one's been able to break past the 9th circle. If you can use mana without wasting a single drop, and control all the mana inside that enormous circle, the circle will divide and begin to rotate. That in itself is the perfect drive of circle. Although it's hard to create the Eternal Whole, it's actually quite easy to use it for magic. A fireball from the Eternal Whole is far more powerful than 9th circle hellfire. Not only that, you don't foolishly waste any mana, and the techniques aren't complicated. Do you get it now? The Madame Senya who created the Eternal Whole was completely unrivaled. Although there's no way to check, she absolutely could have killed the Demon Kings. After returning from Helmut, Senya didn't just play around. Perhaps she became a lot more powerful than from the days of fighting I remember. Even Anis, Moron, and Vermouth had all gotten stronger. But then, why didn't they try fighting the Demon King? Vermouth, you got here quick, huh? How was seeing Acreon's magic texts firsthand? I'm not really sure. I think with the knowledge I have right now, it'll take years just to understand a single book. Of course. The texts here are the essence of centuries of Aratha's magic. Kid, even if you're real smart, there's a limit to how much you can learn without a proper teacher. And that's why. If you just lend me your Winnied for a teensy bit, I'll help you understand 10 magic texts here. Isn't that a great deal? There's no need for it to be magic texts. You got anything else to offer? An item would be nice too. You know how to negotiate. How about a staff, then? You don't have one. A staff will help you easily control mana and simplify techniques. Really? Sir Eugene, I also have plenty of great staves. I can lend them to you whenever you'd like. Why are you butting in? You already have 2 contracts with Spirit Kings. Why are you so greedy? You tiny old. Is it because you think I'm gonna sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits and make a mess? Yes, hey. After being friends for decades, do you still not know me? I don't want anything to do with Aratha's politics or anything annoying like that. You say that, but who knows what you'll think once you have great power. I know what you mean, but I don't intend to change just because of power, even if I do sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. What? You swore on your mana, so I'll trust you. Alright then. You did it on your own too, you little snake. I thought about it, but I don't really want a staff. I wasn't gonna give it to you, kid. I just meant I'd lend it to you. I'm telling you this now, but I'll only let you use Winnied for a few days. If you're only gonna lend me an artifact of yours for a few days for that price, I'd rather not agree to this deal, you annoying little kid. A year for 1 day. So, 7 years for a week. Is this how badly you want to sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits? Of course. You might not know because you're a Lionheart, but to me and other spiritualists, the King of Wind Spirits is like a dream. Because Vermouth the Great signed a contract with him. HM. Sir Eugene, if you don't want a staff, you, stay quiet. The White Tower Master has a very precious and great artifact. I told you to be quiet. I'm very curious. It's something called a Cape of Darkness. Stop talking. Why are you so mad? From what I know, you haven't used that thing for 10 years. Do you know how much I went through to get that thing? Isn't it better to lend it to someone who needs it and get what you want, rather than keeping it as decoration when you don't even use it? What's a Cape of Darkness? It's outerwear for winter. It's just fluffy and warm. That's it. It's a cape that contains the highest level of space-time magic. It has a similar function to the Shield of Gaiden in the Lionheart Treasury. It directs attacks into the cape and can make them flow in another direction. It's not that great. You can't deflect the attack unless you perfectly calculate the spatial coordinates and guide the attack with mana. The exterior of the cape is enchanted with advanced defense magic too, so just wearing it will protect you from 5th circle attack magic. That also depends on how much mana the person wearing it has. There's also subspace magic in the cape. If you still use various weapons as you used to, you'll like it. You can store many weapons in the cape and use them when needed. You bastard. It sounds great. I'll take the Cape of Darkness instead of a staff. Not right now though. I have to ask the Patriarch. I haven't agreed yet. I guess that's too bad. Then. I used my brain too much while I was upstairs. I'm hungry. Sir Roberian, would you like to get food with me? The food tastes great, but the view is even better. Wow. Now that I think about it, I've never seen the view of Arath at night. Great. I'll call a carriage right away. Fine. You're still here. The Cape of Darkness. If you really want it, I'll lend it to you. No need to hurry. I told you I'd have to ask the Patriarch first. I thought that was a crow. Gilad wasn't opposed to lending Winnied. He just said a Lionheart supervisor needed to be present for Melkith to borrow Winnied. Is that the Cape of Darkness? It's cool, right? I think it'd look cooler on me, you little bastard. Don't be too mad. Wouldn't it better to be happy since we've agreed to this deal? So, who's the supervisor? I assume it won't be the Patriarch. The Patriarch's younger brother, Kion. And the Guardians of Lionheart. It's the first time we're lending out a Lionheart treasure. And to deal with Iot's problem, Guardians. Lionheart's hounds, right. The Guardians of Family Rules. Lionheart's Black Lions. They have many names, but as Melkith said, their role isn't too different from a hound's. They obey the Lionheart law more strictly than anyone else. A year ago, Kion joined the Black Lion Knight Order. It wasn't a great deal. If you're skilled enough and can prove your loyalty to the family, anyone of the Lionheart name can apply to the Black Lion Knight Order. The Lionheart main family's White Lion Knight Order serves only the main family, but the Black Lion Knight Order obeys any Lionheart. And behind the Knight Order is the Senate. Those who, regardless of branch, have etched their names into Lionheart history. The Black Lion Knight Order. I never saw them once in the 4 years I spent at the main family's residence. The Knight Order made up of the most loyal and superior Lionhearts. And the Senate behind them. I wonder how strong they are. What a pretentious entrance. I thought you respected Vermouth the Great. Kid, don't misunderstand. I respect him, but I don't really like the Lionheart family. I don't like that the main family suppresses the branch families, and I don't like the sneaky Senate and the Black Lion Knight Order either. You shouldn't show that you don't like them, though. If you really want to borrow Winnied, you should avoid doing anything to displease them. Are you telling me to kiss their asses? I'm giving them a fair deal. With this. Sniffle. With this beloved Cape of Darkness and Winnied. Alright. Don't get any snot on the cape. I have to wear it too. Seal. Why are you here? It's almost Mother's birthday, so I'm here to buy her gift. Plus, I was wondering how you were doing. Ah, really? Eugene. It hasn't even been that long since you last saw him. There's plenty of time, so let's get to the point for now. Who is that? He's very skilled. Seeing his posture and muscles. He uses a spear instead of a sword. It makes sense for a mage to be here, that one's a mage. Since this is about Winnied as well as Iod's problem. And behind him. Neither a sword nor spear. Her hand's been training for a long time. Is she a hand-to-hand combat fighter? Considering her outfit, she seems to be in the highest position. Has it been 20 years? I've heard, Roberian, that you're the Red Magic Tower Master now, right? I think I told you last time that I was going to be the Red Magic Tower Master soon. Really? It's been too long. I can't recall. I didn't really care either. You're Eugene Lionheart. Yes, I'm Carmen Lionheart. I'm a grand-aunt to you, but don't call me that. Ha, grand-aunt. Is she Gilead's aunt, then? Considering Roberian and Melkith, I'm not surprised she looks that young at her age. But someone like her came all the way here for this. The wind is cold. Let's talk inside. The 3rd Legion's vice-captain and from a branch family. Nathan Lionheart. Pauligo Lionheart. A mage. Also from the 3rd Legion. From a rare magic branch family, he's in charge of the deal with Melkith today. The Lionheart main family's windstorm sword Winnied, and the White Tower Master's artifact, Cape of Darkness. The deal is that, for each day you keep Winnied, Eugene gets to keep the Cape of Darkness for a year. Is that it? Yes. I've prepared the contract. In case Winnied is destroyed, pay the corresponding fees. What's this supposed to mean? What would happen if I destroyed Winnied? You'd have to pay with your life. Windstorm Sword Winnied is a treasure that we cannot put a monetary value on. If you want to borrow it, you have to risk your life. My life also has a value that can't be exchanged for money, though. Maybe to Arath, but not to the Lionhearts. Now. You don't need to put your life on the line. I respect you as a fellow mage myself. I don't think you'll make an amateur mistake like breaking Winnied during the process of forming a contract. Just hope something like that won't happen, but if Winnied is destroyed, we'll discuss the problem again at that time. So you'll have the right of control, then. If you don't like it, don't borrow Winnied. We don't need to lend you Winnied. If it weren't for the Patriarch, I wouldn't even have come here. Humph, someone might think you came here just for me. The real reason you're here is different, though. I'm here because of an important problem instead of this trivial matter. I promised to meet Balzac Ludbeth in an hour. I have to discuss Iod's matters and question the Dark Mage in Aratha's prison. Even if the Patriarch said to follow Aratha's laws, the Senate said otherwise. This incident has sullied the Lionheart name. The Dark Mage bastard has to pay for it. A pocket watch. I've never seen someone carry around such a heavy and inconvenient watch before. Why do you have a wristwatch if you're going to carry around a pocket watch? And why are you keeping a cigar in your mouth if you're not even going to smoke it? I've already gotten permission from Aratha's king and parliament. Isn't it much better for us to question him rather than make it difficult for both sides? She dodged my question. Permission. They must have paid the parliament a hefty amount of money they couldn't have rejected to allow the Lionhearts to question the criminal and punish him. So, what are you going to do about Winnied? There isn't much time. It'll take about 3 hours to use Winnied and sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. It'll take, at most, 2 months to get the cape back. I'll do it. What a nice design. I especially like the fur around the collar. It reminds one of the lion's mane from the lionheart symbol, but the color is a flaw. It would have been better if it were white like the flames of the white flame method. Or an ashen color. This color would look better on a black lion knight. Give it to her. She said she wants to try it on. She didn't say anything like that, though. She doesn't have to. Try it on. Not bad. It'd be better with lion decor on the chest, and a lionheart symbol on the back. Someone would think I'd given it to you. Don't be mistaken. I'm just lending it. Don't ruin my cape. It's about time. Let's go. Seal. Yes. I'll be waiting with Eugene. Right. Tell Cyan to get rid of the bunny ear porn magazine from under his bed. What? Nina knows about it, and I'm afraid by the time I come back, the maid uniforms are gonna include bunny ears. Sickening. I'll let Mother know. That's a bit. Why not just hint at it to him by saying bunny ears, ain't it? What kind of ears do you like then? Why's the topic changing to that? You said bunny ears, ain't it? That must mean you like some other type of ears. I like normal ears. Enough with this. Let's just go by the present. By the way, why do I have to come along to buy Lady Anasilla's present? I don't know what she likes. But I do. Just follow me. I don't need to come along if I'm just gonna follow you around. You're still an ass, huh? Are you gonna make me go around alone in a place I've never been to before? It's not like you're some stupid kid. You say that, but you're gonna come along anyway. I have to. I know you're gonna hold a grudge if I do a single little thing you don't like. Who's Hera? A woman. A mage in the red magic tower. Her name's Hera. What, did you think she'd be a man? You didn't come all the way over here just for presents, did you? What is it you want to do with Lady Carmen? You're quick to catch on to the most useless things. I'm trying to convince her to be my mentor. My brother's gonna be the patriarch anyway. I don't want to become patriarch. And my mother seems to want an arranged marriage for me. But I don't want that, either. I also don't want to stay cooped up in the main family's residence acting like a lady. So you want to join the Black Lion Knight Order? I can't right now, but I want to be taught by Lady Carmen. What is? That's good. That you're trying to do something yourself instead of just leeching off the family's money. How's Cyan? He talks about you often. He told me to find out how many stars you're at now for the white flame ritual. Same as when you left. He's still a 2-star, too. Did you hear about Iode? I only heard that he went back home. Apparently Lady Theonis is looking for a mage to teach him at home. A private tutor. Funny, right? I guess she's still gonna have him learn magic despite what he did. He's not gonna become the patriarch anyway, so why not let him live how he wants? Let's go eat. Enough with the unpleasant talk, I'm hungry. Aren't there any good restaurants nearby? There's plenty, but it won't be as good as the food back at home. I don't care about the taste. Eating out isn't just about the flavor, the atmosphere matters too. He's dead now. He didn't say anything despite all the torture. I guess he really didn't know. How funny. This mere low-ranking dark mage got into contact with a Lionheart of direct lineage to arrange a dark magic contract. Either he didn't know what fear is, or he was crazy. I assume he was desperate. Jevid got into dark magic decades ago, but didn't accomplish anything. If he were to die without accomplishing anything, his soul would become the demon's possession. And he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. So he wanted to just try anything he could. Azura.gg he probably thought that, even if it put him in a difficult situation, he'd be able to get out of that situation by using the power he'd have earned by selling Iode. I don't know why it seems like you're blaming me now. I cooperated in every way possible on this matter, while showing plenty of respect and apologizing enough, I feel. It makes more sense to think you're behind all this rather than that inferior dark mage. I can understand why you'd think that way. But what would I earn if that was the case? If I were behind this incident, I would have covered my tracks and made sure no one could trace the incident back to me. Lady Carmen, I have many enemies. His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration, blesses me with endless trust and love, which I'm grateful for. And in Helmud, there are many who do not like that I'm treated so nicely. In my opinion, someone who hates me probably did this to put me in a difficult situation. There's no proof of that. There's also no proof that I did this. I don't know how many times I have to say it wasn't me. But Lady Carmen, it's not just me who's in a difficult situation because of this, right? The Lionhearts too. You are free to say whatever you wish. But freedom comes with responsibility. Are you capable of taking responsibility and facing the consequences of whatever you say? As a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, I hold endearment for the Lionhearts, just as His Majesty does. That's why I apologized with such sincerity and cooperated. But I am human. So I can't do anything about how upset I feel because of your accusation. But I can't tolerate endless insults for my own sake and the sake of His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration. I'm Balzac Ludbeth, Aratha's Dark Magic Tower Master and servant of the Demon King of Incarceration. I understand that you don't wish to show me any respect. I don't want to cause any trouble in a foreign land. If you wish, I can take care of things so no one even notices. For no one to notice, your head needs to stay on your shoulders. But it's worth considering that someone from the Lionhearts wants to harm the main family's prestige. That's purely speculation, though. We couldn't figure anything out with torture and psychological magic. It's too neat. That's why I suspect you. I would have covered my tracks. I misspoke. But as I've already said many times, it wasn't me. I have no reason to do such a thing either. I believe you. What about the incubus who tried to sign a contract with Iode? It's not a pleasant sight. I've seen plenty of cruel and disgusting sights. There's even one in front of me, if you insist. His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration, took their soul. If you want, I can also give that to you. I don't need it. Let's go back. I'm warning you just in case. If you ever contact Eugene Lionheart, the only person who can control my actions and desires is the Demon King of Incarceration. Lady Carmen, you have no right to tell me what to do. Kion, what do you think the truth is? I suspect Amelia Merwin. She's someone who envies the Dark Magic Tower Master position. The Demon King of Incarceration lets the Dark Mages contracted to him do whatever they wish. He doesn't do anything about quarrels between his underlings either. If Amelia did this, wouldn't Nahama be behind it too? Nahama's suspicious as well. A war will probably break out in a few years, with Keel. They'll probably attack Turith first. Nahama has always had issues with Turith. Keel will have to prepare for war once Nahama attacks Turith. And the Lionhearts will be called forward for that preparation. So, you think Amelia did this with that in mind? It could also just be an isolated incident without any conspiracy behind it, as Jevid said. Kion, what do you think would have happened if I didn't overlook Balzac's provocation earlier? If we fought him, everyone excluding you would have died there. How humble of you. I'm not fit to fight with mages. I'm the one who's not confident. That's why I didn't fight him. Iode will be watched. A black lion has already been dispatched to Theoni's residence. They won't kill him considering he's of the main family, but there won't be a next time. Iode will live the rest of his life under someone's watch. Of course, his right to succession will also be nullified. I heard Theonis is looking for someone to teach him magic, if someone's behind all this, but we're gonna let that be. They may try to get in touch with him again. Iode. He used to love magic so much. Why did he get into dark magic? Alright. Then, see you, Eugene. Bye. I'll see you, Eugene Lionheart. What do you think about joining the Black Lion Knight Order? Sorry. The 2nd Division Captain's subordinate position is empty. If you want, I can recommend you for it right away. Thank you for the offer, but I will have to refuse. Goodbye. What a shame. Has the White Magic Tower Master not said anything? No. She'd have come to brag right away if the contract signing was successful, but seeing as there's been no news from her, she must be struggling. Damn Tempest. I definitely sent my message to the spirit world. But it doesn't make sense that no one's replying. I'm not even heating my body up so I can maximize my sensitivity, and I'm naked for this too. O great king of wind spirits, master of hurricanes. I, Melkith El Haya, ask you to form a contract with me. Contractee, king of lightning spirits, Levin. I didn't call for you. Why are you here? Tempest asked me to tell you to shut up. Tempest does not want a contract with you. So you are listening, Tempest. I'm the greatest spiritualist in the world. I'm the only one in the entire world who can form a contract with you, so appear in front of me. I can give you everything you want. Contractee. Please. No shame. I said come out. Kaaf. Contractee, you cannot give Tempest what he wants. The hurricane wishes to move northward. The northern region of the demon realm that no one has been able to conquer. A wish he has not been able to forget for centuries. Is it possible for someone to age so much in just 10 days? What happened to the contract? What's the point of asking when you already know the answer, you fool? There's no need to curse. Goddamn Tempest. Lady, this is a place of silence. Kayak. Ah, so loud. Did he really say no? It's not that Tempest told you to lie about it. Why would I lie? If we wait until the end of today, it'll be 10 years. I'll be nice and call it at 9 years if you give me Winnie back now. 9 years. The Cape of Darkness. Take good care of it. Goodbye. The chief of the giants, Kamash, was unbelievably huge. Kamash was hundreds of years old and the strongest chief in all of giant history. Thousands of humans against hundreds of giants. Do you think that's too few? Nothing could be done. Do you, the reader, have the confidence to not run away when faced with an army of giants? But the number of soldiers wasn't important. Because Vermouth was there. The knights that still thought they were better than everyone came to Vermouth. They said they were some Rose Knight Order or whatever, introducing themselves using some knight name no one cared about. We'll fight with you. Fight together. My ass. All of them combined wouldn't even be able to cut off Kamash's pinky toe. Plus, Vermouth didn't like fighting in a big group. Vermouth the Great. There was only one person who could fight alongside him. And whom Vermouth could depend on. Hamel. Left arm. Can you do it? I like the right arm better. That bastard's right-handed. Then you take the right. Only the sacred sword could stop Kamash's breath, which was protected by the Demon King's powers. That sacred sword only acknowledged Vermouth as its owner, so the only one who could kill Kamash was Vermouth. Kamash, with his head cut off, poured out blood, yet the giants did not turn back. But the Demon King's protection that was interfering with the humans' magic became weaker after Kamash's death. Finally, the beautiful Senya was able to show off her powers. Did Madame Senya write this picture book? Don't say such crazy things. No, it's just that there's an especially high amount of praise for her. Beautiful, cute, and adorable. That's an insult to her. Who would be capable of adding such praise to their own name when writing a story, unless they were out of their mind? Even if it's you, I won't forgive such insults. Phew. Where are you going? I'm going to attempt witchcraft again. That's good, but I think you're too arrogant for the level you're at. It feels better to succeed at challenging tasks. You keep failing, though. During the 10 days after the Black Lion Night Order left, Eugene spent most of his waking hours within Acreon. It's impossible for me right now to recreate the eternal whole. I'd need to be at least 9th circle or above for that. Eternal whole. Simply put, it's a great circle holding circles that are infinitely increasing in number. You can rotate that circle, destroy it, and recreate it again in order to increase your mana. But I don't use a circle when using magic. I rotate my white flame method stars in order to create a circle as a substitute for the real circle. If I can add one more circle inside that ring made by the stars. What Hamel had learned in his past life was some cheap mana training method used by low-level soldiers. Hamel added to that with his experience, and Senya later fixed it too. That was how Hamel learned his own mana training method. Grow the core, and repeatedly explode the mana that makes up the core. Spread the mana, that's been sped up by the explosion, around the body. Slashed Kamasha's leg and arm. With just that, Hamel, you're talented in combat. Did you really buy this stupid mana training method with real money? I don't get it. You trained with this garbage method, and got to this level. I don't pass out anymore when I look at the eternal whole. The infinitely recreating circles and the great circle encapsulating them. I can now see the mana movement within it. I can do it. Hamel. No, Eugene Lionheart. Can recreate the eternal whole using the white flame method. Eugene turned 19. Eugene Lionheart's 19th summer. Aren't you hungry? Sir Eugene, it's almost time to eat. A bit. But if I leave now, I'll lose my concentration. Why are you in such a hurry? When writing theses. It's better to write slowly so you don't make mistakes, don't you think? I'm not rushing myself, and I'm making sure I don't make mistakes. I'm revising, too, but I don't see any mistakes. I'm paying close attention to what I'm writing. Normally, mages complete the theses about their magic over decades. It didn't take me decades to learn magic, though. It's incredibly arrogant that you're already writing a thesis. You should quit and concentrate on just learning for at least 10 more years. What a shy little mare. Didn't I tell you to not cross the line? Don't refer to me that way. I've lived for at least 200 more years than you have. What a shy little grandma mare. Should I kill him? Do you not want me to leave? Ugh. I've come and gone here for 2 years, but I'm basically the only one who comes here regularly. That's obvious. Other mages already saw witchcraft long ago. In the end, they all failed, and resorted to trying to complete their own magic. The mages who witnessed witchcraft were shocked and amazed, and all tried to analyze and understand it. But you've come to Acreon every day for 2 years and tried to understand witchcraft. Are you really gonna leave Aroth once you complete your thesis? What else would I do here if I didn't? You can do whatever. I don't know when the Red Magic Tower Master will retire, but if you want, he'd gladly select you as his successor. I don't want to become a Magic Tower Master. Then, how about the Palace Mage troops? The captain, Tremple Wizarder, wants to recruit you. Eugene. He always acts so friendly. I don't like it. The prince also likes you. I think if you work for him, you'll be able to boast about it for decades. I appreciate that he likes me, but nah. You can't become a patriarch anyway, so why do you want to go back to the Lionhearts? Do I need some grand reason to go back home? What you've accomplished over these years is impressive, even in my eyes. In just the half year since you started writing your thesis, you've managed to simplify complicated magic theories and improved your own magic during the process. This thesis is for my own satisfaction. I'm the only one who can use it anyway. I'm just writing it down to organize my magic. I'm not gonna reveal it to the academic association. No mage would be able to use the circle flame method. Not taking magic and understanding into account, it's physically impossible. You don't use the normal circle magic method. You substitute your white flame method stars with the circle, but that doesn't mean the main family's white flame method users can replicate it. I've also attempted it according to your thesis, but I was stuck from the start. I've never made a core or learned the white flame method. So, I tried to substitute my circle. But my mana ended up in a reverse flow instead. Eugene had become a white flame method 4-star, and successfully added eternal hold to the circle, making a ring using 4 stars. And exploding the mana within constantly like Hamel did in his past life. The rotating ring of fire ensures the mana doesn't flow outside of the circle. Eugene had planned to attempt it once he became a 5-star, but after coming across witchcraft, he changed his mind. Eugene spent a considerable amount of time on the 6th floor, the Hall of Space, and on the 8th floor, the Hall of Intense Heat. The Hall of Intense Heat contained magic from the world's most powerful flame mages, and Eugene needed to learn space magic in order to properly utilize his Cape of Darkness. Roberian took Eugene on as his pupil and helped revise and check Eugene's thesis. He also helped Eugene fix the basic circle magic spells to work with his circle flame method. Are you mad? Because I'm leaving even though you don't want me to. Why would I be mad? I'm not mad. What right do I have to stop you from leaving? You can just go if you want to go. I've never had any desire to go somewhere, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't. So leave. You just have to leave me all alone, here in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. I'm not sad at all about saying goodbye to you after having spent these years with you. I'm not even a living human after all, and I know well that humans always do whatever they want. Really. Of course. I've lived 200 more years than you, so I'm used to goodbyes. But, at least tell me before you leave. Instead of leaving me without saying anything like Madame Senya did. Alright. I poured my heart out to you, but you're still so calm. You're a piece of shit. How am I a piece of shit? Because that's what I think. The how is not important. You just are a piece of shit. I hate you. You're just a kid, but you don't even respect your elders. Is it so hard to just listen to an adult? Of course, if you were to stay in a wrath because of me, I'd feel very perplexed. My personality is based on Madame Senya's when she was young, so my emotions and behavior can be a bit childish. I see. Yeah. So I say childish things sometimes, and I'm stubborn. I'm aware of all that. I feel stupid saying all this, too, because I know Madame Senya wouldn't act like this. I feel like I'm insulting Madame Senya with my behavior. I think, the real Madame Senya would have acted just like you. There's no way. She wouldn't act like this. You've never even met her. I'm certain. Are you saying that because of the picture book you read? That was just written based on someone's imagination. The Madame Senya I knew. My thesis will be completed soon. If I'm not too greedy about it, it'll probably be finished before the summer ends. What about it? I'll come see you before I leave. There's something I have to tell you then. Azura.gg. What is it? Are you just gonna make fun of me? 10. I'll kill you. I'll tell you when the time comes, Sir Eugene. What is it now? Aratha's Palace Mage Captain, Tremple Wizarder. It's obvious what he's gonna talk to me about. The position I talked to you about that's empty within the Palace Mage Troop, it's still empty. If you change your mind at any time. Thank you, but no thanks. KHM. Sir Eugene. How's your dissertation going? If you'd like, I could help check over it. Of course, I'm aware your mentor and the Red Magic Tower Master are already proofreading it, but doesn't the Red Magic Tower specialize in summoning magic? Not only am I good with summoning magic, I'm also good with combat magic. I'm not a palace mage troop captain for no reason. I see, but you don't even know what I'm writing about. That's because you only show it to the Red Magic Tower Master and keep it so well hidden. I could get to know, right? I'm accustomed to teaching others as much as the Magic Tower Masters. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine. If I were to accept your offer now, it would be quite offensive to Sir Roberian. Haha. I guess you might see it that way. Then, we can keep it a secret between the two of us. I'll excuse myself. Fuck. He'd be worse if he knew I'd formed the eternal hole. Sir Eugene. I bet he'd have crawled into my bed if he knew. Circle flame method isn't too different from white flame method up until the magic is cast. Even a great mage like Tremple wouldn't be able to notice the difference just by looking at it. Being able to hide your abilities from a high-ranking mage. That comes with many merits. Disregarding what magic spells you can cast, if we just consider the force, you're past 5th circle. Circle is my limit right now. More advanced magic than that won't hold itself in the eternal hole. Is my understanding lacking? I don't think so. Simply put, it's reached its content limit. You haven't perfectly recreated eternal hole with the circle flame method yet. You're substituting your circle with your core. For white flame method stars and 4 cores. It's more accurate to see it as the number of cores being equal to the number of circles. Simply put, each time your white flame method is advanced forth, you're eternal. No, your circle flame method also gets stronger. But, please be careful. The circle flame method right now doesn't have any disadvantages. The risks might be accumulating each time you level up, since this is a magic method never heard of before, and I've told you this many times. To not use advanced circle magic. Unlike the regular circle magic method, the circle flame method will let you use high-level circle magic. You'll be able to use magic up to 5th circle easily. But don't attempt 6th circle magic. We don't know what dangers using magic you can't originally use might have. Yes, I understand. You said you won't immediately return to the Lionhearts after you finish your dissertation, right? Is there somewhere you're planning to go to? Loher Kingdom's infamous ice crab. I've wanted to try it since I was a kid. Northern regions of the Loher Kingdom. The nation that Bastard Moron established. All the way in the Loher Kingdom. There are a lot of ice crab restaurants here in Arath, too. Isn't it better to eat something where it originates from, after eating ice crabs in Loher? I'm gonna go to Nahama. I heard the cactus scorpion is great there. 200 years ago, a niece, who had been praised as a saintess in the Holy Empire Eurus, left on a pilgrimage without telling the emperor her purpose. The last place she was seen was in the middle of the Nahama Desert. I didn't know you liked food tours. If you like crustaceans, why don't we have lobster for today's meal? I didn't think I would meet Aratha's prince, Honium Abram. Sorry to intrude on a meal between teacher and pupil, but I'll get to the point. If you stay in Arath, I will promise you the position of captain of the palace mage troop. I swear it on my name. Right now would be difficult, though. That's a dangerous thing to say. The current king is still very healthy. Don't misunderstand me. I already received a promise about the throne, my succession is almost guaranteed, and the people of Arath also believe I will be the next king. The palace mage troop answers to the king. Of course, out of respect for the Senate, I will have to go through some processes. But you should be qualified enough in 10 years. I appreciate that you judge me so highly, but you don't know how much I've improved. That's because you and the Red Magic Tower Master are hiding it very well. Why, though? There must be a good reason. You won't tell me, so I can only assume. His body's full of mana. Just considering his mana, he's at least 5th circle. Which craft did you understand the eternal whole? Do I have to answer that? Asking that is enough of an answer. I shouldn't lie to the prince. Though, I didn't plan on being honest, either. It's not that I hate Arath or hate the position of Palace Mage Troop Captain. I just don't want it. With your abilities, you'll be able to earn a powerful position anywhere. I guess power alone can't hold you in Arath. Then, how about education? As you know, Senya the Wise created 3 in the series of witchcraft. 1 is in Acreon, and the other 2 are kept in the royal palace's treasure storage. Mayor said Senya had the other 2. Since when did the royals have them? Don't misunderstand. The ones we have are only copies Madame Senya gifted to us as tokens of affection. Even the royals don't know the whereabouts of Madame Senya and the 2 original copies. Are you saying you'll show me the witchcraft that's kept in the royal palace's treasure storage? Right now it's impossible. It's true that I have won the favor of His Majesty, but witchcraft is the greatest magic text in all of magic history. Even I can't do whatever I want when it comes to witchcraft. But once I'm king, I can use my power to show you witchcraft. Though, maybe not the Red Magic Tower Master. What do you think, Sir Eugene? I don't think it's a bad offer. What's there to think about? I've already experienced, down to the core of my being, just how incredible witchcraft is for the last 2 years. The first volume kept in Acreon is already that amazing. On its own, how much more incredible would having the other 2 volumes be? That's not all. Maybe the other witchcrafts could have traces related to Senya. I might be able to discover traces that even the Kingdom of Arath weren't able to find. If you don't think it's possible right now, I'll drop by Arath once you have ascended the throne. We can continue our discussion at that time. You want to leave your path open, huh? In that case, I will send a letter once my ascension has been solidified. Thank you for your consideration. The core and eternal whole have been combined perfectly. There's the incompleteness that existed originally, but structurally, there's nothing more I can think of doing. Even though this isn't as good as Senya's eternal whole, his circle flame method far surpasses current circle magic. That's amazing. From a normal point of view, this is definitely incomplete, but you're acting like it's alright. It does feel like this is a bit selfish. You're the only one using it. After all, by your standards, this level of completion is exceptional. Now that your thesis is complete, you must be leaving Arath. When are you leaving? Day after tomorrow. Going off of your personality, I thought you'd leave tomorrow. I'm still human, I need to rest for a whole day, don't I? Also, the Red Magic Tower said they were going to hold a farewell party for me. How nice to be you. You'll be going there and eating tons of delicious food, right? And everyone will be congratulating you. Do you remember that a few months ago, I told you I had something to tell you before I left? Yes, I do. I've got something to check out before I do that. Can I tell someone else what I want to tell you and have them pass it on to you? Gosh, you're suspecting me right now, aren't you? You're doing this because you're scared I'll tell others about your thesis or information regarding you, right? Have you told anyone before? No. Do you know how much the others, including the Green Magic Tower Master, harassed me while you weren't around? It'd be impossible even if witchcraft was dissected and someone tried to listen to it forcefully. All the information and conversations of the mages that were obtained by researching this remnant of Senya are kept in the deepest corner of witchcraft's storage medium. This isn't because you're special, it's a function with the purpose of respecting the security and family of mages who enter Acreon. Unless someone completely destroys witchcraft, there's no way your information will be leaked. If it's that secure, I guess what I'm about to say now won't be leaked either. I already told you that's the case. How many times do you need to ask? I reincarnated. What bullshit is that? I said, I reincarnated. I still have the memories of my past life. Are you joking? That is so not funny, I can't even force myself to laugh. My name in my past life was Hamel Dinas. I am Hamel the Foolish. Are you serious? find it hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but if that's true. A few things about you start to make sense. You managed to understand the eternal whole even though you learned magic for just 2 years. You're also able to emulate it with your exceptional senses, and change its form into something that suits you. But, if you remember your previous life, and used to be a comrade of Vermouth the Great, you might be Hamel the Foolish. Hamel the Foolish was a unique person in many ways. Moron the Brave was the son of the great chieftain of the Beer tribe that was well known for being a battle tribe in the brutal land in the north. Anis the Faithful was a saintess candidate who the cardinals of the Holy Empire Eurus spent their lives nurturing. And Vermouth the Great was initially a slave. Vermouth was among the slaves who were dragged away to become offerings of the demon race. He stole the sword of a demon to try and survive at all costs. And with the first sword he'd swung, he cut down tens of demons and dark mages who were escorting the slaves. While he led the slaves and tried to escape Helmut, he cut down hundreds of demonic beasts. Honestly, I thought that was a very exaggerated story. That's what legends are usually like. I might not have seen that scene myself, but it's probably the truth. That guy's a monster. Hamel the Foolish was the most unique of the hero party. He didn't start outstanding like Vermouth. He didn't have a special background like the others, either. He simply picked up a sword to survive after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. He became a mercenary filled with hatred towards monsters and the Demon King. Despite having the most common background of the hero party, he was able to grow and become strong enough to stand beside the rest of the heroes in just a few years. If you're the reincarnation of Hamel, I understand that ridiculous growth rate of yours now. Although the Hamel who appeared in fairy tale books had a nasty personality, he was exceptional when it came to his rate of growth, even amongst the hero party. Not necessarily. I tried to surpass Vermouth throughout our journey. Since I was hopeless at magic, I gave up on it and started to focus on things I was familiar with, like swords, spears, and even punches, to surpass Vermouth. But, I never beat him. Not even once. Is that so? From a normal point of view, Hamel was also a pretty ridiculous monster. Who cares if others say I was a genius? All I wanted was to beat that fucker, Vermouth, once. But I wasn't able to do so until the day I died. You said Hamel was handsome, right? I get why you said that now. What of it? In my past life, I was pretty attractive. How could you say your own face was handsome? Are you out of your mind? Ugh, why are you suddenly telling me this, though? It's pointless if you're expecting something from me. I don't know anything about Senya's whereabouts. I'm not saying this stuff to get that kind of information. It's just that I've known you for 2 years. I felt this way when I first met you. You resemble Senya a lot. Both your face and personality. Well, that's because I was made with Senya's childhood as the base. Did I cross a line there? I'll forgive you just this once. Because Hamel was Senya's comrade. Do you think Senya is dead? That's definitely not the case. I think so, too. Senya isn't the type to die without leaving a will, so, I'm going to look for her. Senya, Moron, Anis, I'm sure they're all living somewhere in the world. I'll find them all. You're gonna bring Madame Senya back. Don't you also miss Senya? Huh? Yeah. Of course. All the more reason to bring her back. Senya is such a bitch, don't you think? She's neglected her familiar spirit for over 2 centuries. Don't say bad things about her. I'm allowed to. Do you know how much shit she talked to me 300 years ago? Can you swear that in front of the witchcraft? Sir Eugene. The thing about you being Hamel the Foolish in your past life. But can you take out the foolish when referring to me? My name is Eugene Lionheart. I was Hamel Dynas in my past life. I swear on my blood and the Lionheart name that I am telling the truth. After Madame Senya went away, many mages took apart witchcraft and me. But there's something they never found out. The information recorded at the bottom of the root of witchcraft. What we talked about today will be saved there, and won't be revealed to anyone. What I'm about to say now is also unknown to all in Arath. There were signs before Madame Senya went into retirement. What? A week before she left, I was on this floor of Acreon with her. Then, suddenly, she fell to the floor groaning. When I asked her what was wrong, she said that her familiar spirit had died. Hamel's grave. She said someone broke into the grave. She was very angry. Grave. I have a grave. Yes, but that was also the first time I'd heard about it. Not long after that, Madame Senya vanished, and I hid that conversation deep within witchcraft, since it was something she didn't tell anyone about before disappearing. I didn't want to put her in a difficult situation in case it was something I shouldn't talk about. But since you're Hamel, you deserve to know. My grave. I've never heard of it. I thought my body would have vanished because of Belial's curse, since a lich's curse annihilates the body and soul. Normally, yes. But your soul was fine and reincarnated. That means your body was intact, too. Your reincarnation, right. Senya might have been involved in it. If Senya was the one to dig me a grave, and that grave is hidden somewhere, where would it be? Don't people usually choose places that are significant to them for grave sites? It wouldn't be where I died, could it be? My homeland. Sir Eugene, does it have to do with me? You never seem to be in a good mood when you see me. Yes. I heard something about you. That you're leaving Arath the day after tomorrow to go to Luhur and Nahama. I'm worried. The northern Luhur region is very close to Helmut. What about it? I mean that the Lionheart influence won't work there. Luhur used to ban the entrance of demons, but the royal family changed their mind 5 years ago. There are many demon species in Helmut. And some of them disobey my master, the demon king of incarceration. In the first place, the demon king of incarceration isn't the only demon king in Helmut. Are you saying the demon king of ruin is preparing for another war? No. The demon king of ruin does not enjoy violence, and he respects the demon king of incarceration. If the demon king of incarceration doesn't incite something, neither will the demon king of ruin. The demon king of ruin. The strongest of the demon kings. I saw him just once in my past life, but I'm still not sure what it is I saw that day. In a wide plain. A color was moving. No one suggested fighting him or killing him. If Anissa's prayer hadn't calmed everyone down, we might have all gone insane. But Sir Eugene, just because the demon king of incarceration isn't doing anything, and the demon king of ruin is silent, that does not mean all demons feel the same. Demons are violent. There are many demons who are irritated by the centuries of peace. It's funny that I'm the one to say this, but the demons aren't a species who enjoy peace. Are you saying they could do something to me despite the demon kings maintaining peace? I'm saying there may be a number of demons who would want to. This doesn't just go for the demons under the demon king of incarceration. The demons who serve the demon king of ruin. They will do anything to break the silence of their king. Also, high-ranking demons like Denton Hat wish to be the new demon king. Since there are no two kings, where demons used to be, Duchess Sabella very much wants the position. Will they come together and vote? All they can do is destroy the voting box if they don't. Witch Queen Noir, can you fight a higher power demon with the skinless grave right now? No, there's no guarantee yet. I intend on going to Luhur someday, but not yet. Then, be warned. Please be careful first, and then proceed to Luhur afterward. Nahama. Ichem. Be careful in the deserts. Of Amelia Merwin. She was a great dark mage even before she signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration allows me a lot of freedom. But Amelia Merwin is allowed even more freedom. If you come across Amelia Merwin, hand her this. If you do, despite whatever you might have done to her, she won't harm you. As you can see, it's an envelope. What is this? Can I open it? Of course. The envelope's empty, though. Its contents are unimportant. What's important is that you possess the letter I wrote personally. I can't do anything about any unexpected dangers that might occur in Nahama, but I'm able to deal with Amelia Merwin's nasty temper. If you really insist on going to Nahama, please take this with you. What do you want from me? I can't do anything about your disdain for dark mages, but please take this small gesture of goodwill from me. But Sir Eugene, just because the Demon King of Incarceration isn't doing anything, and the Demon King of Ruin is silent, that does not mean all demons feel the same. Demons are violent. There are many demons who are irritated by the centuries of peace. It's funny that I'm the one to say this, but the demons aren't a species who enjoy peace. Are you saying they could do something to me despite the Demon Kings maintaining peace? I'm saying there may be a number of demons who would want to. This doesn't just go for the demons under the Demon King of Incarceration. The demons who serve the Demon King of Ruin. They will do anything to break the silence of their king. Also, high-ranking demons like Denton Hat wish to be the new Demon King. Since there are no two kings, where demons used to be, Duchess Sabella very much wants the position. Will they come together and vote? All they can do is destroy the voting box if they don't. Witch Queen Noir, can you fight a higher power demon with the skinless grave right now? No, there's no guarantee yet. I intend on going to lure her someday, but not yet. Then, be warned. Please be careful first, and then proceed to lure her afterward. Nahama. Be careful in the deserts. Of Amelia Merwin. She was a great dark mage even before she signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration allows me a lot of freedom. But Amelia Merwin is allowed even more freedom. If you come across Amelia Merwin, hand her this. If you do, despite whatever you might have done to her, she won't harm you. As you can see, it's an envelope. What is this? Can I open it? Of course. Yes. Well, my master probably wouldn't have liked him being here either. What kind of person is the Dark Tower Master? I heard he was in the Blue Magic Tower in the past, azurescans.com, and he was in the same batch of trainees as the Blue Tower Master, whether in the past or now. He's always been mysterious and unfathomable. More than 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to become the next Blue Magic Tower Master. A mage who was definitely exceptional, but he suddenly left the Blue Magic Tower and went to Helmut. His reasoning was that he wanted to broaden his knowledge of magic. At that time, I was weaker than Balzac, but I was able to become the Blue Tower Master because he left. And 10 years later Balzac became a dark mage. After coming back from Helmut he transferred to the Dark Magic Tower, and became the Dark Tower Master as he received tremendous support from the Dark Mages. He could have become the most exceptional Tower Master in the history of the Blue Magic Tower. But it seems that wasn't enough for him. No matter how great a human's magic is, it is still merely human. It'd be impossible to surpass the Demon King. After all, I heard you're going to Nahama. Yes, the desert is an unpleasant place. This isn't some great advice, you can take it with a pinch of salt, but if you really insist on going to Nahama, hide the fact that you're a Lionheart once you enter. Nahama. My teacher also told me to do that. These are unsettling times. The assassins of Nahama who operate in the dark places are said to be operating in the light these days. I doubt they'll try to pick a bone with the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire. But it'd be best to avoid drawing attention, wouldn't it? I'll bear that in mind. This cape draws a lot of attention in a hot desert like this, but fortunately, it comes with a form of transformation magic. And this cape resonates with the senses of its owner, taking care of both the external temperature and body temperature. It's trying to make sure its owner is comfortable even in such sweltering weather. And the magic map I got from Roberian. The coordinates on it are locked to the space I'm standing on top of, and it tells me where I am no matter which part of the world I'm in. Right now, I'm at the west end of Nahama. If I keep heading north from here for quite a distance, Turith will appear eventually. I was going to look for my tomb first and go to my hometown, which is on the border of Turith, but there's no need for that now. For the last 300 years, the desert of Nahama has been widening, bit by bit. The unnatural sandstorm is slowly devouring the nearby lands. That was why Hamel's hometown, which was on the border of Turith, became a part of the desert. Turith is a small country. They had no choice but to give up the territories that became desert because of disasters like the sandstorm. Following that, the areas that became a part of the desert subsequently became new territories of Nahama. People can invade like that too, huh? Only idiots would think that the process of becoming a part of the desert via the sandstorm wasn't artificially produced by the sand mages. 300 years ago, the demon kings rose, causing the demons to advance and monsters to go berserk. Nahama took advantage of the war and tried to invade the Keel Empire. But they failed eventually because Vermouth went to Keel. I hated the country in my previous life as well. It's been 300 years since then, but I still feel the same way about them. In that case, let's go find my tomb first. Wait for a little while longer. Anis Senya, moron. I'll find all of you. The assassins who ambushed Eugene, bring it on. Or do you want me to go first? Hamel's tomb that was dug up. These are traces of battle. Who on earth did Senya fight here? K. The appearance of the strongest foe. Amelia Merwin. What an amazing guy. Usually, when foreigners cross the desert, they hire a caravan, guards, or a guide. But he's just on his own. He doesn't even have a camel. Maybe it's a kind of ritual. 19. I heard that he will become an adult next year. Our tribe has a coming-of-age ritual of sending boys out of the tribe once they are of age. If you're right and it really is a coming-of-age ritual, why would a famed Lionheart come all the way here to the desert for it? I don't know either. Anyway, all we have to do is obey orders. He told us to make sure that boy does not enter the Kajani desert. That was the only order. Although I don't know the reason. I am not to judge or question the master's decisions. I guess the Lionhearts really are as great as they say. How can he be so fast? He's probably unfamiliar with the desert terrain. Someone might think he was born here. He's running this way. What? We kept our distance so that he wouldn't notice we were following him. He would only be able to see us with binoculars. A white lion's mane. Lionheart's white flame method. He's definitely coming this way. How? No, when did he notice? He's coming towards us way too fast. It's too late to back off. No, this is actually for the better. Everyone, get your weapons out. We're gonna make him think we're bandits. If we overpower him and steal a few valuables, he might continue on his way after. Seeing as their stealth techniques aren't great, they're not assassins. They look like travelers judging by their clothing. But it's probably just a disguise. Sword Soul. If he can create Sword Soul, which is stronger than Sword Aura, he must be quite a skilled swordsman. It has been a while. For the last 2 years, I've worked with the pen more than the sword. It was quite fun to learn magic, but I like being physically active much more. He can cast magic without any incantations. Hey, why are you following me around? Who are you guys? Bandits. I see. Looks like Nahama is a damn strong nation. Even the leader of some lousy-ass bandits, then a bandit group of 100 must be much stronger, can use sword soul. And the nation must have soldiers who can take care of the bandits. So they have to be much stronger too. How amazing. With that much power, Nahama should be able to unite the entire continent. We're just a little special. Hey, mister. Enough with the bullshit. Be honest. Well, I don't really care if you stop talking, period. I'll find out the truth on my own. Is this really the renowned Lionheart family's young master? He looks young, but the words coming from his mouth are like a drunken mercenary soldier's. Plus, that bloodthirst. Is it possible for a spoiled rich kid to have such bloodthirst? PSH. He vanished. Is it Blink? It's Sword Soul. I wasn't certain the first time. But if his mana didn't break from the collision with Sword Soul, he has to be using Sword Soul too. Okay. He blocked my sight using the sand. Is it gonna be magic missiles like earlier? Mana shield. He destroyed my mana shield. This much force just from a 1-star magic missile. He's gonna hit me. He's gonna hit me. You chose not to hit me. What an insult. That's better. This is the first time I'm fighting someone with Sword Soul after my reincarnation. I'd prefer some more bloodthirst in his attacks, though. I've been hit. But it wasn't deep. He's still going easy on me. Why are you sheathing your sword? I have yet to lose. I know, but I'll make you lose now. With my bare hands. Cook. Who are you? My name is Ramon Schulhoff. I don't care about your name. Whose orders are you taking? You're not gonna answer. Please stop. Tyree Al-Madani. Our master is adjutant. Don't say anything. Who's that? Sir Tyree Al-Madani is Khajitan's emir. Master ordered us to chase Eugene Lyon. Young master. Eugene. Just Eugene, you fucking with me. Why? We don't know the detailed reasons either. He just told us to make sure you didn't enter Khajani. Please let go of the captain's head now. Khajani. That's the name of the desert straight ahead from here. What used to be Hamel's homeland 300 years ago is now the middle of the Khajani Desert. The Khajani Desert was recently formed. It is also the cause of the sandstorms that have been eating away at the Turith territory. Does that mean? It's the Sand Mage's base. A foreigner in that kind of place. I assume such a person wouldn't want the famed Lionheart family's son in there. The one I have to be most careful of in Nahama is Amelia Merwin, who is contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Asur Desert, where her dungeon is far from here, and it is also far from where Anise was last seen, so I don't need to go there. Ichem, you guys go back. And you, come with me. I need to get into Khajani no matter what. I'm gonna have you deal with things if some problem pops up. You get what I mean. You said your master is Khajitan's emir. I assume you can resolve any issues by mentioning that you're working for him. That's. If you don't like that, then I can go back to the Lionheart main residence and tell them that Khajiit's Emir disguised his subordinates as bandits to try and steal the Lionheart treasure. What do you think about that? I never had such an intention. I happen to have something valuable on me. Do you know what this is? This is the Windstorm Sword Whinnied, which Lionheart's forefather, Vermouth the Great, used during his life. Anyone would want this. Most people would think that Khajiit's Emir caused all this in order to steal Whinnied. If this boy really does go around saying that, not only will my head be rolling on the floor, all my subordinates will too. No, Master himself might not be able to make it. Okay. I'll do as you say, young Master Eugene. I've betrayed Master. Master's orders were to stop this Lionheart boy from entering the Khajani desert. They weren't to go in there with him as his guard. What happens to subordinates who return after failing to carry out orders? Hey, Rahman, what's your position? I'm the captain of Legion 2 of the Red Desert Warriors, the main affiliate guard troops of Tyree al-Madani, the Emir of Khajiit, a higher up as I expected. It makes sense for him to be a captain considering his fighting skills. Are there desert mages in the Khajani desert? Sorry. Don't play dumb. Do you want to have another go? I really don't know, there's no way. Why would the desert mages, who are loyal only to the royal family, be in the Khajani desert, which is so far from the capital? Are you stupid? Sorry. The Khajani desert was originally Turatha's territory, but a sudden sandstorm turned the forest into a desert. Nahama's sultan said the spread of a desert was fated by the heavens and stationed his warriors in the desert to train. And the desertification is still going on. They could never do that if it were the Keel Empire. That's why they're doing it to Turath. It's impossible. Even if you were right, our master isn't someone who would get involved in such wicked matters. You're much more naive than you look. You're from Khajani, huh? I assume you survived the sandstorm by luck and were brought up by your master. That's why you don't want to believe that your nice little master could ever have anything to do with the sandstorm. Keep this in mind. I don't want to get into trouble in some foreign nation anyway. I can guess why your master doesn't want me to enter the Khajani desert. Things are gonna be a pain in the ass if the Lionheart young master enters the place the desert mages are residing in for desertification. I get what you mean. If there really are desert mages there like you say, I will step up to protect you. Even if they are desert mages directly affiliated with the Sultan, they will show some respect toward my master, Khajiit's Emir. I hope so. But why? Are you going to the Khajani desert? There really is nothing there. To find a grave. A grave. Are you here to visit your ancestral grave? Why didn't you let me know earlier? What would you have done anyway? There's a graveyard in Khajani that I would have directly taken you to. It's not in a graveyard. The grave I'm looking for is elsewhere. An oasis. There shouldn't be an oasis in Khajani. It's fake. You mean it's a mirage? If it were, that would mean there was a real oasis somewhere far off. This one's illusion magic. Magic. Impossible. Why would someone create a fake oasis using magic? Hey, Rahman. You need to keep your denial to yourself. Listening to you is pissing me off. Oases are very precious for desert travelers. When someone sees an oasis, they're bound to want to visit it. Do you perhaps think there are people waiting to ambush us? We'll see. Young master, it's Dongay. You think I wouldn't have seen it if you saw it? Intermediate rank wind spirit, gale. Waff. P. Put down your weapons. I am Rahman Shulhoff, a warrior who serves Khajitan's Emir, Tyree al-Madani. This person here is my master's guest, so put down your weapons now and back off. If you don't, I will take it as a challenge against Khajitan's Emir. What? Did you not hear me? This person is the Khajitan Emir's guest. And a son of the Keel Empire's Lionheart family. It's no use. Rahman, you're just dogging them on and making things easier for them. Sorry. They won't be able to send us back alive since they've already attacked me, but it would be annoying if they were to kill a Lionheart, so they'll probably use poison or some drug to make me shut up. But to do that, you'll have to defeat me first. There are too many of them. I need to fight to help the young master. Come at me. Or should I go first? Hamel, why do you always carry around weapons you don't even use? They'll be useful one day. Leave him be, Anis. The bastard never listens anyways. So why should Moron carry them all? I won against him in rock paper scissors. That's not fair either. Why did you make a bet on who will carry your own possessions? Anis, stop making me out to be the bad guy. It's not only my things in there. Your beloved holy water's in there too. A shit ton of it, too. There's Moron's axe too. That's the heaviest one in there. Had my holy water been my own possession, would have carried it myself. But the ones who desire my holy water the most are Senya and Hamel. You two bastards. Senya, you bitch. I told you to hold back on the holy water. We wouldn't even need such a big wagon if you just used your summoning magic to store those things. You're the one who suggested that we should just carry them around because it would be hard to bring them out immediately when we need them. Vermouth. What's your opinion on this? Why don't you pull the wagon? My weapons are not in there. Yeah. Great for you. Pocket plane magic must be real convenient. Right. That's why I said you should learn magic from me, if you beg on your knees. Ahem. I can cut down on my sleep and teach you. Those guys would not have insulted me so much if I had a cape like this in my past life. I'll do it like I did in my past life. Like Hamel. Ha. Hololet. He's overpowering them. I can't even see where I can jump in to help. He didn't even use the Lionheart's generational treasure sword, whinnied. He only used magic for support too. Plus, he's amazingly adept with various weapons. You didn't need to kill them all. Did you? An assassin prioritizes obedience and his mission over his own life. They're the type to not scream even if I were to cut off their arms and legs. I don't have the skills to persuade assassins to talk. Ha! Are you gonna keep going? I brought you along because of who your master is, but these guys didn't give a shit about him. I don't have a reason to take you along with me anymore. But I can't just go back like this. Why? Do you want to check what's gonna happen down there for yourself or something? You're not very helpful. I will make sure not to be a hindrance. Do as you wish. Don't expect me to help you or anything. The assassins' corpses were used as sacrifices. This is summoning magic. There's an astonishing amount of mana underneath the ground. Some things. Young Master. Run. A sandstorm. Even if it's unexpected, it is abnormal for a sandstorm of this scale to appear out of nowhere. Magic. Was the sandstorm that swallowed Kajani really the sand mage's doing, like young Master Eugene said? Even the sandstorm that swept over the village I lived in. Quoi? It's too late. Cutting across a sandstorm this big with my skills is impossible. Cook. I'm sinking further in. I can't escape the sandstorm with Gale's wind. Just holding on like this is the best I can do. Then should I escape using blink? Something's coming up from the sand. No. Wah. Tay. Why, young master? Run, you retard. A sandworm. Young master. In order to save me. He was. Young Master Eugene. I will repay this debt as a warrior would. I will slay the sandworm and save young Master Eugene. Wah. Sandworms are monsters that completely disintegrate whatever they eat to use as energy. This damn monster doesn't even have excretory organs, so there's no way out once you're in its body. Then I just need to cut my way out. White flame method. And circle flame method. Click. The summoning magic only caused the sandstorm. The sandworm wasn't summoned. It just resides in this region. Then, is this the sandworm's nest? When mages want to focus on research they do not want exposed to others, mages who settle down in the desert create things called dungeons. Nicknamed sandworms dungeon makers. Sandworms dig into the desert and create labyrinths. It doesn't even take long. Maybe like 10 days. Apparently, if you leave it alone, it'll create a complex dungeon deep underground. And after some time, you just get rid of the sandworm. After that, you just need to use magic to reinforce the dungeon structure. So are you gonna create a dungeon in the desert later too? Are you crazy? Why would I hide myself in a desert dungeon? There is a path. This dungeon might lead to somewhere near Hammel's homeland. Let's go. Ramon Schulhoff. Sand mages. What is this? It was funny seeing you just charge at the sandworm. Did you think you could kill the sandworm at your skill level? Well, whatever. We brought you here because we had a few questions. Questions. Eugene Lionheart. What does that spoiled young master of the Lionheart family have to do in the Kajani desert? And why are you, a warrior of the Kajitan Emir, acting as a guide for the Lionheart's son? Is Kajitan's Emir, Tyree al-Madani, planning to betray Nahama? It's his duty to prevent those who should not come here from entering this place. But seeing as you're doing the opposite thing, what are you doing here, so deep underground? That oasis was an illusion. The sandstorm was also created by magic. Are those not your doing? You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. Cook. We're the ones asking the questions. Are you keeping your mouth shut for the sake of your master's honor? It's pointless, Ramon Schulhoff. You'll die anyway, so instead of a painful death, wouldn't you prefer the peaceful method? Why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani? He had a clear purpose ever since he entered Nahama. The only conclusion we can come to is that the Kajitan Emir is trying to betray Nahama. Betrayal. That must mean Sir Tyree al-Madani was a part of this. You're using such petty means to invade another nation's territory. You're supposed to protect the royal family, so why are you here? Were those sandstorms not to further progress the desertification? You're gravely mistaken, Ramon Schulhoff. In order to create a sandstorm big enough to cause desertification, this is way too few people. We would need at least hundreds of trained sand mages. Then why are you here? We are not obligated to answer. The quack. Why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani? What does the reason matter? Young Master Eugene is already dead. You guys killed him. Wasn't it better to just kill him? His life was worthless anyway. Wait. What happened? He was swallowed whole by the giant sandworm. Is it possible to survive that? There's a hole in the sandworm. Did he break out before he was digested? We can't let him poke around. There are assassins inspecting the area. He'll be caught soon enough. Young Master Eugene is alive. What about after we capture him? It's not good to create conflict with a Lionheart. We should erase his memories and throw him outside Kajani. No, maybe we should protect Eugene Lionheart. Then we might receive rewards for our kindness. It's a good thing he's not here. Because if he was... Why is Eugene Lionheart here? What about the assassins? They're all dead. The assassins positioned here are acquainted with the maze well enough to be able to go around with their eyes closed. Their stealth skills combined with that should make it hard for even excellent warriors to catch on to them. The assassins here aren't that great. Stealth is just a skill, and they're not experienced in handling mana. The assassins I fought in my past life. Nahama's most advanced assassins had the stealth skills comparable to that of a demon. They were so persistent and determined that it was hard to think of them as human. The forces here are too weak. If this place is important to Nahama, there should be better assassins. Is Nahama? Is the Sultan not doing anything about Nahama? Young Master, Ramon. I made it easy for him to run, so what's he doing there? Hey, you guys. I have a lot of questions. Sand Priska. Boom. No. What did he just do? Dispel. No, dispel is when you interfere with the mana that creates the magic spell. What he just did got rid of the mana. A dispel like that doesn't exist even in Arath. Is it some kind of secret magic in the Lionheart family? We won't be able to capture him alive. It's a shame, but we must kill him. You guys attacked first. You won't have any complaints if I kill you, right? He's coming. What an obvious move. They're trying to make copies of themselves, but the real attack is coming from above. What? What were you doing here? You are way too weak to be part of the Sultan's force. Are you guys doing something behind the Sultan's back? Wait, what are you talking about? Heek. I don't want to put effort into questioning someone like you. Do you want to die, or will you speak? The things that are happening here are not under the Sultan's command. Then whose orders are you on? Khajitan's Emir. Is that fucker the one behind all this? And no, he is cooperating with us, but... Amelia Merwin. This place is Lady Amelia Merwin's dungeon. This is Amelia Merwin's dungeon. Don't bullshit me. Amelia Merwin's dungeon is in the Asur Desert. She has been going back and forth between this place and the Asur Desert for 6 years. Why here? Are you afraid of Amelia Merwin? Then I'll make it easy for you. I'll kill you, but I'll kill you in a simple manner. Amelia Merwin wouldn't let you die so peacefully. This labyrinth was created in order to quicken the progress of the desertification. There are many more labyrinths other than this one in Kajani Desert, but this one was made 10 years ago. 6 years ago, the labyrinth was expanded. We assumed that it was because the underground was unstable and had broken down, but there was a giant gate deep underground. We tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, so we asked Lady Amelia Merwin for help. I see. No wonder the fighters here are so weak. The desert mages and assassins here are working for Amelia Merwin to get rid of any travelers who come near. Why, young master, we need to get out of this place. If this really is Amelia Merwin's Blackthorn's dungeon, but we're already so deep inside, I don't think Amelia Merwin's here. Her real dungeon is in the Asur Desert, so she probably doesn't come here too often, but she could come back at any moment. If I leave this place, then she'll probably track me down anyway. She'll try to kill anyone who invades her territory and makes a mess. We'll come across her either way. I wanted to avoid a conflict with Amelia Merwin. But now I have no choice. Why aren't you running then? You've saved my life twice, young master. If Amelia Merwin comes back and tries to kill you, I will fight with my life to help you escape. You? With what skills? Why don't you just go back to where you came from? I cannot leave you here, young master. I'm telling you to leave, so why do you keep saying you're gonna come with me? 6 years ago, the labyrinth was expanded. 6 years ago is when I was 13. During the blood succession ritual, I found Hamel's artifact in the Lionheart treasury as a reward for my performance in the blood succession ritual. This labyrinth has existed for 10 years, but the end of it collapsed 6 years ago. If the magic that was sealing the grave disappeared because I got this necklace. Amelia Merwin. You damned grave robber. Under here is my grave. Is that the door the sand mages were talking about? It's open. Amelia Merwin must have opened it. These are traces of a fight. Was there a battle here? Was it Senya? Hamel Dinah's years 421 to 459. Piece of shit, idiot, retard and garbage. But brave, faithful, wise and great. In praise of you, who sacrificed yourself for our sake and left us earlier than you should have. Ah, fuck. Brave, faithful, wise and great. You should have told me those things when I was still alive. What's the point of writing these things on my gravestone after I was dead? Damn Reincarnation Adaptation. Park Jung-jeol script. Kiki original. Wooden horse. The fight must have been really fierce, considering the grave is basically in ruins, but the statue and the memorial stone are intact. 200 years ago, Senya sensed that her familiar spirit had died, and left Arath to come to Hamel's grave. There, she fought an unknown invader. Senya is strong. She was always strong, but she became even stronger after my death. The wise Senya. I saw through witchcraft was someone I could say was the most powerful witch in the world. But Senya was unable to win. If she had won, she wouldn't have left the grave in ruins like this. Then did she die here? No, that illusion I saw in Arath was definitely sent by Senya. She must have been injured in the fight here. And went into hiding. Who could have done that to her? A demon. A demon king, perhaps. The demon king of incarceration. Or the demon king of ruin. I won't be able to find the answers just by sitting here and wondering. I'll have to find Senya. I'll look around here a bit more. There might be some clues. Senya, Anis, moron. They made a grave for me here. They probably cried while setting up my statue. Would Vermouth also have cried? I can't really imagine him crying. That wasn't aimed toward Sir Vermouth. You're both out of your minds. That was because I predicted that you were gonna act like a bitch. I'd never have that kind of conversation again. A door. Another door inside the door. But who's that? What are you? What are you sitting in front of the door for? A demon. No, it feels different from one. I don't feel any life from him. Undead. I asked what you were. Hamel the Foolish. What the fuck did you just say? You're Hamel. As if. You're just a death knight who has deluded himself into thinking he's Hamel. This is Hamel's grave. Then that death knight's body is. Take your helmet off, you bastard. I said, take it off. Which fucking bastard of Puryu? Into that body. Mana shield. No, what a death knight uses is demonic force, not mana. That's a demonic force shield. It's strong. My hands are sore. It was probably Amelia Merwin who created this death knight. 6 years ago, she must have opened the doors to the grave and made a death knight out of Hamel. Since there was no soul left in Hamel's body, she probably had to put another one in. That means I cannot win against it at this point. If it is a death knight made by a dark mage as advanced as Amelia Merwin, then it might be as strong as the Lionheart Patriarch or the Black Lion Knight. Order Captain. So, what? If you want to pretend to be Hamel, you better fix your tone first. Your skills are excellent, but you're still too weak for me. What a shame. You shouldn't have been able to dodge that. What did you do? Parrying. It wasn't just parrying. As soon as I felt the impact from the attack, I aligned the sword's soul with its mana wavelength to deflect it, but its attacks are heavy. The timing was perfect, but I'm not yet strong enough to perfectly deflect the attack. I cannot let this fight go on for long. I'll have to end it at once, even if it takes a lot out of me. It feels like my muscles and bones are being torn apart. Can this blessed body not take this much force? Doesn't matter. I fought just fine with a body worse than this in my past life. As long as my mind is fine, I can fight. My mana shield. It doesn't matter if my defense is a bit weaker. I'll concentrate all my mana into Winnied. Let me see that face of yours. Look at me. Damn, you're pretty hot. It's been hundreds of years, but you still look as alive as ever. However, the soul inside that hot body is really fucking ugly. What? All he did was drop his sword, but he has gotten so much faster than before. Is that his real ability? He was weaker because he was fighting 000 with a weapon he wasn't even adept with. Now what? A Death Knight can immediately heal most injuries. In order to kill him, I need to destroy the heart. Can I do that? I've been parrying all his attacks, and used up a lot of my strength in order to get through his defense. If it weren't for the white flame method, I would have ran out of mana long ago. What am I thinking? I have to make it possible if it's not possible. He has demonic force around his hands and feet. The savage combat method, the craze. And the beast-like posture. Is it a lycanthrope's soul inside a human body? What a mess. I can't fully dissolve the demonic force using the Moonlight Sword's fragment. The most I can do is weaken the demonic force. Then the demonic force has dissipated. His defense is weaker, now. Haha. What's that on your chest? And you dare call yourself Hamel? Don't look. What's that marble in your chest? Is that your heart? Idiot. Hamel, my ass. You're just a death knight. Not a human. You're a lycanthrope. I'm Hamel. Fuck off, idiot. Am I gonna die? No, it's not over yet. I can't die like this after reincarnating, damn it. I won't even be able to move for a while if I use this and something goes wrong, but I'll win no matter what if I use it. I can rip a death knight like him to pieces, and even destroy him so that no traces of him will be left. However, the recoil is just as intense. I can't kill the death knight with the specs I have now, but if I use that, I'll definitely win. Past life Hamel's ultimate. Ignition. Young Master Eugene. Ramon. That idiot. I knocked him out so he could run away. He followed me all the way here. You monster. Get away from the young master. Young master. Wah. Young master. Run. While I keep him here. You're in his grasp. What are you talking about? He can laugh in a situation where he is cornered. He's an amazing person. Young master, I'll give you another chance to run, so get away when I do. I don't think you'll need to do that. There's a door right behind us. That door. KRGH. Does not open. No one can open that door. Is that so? That makes me want to open it even more. If I have to use ignition, I'll use it. But I have to check what is behind these doors before I do. This is Hamel's grave, and I am Hamel. If Senya or someone else intended for me to reincarnate, then this door that cannot be opened must have been meant for the owner of the grave. This place is. You weren't helpful at all, but since you tried to help me, I'll let you sleep here instead of getting killed out there. Vermouth, that crazy bastard. Why did he leave this here? 300 years ago, in Helmut. Near the Demon King of Slaughter's castle. After having killed the Demon King of Slaughter, we were looking for the Demon King's remaining subordinates and ended up finding a pathway underground. We found ancient relics deep underground. We couldn't tell how long they had been there. Senya looked at the ancient language written on the walls and assumed it was from the age of myth. In the innermost location, we found the Moonlight Sword. All the weapons I had broke while fighting the Demon King of Slaughter. Great. I'll take this. No complaints, right, but I couldn't take the Moonlight Sword. As soon as I approached the sword, I fell to my knees, coughing blood. In the end, the Moonlight Sword became Vermouth's, leaving the Moonlight Sword in my grave. Is this your condolences for me, Moonlight Sword? That is its name. It is a simple and straightforward name, but it fits. After Vermouth got his hands on the Moonlight Sword, he no longer used the sacred sword. It was a given. The Moonlight Sword, with its simple appearance, was much stronger than the bright sacred sword. The moon that lit the Moonlight Sword when we first saw it was a full moon. Right now, it's a crescent moon. Is it weakened, then? It might react to its fragment. Shit. I stuck it in the Death Knight earlier and never got it back. Vermouth. Did you leave this here because I wanted it? Idiot bastard. What's the point of giving it to me after I'm dead? This is not the time to be sentimental. This room. There isn't anything other than the moonlight sword. There is only one door too. If I leave this place, I have to fight that insane Death Knight again. The Death Knight isn't the only problem. Amelia Merwin. I don't know when that bitch of a mage is coming back. I need to kill the Death Knight as quickly as I can and get out of this place. Vermouth. I don't know what idea you had when putting the moonlight sword here, but the reason it is here must be to let me have it, right? In my past life, I could not even put my hand on the moonlight sword. I reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant, but will that be enough to let me hold it? I have to. He gave it to me. I only touched the light, but it is already getting hard to breathe, and my mana is screaming inside me. At this rate, my mana might go into a rage. White flame method. It's incomparably weaker than when we first found it. So it did break into pieces. I got it. I really got it this time. As expected, there is no blade. Well, it broke into pieces, after all. The moonlight came together to form a blade. Haha. The moonlight sword is a sword that scatters all magic and mana, but it is swallowing my mana like it has been starving. Is it resonating with the white flame method? Plus, this sword uses up an extreme amount of mana. Of course, I have enough mana for it, but it's still not a sword I can handle at the moment. What a shitty but great sword. It's so powerful despite being broken into pieces. I won't need to use ignition. With the moonlight sword's force, I can kill the Death Knight out there without ignition, before leaving this room. I better check the casket. I knew it. There's no corpse. Ichem. Perhaps one day, we will meet in the world you hoped for. This is Senya's handwriting. I've tried to break this door down countless times, but I could not even get a scratch in. Even Master could not open this door. He easily opened a door even Master could not open. I cannot kill him. He needs to stay alive until Master comes back. My helmet and breastplate broke. I took out my claws, disobeying Master. She will be enraged if she finds out. I need to prove that I'm useful. If I can't, I'll be thrown out. Were you waiting for me? How did you get in there? I just did. What did you see in there? It's a secret. What just happened? My claws made from demonic force just broke from the light. I thought I controlled my strength well enough. But after just one swing, I'm out of breath and my vision is blurry. Plus, just maintaining the light of the sword is eating up my mana, but the force is satisfying. I couldn't slay the Death Knight, but I got his demonic force. Is he not using demonic force because of the sword? Looks like he's planning to fight with his fists instead. But that's not a very wise choice. I haven't even swung yet. Scared. Windstorm sword. Tempest. If only I was in a better state, I could have beaten you up to death. My armor broke again. Why didn't you use that skill earlier? It just goes to waste if you save it for later, you idiot. It has already gone to waste. Since I have the moonlight sword in my hand, I can control the fragment however I wish. It's just a moment of pause, but that's enough for me. I used as little power as possible, but it still used too much mana. This is still better than using ignition, though. The light on the moonlight sword is gone now that I'm out of mana. Shitty ass sword. I felt the core break. But since his body is still here, I guess it wasn't fully destroyed. What a shitty feeling. What an insult to the dead. That bitch dared to break into my own grave and make a death knight out of my own body. I'll destroy this, take Ramon, and escape. My body won't move. It's like I'm tied down by some great invisible power. Way fuck. You're here. I can't move my body. All I can do right now is to move my mouth to speak. I'm sure that's possible only because she allowed for it. Can't we at least talk face to face? I'm thinking about what I should do with you. I do have quite a few ideas, but the one I like the most is this. I'll drag you to the surface and throw you into the hot sand. Of course, I won't kill you. I'll make sure your head is above the surface so that you can breathe. I'll force your eyes and mouth to stay open. Not long after, your eyes will crack into pieces, and your tongue will look like a dried up branch. After that, you'll become a scarecrow of the desert. I'll destroy your legs and twist them into one string. And I'll stick thin metal pieces into each one of your fingers. My body's moving on its own, from the tips of your fingers, into your arms, across your shoulders and your other hand's fingers, so that you can keep your arms spread open. Your eyes will already be broken, so you won't see what's happening. You'll be able to feel it, though. It won't be so dull of a pain that you won't be able to feel it. I'd die of shock at that point. You won't die. I won't let you. And that's how you're gonna become a scarecrow of the desert. For a very, very long time. Until I'm tired of seeing you like that. Do you know who I am? Amelia Merwin. Blackthorn. Yes, I'm Amelia Merwin, the desert's dungeon master. That's me, Death's answer. You broke my pet. It was useless, but it was still mine. Torturing it, breaking it, and killing it are all things only I can do as its owner. What a gross pet. Why didn't you at least bathe it? The rotting corpse smell is too bad. Only I can say things like that as the owner. TCH. The spell's broken. Can I kill her right now? No, I can't. Amelia is on a different level. I can't kill her even if I were to use ignition. I didn't want to ask Balzac for a favor. Right now, I guess I have no choice. You know who Balzac Ludbeth is, right? I don't know why you're bringing up his name. Well, I know him. He wrote me a letter to give to you if I were to come across you. You're speaking the truth. It's his seal. Why did he write a letter for someone like you? Do you know what this letter means? He said that if I had it on me, you wouldn't kill me, no matter what I did. It's a bit different. A long time ago, he helped me. As payment for that, I promised to do him one favor. That was a very valuable offer, even for Balzac. The ability to ask me, Amelia Merwin, for a favor. But for decades, he didn't ask me for anything. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Since you have this, you can ask me for one favor in his stead. As long as I can do it. I see. If you don't want to die, then ask me to spare you. Then I won't kill you. But I'm not just gonna let you go. I'll need to know why and how you got here, and what you did here. I ask of you, Amelia Merwin, kill yourself. I'm sure I said I would do it as long as I could. You have two choices. If you don't want to talk, then I'll respect it. And I'll kill you. If you want to live, then I'll let you live. But I'll need you to tell me everything I want to know. Don't worry. I'm not gonna make a cripple out of you. Just because I'm not killing you. I won't even torture you. There are many ways I can get you to talk. You're very interesting to me. How did you get in here, a place even the Sultan does not know about? Only the desert mages here know about this place. Was there some parasite amongst them that was working with you? That's strange. That shouldn't happen. What do I do? If I ask her to spare my life, she'll get me to confess no matter what. If she doesn't need to torture me, that must mean she's gonna use dark magic. Dark magic used by someone of her level will easily overpower my own will and get the answers out of me. I won't be able to stop it. You sure are thinking for a long time. Should I interpret your hesitation as an answer? Should I use ignition and run away? No, if she uses that paralysis spell on me again, I won't be able to do anything. I'll count to 3. I can't wait more than that. 1. What if I tell her I'm a Lionheart? Would this shitty dark mage even respect that name? 2. Should I just be honest? Tell her that I opened that door that even she couldn't open and found the moonlight sword. No way. She will spare my life, but she will definitely take the moonlight sword. 3. This disgusting feeling. Could it be? Brings you here. What? Dear Demon King of Incarceration. Demon King of Incarceration. Eugene Lionheart. I saw you through the eyes of Balzac Ludbeth. Did you come to offer flowers to your ancestor's friend? I'm sure as you can see, the owner of this grave is Hamel Dinas. He was called Hamel the Foolish, but he was definitely not foolish. He was especially strong and talented amongst dear Vermouth's friends, and he was Vermouth's best friend. What the hell is he saying? Dear Vermouth. I understand why you'd think of me as an enemy. Vermouth and I genuinely understood each other and built a real friendship, but to enforce something that happened 300 years ago on a descendant is silly. I respect the Lionhearts out of the friendship I had with Vermouth, but I won't demand respect back from you. Eugene. After Vermouth, for 300 years, I've seen many a Lionheart, but I believe you are the one who is most like Vermouth. Lionheart. I see. Silver hair. Golden eyes. They are the traits of a Lionheart. I didn't expect to see you in such a pitiful place like this and with a Death Knight as a vessel too. Demon King of Incarceration. How am I supposed to take this? That's up to you. Did you come to this place to defend that bad lion cub? He's my friend's descendant, after all. That's the reason why you're oppressing my freedom, which you are supposed to respect. Vermouth is dead. But his bloodline has continued on, especially Eugene Lionheart. I can see Vermouth in him. Amelia Merwin, I endear and respect you, but not as much as Vermouth. You respect someone who died 300 years ago more than me, who's alive right now. Demon King of Incarceration. Your freedom cannot transcend your respect for me, Amelia Merwin. I respected your freedom to do whatever you wanted in Hamel's grave. But if you wish to harm Vermouth's descendant, I cannot accept that. At least not now. Now. What do you mean, arrogant little kid? Be polite to the Demon King, 300 years after Vermouth's promise. That is a long time for humans. For those 300 years, I believe I have shown enough generosity and respect to Vermouth's descendants. Demon King of Incarceration. I accepted it as freedom that they did not show me the same kind of generosity and respect, but I cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that I be nice to them. And Helmut's king, he's just talking. But my heart feels tight, and I can't even move. With freedom comes responsibility. Freedom without responsibility is just self-indulgence. Vermouth's descendant, relay this to all Lionhearts. If you will not respect me, I will no longer respect you either. A warning. What is the reason why you're saying this now after 300 years of silence? Your ancestor made a promise with freedom as payment. And that promise is coming to an end. The wheel that Vermouth stopped is about to begin turning again. There will be a need for another promise one day. Who will be able to make a promise in Vermouth's stead and stop the wheel from turning? What was the promise? You do not have the right to know. You're not Vermouth, foolish lion. Your existence, your soul, it was all because of Vermouth's promise that you could be born 300 years later. What? Amelia Merwin. Go back to your dungeon. I still have questions to ask that kid. You will not get any answers from him. Nonsense. My pet is dead, and he easily opened a door that I couldn't open no matter what I did. Door. AAA. Look. There is only Hamel's grave within. Nothing happened here. Demon King of Incarceration. Do you like that vessel? My business here is done. I'll return Hamel's body. Are you sure? It's the body of your dear precious Vermouth's friend. Yes, but Hamel is not my friend. You were lucky. But you won't be this lucky next time. I can't do anything to that kid right now, but someday. I'll make sure to get him once the promise is over. I can't wait for it. Block. Foolish lion. Fucking son of a bitch. He knows that I reincarnated. Your existence, your soul. It was all because of Vermouth's promise that you could be born 300 years later. What did he mean by that? Does that mean Vermouth made a promise with the Demon King in order to have me reincarnated? No way. If Vermouth really wanted to do something for me, he would have chosen to kill the Demon King rather than to reincarnate me. Plus, that promise was a promise of peace. It had nothing to do with my reincarnation. Yes, but Hamel is not my friend. I don't like you either, you piece of shit. Amelia Merwin took the death knight made from my body. I wasn't able to destroy it. The promise with Vermouth is coming to an end. Who will be able to make a promise in Vermouth's stead and stop the wheel from turning? The end of a promise. And a stopped wheel. This bastard. Why does he have to speak in riddles? I don't intend on making any promises. Stop the wheel for what? If the wheel rolls over shit, you should just destroy it, not stop it. If my reincarnation wasn't Senya or Anissa's doing, but Vermouth's. Vermouth, you wouldn't expect me to do something like that. 200 years earlier, after Vermouth died, someone invaded this grave. Senya realized something was wrong, and came all the way here. Senya had a fight with the invader. Then disappeared. This leaf that I found in front of Hamel's coffin. This is a leaf of the world tree. The leaf of the world tree allows you to warp to the elven forest no matter where you are. Did she use this in the moment of danger? Who could have invaded my grave and cornered Senya like that? Vermouth. If it was Vermouth who had fought Senya here, then what would have been the reason? Why are you getting in my way? He's just some everyday mercenary. Why do you want to bring him along? Senya complained, even at first sight. Sir Vermouth, he looks like he has no class at all. I'm sure there are countless warriors better than this stray dog. Anis straight up insulted me. I heard that the warriors of the kingdom by the sea are very brave. I want to fight them. Moron was an idiot as always. No. It has to be you, Hamel Dinas. Be my companion. I don't really care about that. I don't intend on obeying someone weaker than me. Then if I win, you'll become my companion. I'm stronger than you. Shut the fuck up. Let's go again. Hey, I'm much weaker than you. So why do you want me to come with you? You'll be my companion if I win. Wasn't that the promise? I don't get it. If you, the warrior of light, were to ask anyone to be your companion, people would line up. You're the last one. I need your power to kill all the demon kings. Come with me, Hamel. Vermouth. If the reincarnation and the necklace were Vermouth's doing, he would have been able to place that necklace in the Lionheart treasury without a problem. No, it's too early to conclude anything. The illusion of Senya I saw in Arath. The writing on the inside of the coffin in Senya's handwriting. Perhaps one day, we will meet in the world you hoped for. If that wasn't referring to heaven, but my reincarnation. Did Vermouth betray Senya? I don't know. I don't even want to think about that possibility. In order to find out the truth. You're aware that you're asking too much, right? Eugene Lionheart. I heard about you from my subordinates, but do you really think that I sent my subordinates out for some petty thievery? Regardless of what your intentions were, it is true that they harmed me. It was to protect you. I don't know if you are aware, but Nahama and Keel are not on good terms. Keel's emperor is wary of Nahama's powers, and the Sultan has resentment against Keel too. The desert mages who are actively progressing the desertification are hiding at the end of the desert. If this kid were to come across them, the scorpion would have come. Me protecting you is basically Nahama bowing down to Keel. I also had to figure out what your intentions were. Why were you heading toward the Kajani desert, where no one lives? I didn't come here to be interrogated. That's it. I can't interrogate you. That's why I had my subordinates follow you so that they could protect you if something were to happen. If Ramon Schulhoff had properly carried out my orders, we wouldn't be having such an uncomfortable conversation right now. I understand why you would feel unpleasant about this ordeal, but from what I heard, my subordinates kept a good distance from you when you suddenly attacked them. He's not bringing up the assassins or the desert mages at all. Kajitan's Amir doesn't know that Hamel's grave and Amelia Merwin are in the Kajani desert. There's no need to tell him that. I'll just resolve this and back off. If you're right, then I guess I misunderstood. But I don't know how to explain this situation to my family. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it is true that you endangered my safety. Even if I were to explain the misunderstanding, I don't know how my family would take it. I don't want a bad outcome either. Mr. Eugene. It could lead to a problem between the two nations, and I don't want to put my family in a difficult situation because of this. What is it that you want? I think that's a pretty cheap price to repair a relationship that has been soured by a misunderstanding. I heard you've just turned 19, but you're rather bold. I can give that money to you if that will calm your anger. Since that's taken care of, I'd like to ask you just one thing. What did you see in the Kajani desert? I saw the desert. As you said, there was nothing else. The statue, coffin, and memorial stone. I put it all in my cape. There is nothing remaining there now. Even the Sultan does not know about Hamel's grave. As long as Amelia Merwin keeps her mouth shut, what happened back there will not get out. Ah, and I'll be taking Ramon Schulhoff. I'll have him pay for threatening my life, pay for threatening your life. If you want that, I can have him executed right in front of you. I'm not a merciless person who wants a person's head cut off for something like this. I'm just going to bring him back to my family and have him clean toilets or something. As you wish. If God really is omnipotent and all-knowing, then why does he let these young sheep bleed? Anise. You're drunk. If he really is a light to chase away all darkness, then why doesn't he do that? We have vermouth. I don't know about your God of light. But, I do know that vermouth, that bastard, is one ridiculously strong guy. God could not take care of the world himself, so he sent vermouth, the living miracle. That is why he is a warrior, and why the sacred sword acknowledged him as its owner. I didn't expect to hear those kinds of words coming from you. Do you think I'm saying this because I want to? It's really annoying to listen to your drunk tirades over nothing. So hand over the drink instead of drinking on your own. This isn't alcohol. It's holy water. I cannot give it to someone like you who lacks faith. Anise. Sacred grounds of light, Hogani. That is where Anisa's statue is. If I take a ship from the Holy Empire Uras across the ocean, I will arrive here in Hogani. 200 years ago, Anise sent a prayer here before starting a pilgrimage to the other end of the desert. Anise came to my grave to pay her respects. Senya's retirement and Anisa's pilgrimage. The time periods don't overlap completely. Senya retired a few years earlier, then Anise left on her pilgrimage. Anise could not enter my grave. If she had, she would have done something about the state it was in. Was vermouth also involved in the disappearance of Anise? I could not find anything in Hogani. Something that could be a clue right now is this leaf from the world tree that Senya left behind. Young Master Eugene, it has already been a week since we got here. Have you perhaps changed your mind? No. We're going back to Kiel. You son of a bitch. You're finally coming back after 2 years. Let's see how much stronger you are now, Eugene. Cyan. You seem unhappy that your brother is coming back. I want him to come back, but I also don't. If Eugene wants to become the patriarch, I'll probably give it up to him. As long as you don't step back, Eugene won't become the patriarch. Is that what's best for the Lionhearts? The Lionheart's patriarch position should be taken by the strongest Lionheart. Cyan. You're no longer a kid. You can make decisions on your own. Become the patriarch or give up the position to Eugene. It is your choice. That's not what you wish for. Seems like I've raised you too strictly. I don't want to be like Theonis. I don't want to ruin my child with excessive greed like she has. I'm different from Iode. Yes, you are. So you can make what you feel is the right choice. If you feel that it is the right choice, then I'll respect it. Cyan. Eugene is your brother. Even if you're not related by blood, you're still brothers. So talk to him once he's here. The succession of the patriarch position can wait until then. Okay. I'd have seen you all back at the house anyway. Why did you all come to greet me, son? It's been a while, father. Looks like you've worked out a lot. Your body's sturdy, but you've grown out your beard quite a bit. Are you? It's thanks to Starrett. Starrett. That's Garja's father. Are they close enough to refer to him by his first name now? I told you not to take that medicine. Excuse me, I didn't see you. Don't be so awkward. We're family, but... Where's the patriarch? He's at the Black Lion Castle because of the coming-of-age ritual. You know about that too, right? Ah. The blood succession ritual, which is a Lionheart tradition, is attended by both the indirect and direct lineages, but the coming-of-age ritual is just for the direct lineage children. It was Iode, who is 2 years older than you, who should have gone through the coming-of-age ritual last time. But he has basically been estranged, so the last one was skipped. But there are 3 children, you, Cyan, and Seal, who will be adults next year, so I think this ritual will be a bit more extravagant than before. Is that what the Patriarch wanted? It's what the Senate wanted. Who's that with you? Ah. My subordinate. His name is Ramon Schulhoff, and his age is. Ramon, how old are you? I'm 32. I personally picked him out myself. He's trustworthy. I'm not teaching him or anything. I was just gonna have him work some random jobs for my sake. Nina. Yes, Mr. Eugene. Take him and teach him. The barn and the tourney hall cleaning. And other things you don't want to do that require strength. Are you sure that's okay? He's your subordinate. That's why he should do what I tell him to. Ramon, this is Nina. She's now your senior. Learn from her. I have to treat this lady who looks at least 10 years younger than me as my senior. No, even if I'm just doing odd jobs around the house, if it's for young Master Eugene, I'll at least be paying him back for saving my life. And there will be a day when he really needs me. That day, I will risk my life for the young master as a warrior. Hey, if you're done, let's talk. What are you? What the hell are you talking about? Are you really 19? Do you want the truth? We're not the same age. I'm actually a reincarnation. Cut the bullshit. He won't even believe me, so why is he asking? Why? Are you shocked at how strong your brother really is? It has been 2 years for both of us, but somehow, it's like you lived 20 years instead of 2. I thought I tried really hard too. While you were learning magic, I trained the sword like crazy. I trained my white flame method too and reached 3-star. But meanwhile, Eugene. White flame method 4-star. Eugene, you become the Patriarch. What the hell are you talking about? You want me to be the Patriarch? After seeing you face to face, I can't handle it anymore. How can I become the Patriarch when you're so obviously better than me? Why not? You can just be the Patriarch if you say you will. I can't accept that. We can have a duel if you really want me to take the Patriarch position. If you win, then I'll accept whatever decision you make. If I win the duel, why would I make you the Patriarch? It'd make sense for me to become the Patriarch if I win. You're smarter than I expected. What? You'll be the Patriarch, Cyan. That kind of position is for someone with ambition. I don't want to take on an annoying position like that. If you really want to change my mind, you can do it by force. Phew. Instead of a proper duel, let's just try sparring. I'm telling you now, but you won't be able to win against me no matter what you do. I know, you bastard. The sword soul is easy to control and can be maintained for a long time. Looks like his mana proficiency has gotten much better since he reached 3-star in White Flame method. Someone with as much mana as Cyan at this age is probably very rare on the entire continent. Strange. There's no way I would get this tired so fast. It's like I'm swinging my sword at nothing. Eugene's sword seems to deflect my attacks, but at the same time, it sends my sword where I don't want it to. Cook. It's no use. If I were to fight with all I had using Sword Soul, would I be able to defeat young Master Eugene? I don't think so. He was very strong 2 years ago too, Sir Heezer. But now, I feel that he's gotten overwhelmingly stronger. Although young Master Cyan has gotten much better too, young Master Eugene is taking all of his attacks without moving even a step from where he is standing. You. What was that? The way you deflected all my attacks. Just regular old parrying. That was no ordinary parrying. You didn't bounce off my sword soul, you let it slide off. You offset all my attacks and made me use more mana than I needed to. You've got a good eye. Tell me. Really? You want to learn from me? Patience. Patience. Alright, I'll teach you. Really. If you become strong enough, there's no need for me to become patriarch, right? But there are too many people watching here. Come with me. You can't become stronger than me. But you'll accept being a patriarch if you become strong enough, right? Yeah, but, and even if you push it onto me, I don't want to become the patriarch. How can I become the patriarch when I don't want to? How many times did I offer it to him? I think at least 3 times. What can I do when he keeps rejecting the position? Well, if you really don't want to, then I guess I have no choice. You are skilled, but you don't have the qualities fitting of a patriarch. You haven't even gotten proper lessons as a successor. You're not prepared. There's no way you could fit into high society when you've lived half your life in the country. What was that for? You were just being a piece of shit. But when are you going to teach me that skill? Now. I'm a bit busy. I can't teach you right here. I'll just write it down sometime and give it to you. If you read that and train hard, you'll be able to learn it. You're not lying because you don't want to become the patriarch, right? It's true that I don't want to become the patriarch, but I'm not lying. Old and rough mountains located in the south of Kiel. Uklas. Vermuth the Great of the Kiel Empire gave up his title and moved to a house in the capital, but 300 years after that, Uklas still remains a Lionheart territory. The Black Lion Castle located in the peaks of Uklas. This is the place Vermuth had resided in the longest, and also where his corpse rests. Eugene. That child is back in the main residence. Savak, nice timing. There are only 2 months remaining in this year. There is no need to summon him here, is there? You're the one who committed something unprecedented. A child of indirect lineage being taken into the main residence is something that has never happened before in all of Lionheart history. I've seen him ever since I was young, but it's still uncomfortable being around him. The oldest man of the family and also the head of the Senate. The White Lion of Immortality. Duiners Lionheart. Of course, you proved the child's worth, but things have been rather messy. It's not just the patriarch. Eugene Lionheart. I met that kid myself in Arath. Why is it a problem that he's of indirect lineage? What's important is his potential. Carmen, even if you may have good insight, that cannot represent the Black Lion. So I need to check for myself. During the coming-of-age ceremony, the Senate agrees that the child, Eugene Lionheart, has quite the potential. That is why we permitted the patriarch to adopt him into the main residence. But he will also become an adult in 2 months. That is when we will begin with the process of choosing the next patriarch. I heard he visited Nahama. Yes. And before that, he learned magic in Arath. I heard he's quite talented in magic too. Talented enough that the Red Magic Tower Master took him in as his disciple. And he even got in touch with Aratha's crown prince. Patriarch, we who possess the last name Lionheart are a pack of lions. It is okay for the patriarch to raise his children how he wishes, but letting a lion he raised leave the pack on his own just because he wishes to is not acceptable. The decision is the child's, of course. I intend to respect the child's choices. But I will restrict his choices. Were you perhaps planning to recommend him as the next patriarch? If that is what Eugene wants. I'd like to leave the possibility open. He won't want to. That's what Seal said. Eugene is refusing to become the patriarch. I hope he won't change his mind then. Black Lion Castle. Yes. I thought the Senate's elders would come here for the ceremony. But you guys were invited to go there instead. Seal is already at the Black Lion Castle, so you two just need to go now. When? As soon as you're ready. Then let's go now. I'm sure everything we need will be there. Let's go, Cyan. Hey, the book you wrote for me. I finished reading it. Are you serious about this? This is just torturing the core. If I really follow this method, I'll pass out from lack of mana. That's how I did it. It's how Hamel used to train his mana. But I changed it a bit so that Cyan could try. Keep this in mind, Cyan. You have to do it even if you can't. You have to keep going even if you're crying and throwing up blood. That's what you need to do to at least try to catch up to me a little bit. That's how much you need to do to become a Lionheart Patriarch. Bastard. So sweet. I love hearing insults. Anyway, the Black Lion Castle. This is the first time the coming-of-age ceremony was held somewhere else other than here. Well, I get it though. Thanks to that bastard Iode, the Senate has been watching us too. Maybe they want to teach us a lesson. They probably want to warn you. Then what about you? Since I am the future patriarch, maybe they want to congratulate me early. I might be allowed to go to Vermouth the Great's grave. Vermouth's grave is somewhere in Mtuklas, but its precise location is top secret. Even the patriarch, Gilad, doesn't know much about this grave. I do not believe that Vermouth died peacefully like the books say. I need to make sure that Vermouth's body is really in his grave. Maybe they'll let me have the demonic spear Ruintos or the pulverizing flail Ziggullard. The demon king of cruelty's weapon, the demonic spear Ruintos. The demon king of slaughter's weapon, pulverizing flail Ziggullard. The two weapons are not kept in the main residence's treasury, but in the Black Lion Castle. Currently, the owner of the demonic spear is the Senate leader and the oldest of the Lionhearts, Duiners Lionheart, the immortal White Lion. The owner of the pulverizing flail Ziggullard is Duiners' grandson. And the first Legion captain of the Black Lion Knight Order, Dominic Lionheart. The Senate leader is too old. He's way past the age of retirement. Maybe he intends to retire and give me the demonic spear. How should I know? My mana just gets sucked out each time I pull this thing out. Stupid sword. The fragment of the moonlight sword that I got from the auction. This fragment resonates with the sword and adds to the shaft of the sword. I think it'll be completely back to normal if I can just collect all of the fragments. I'm not in a hurry. I need to find Vermouth's grave first. To think that I'd be leaving the main residence just a few days after coming back here. But what should I do about Hamel's statue and gravestone in my cape? I was gonna have it set up here if I could convince Gilad, but I can't meet Gilad right now. No, wait. I have a good idea. Are you going on a date? Are you going on a picnic? So that's the Cape of Darkness. It sure looks nice. Plus, I heard it has several spells cast for convenience. Even a pocket plane. I'm not gonna give it to you even if you stare at it like that. I didn't even ask. The gate to the Black Lion Castle is open. Let's go. Jeez. It's spicy from the start. I can see the Black Lion Castle at the top of the mountain. Are they asking me to go all the way over there? This is actually good. If Vermouth's tomb is hidden somewhere on Mount Uklas, I can explore while heading towards the castle. Ag. If falling from the sky is the beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony, there should at least be some sort of safety measure so he doesn't die. I'll forget about Cyan for now and take care of myself. Is that a part of Wynetha's strength as well? No, it's floating magic. He didn't show any signs of panic. And he is indeed proficient at using magic. How good is his knowledge of magic? Even the lowest level of floating magic belongs in the fourth circle. Not only is he keeping his speed constant even while falling from that height, but he's maintaining his balance as well. It looks to be at least on the level of the fifth circle. Patriarch. Do you know how many stars Eugene Lionheart has achieved in the White Flame method? Before going to Arath, he had reached the third star. Last year, I received a letter saying he had reached his 4th star. Hoo. 4 stars at age 19. And now that a year has passed, his level may have reached further. That's impossible. To say that he may have reached his 5th star when he's not even an adult yet. Just because you're incompetent doesn't mean that everyone else is. Sister. Are you looking down on me? I have been treated like an elder for 10 years, too. Don't call me sister with that mug of yours. Other people would think that you were my father or grandfather. That's because you're not acting befitting of your age and insist on wearing a young face. Just how long will you keep that up for? It's overwhelmingly better to look young than it is to look old. You have no dignity, none. Since you're an elder now, you should have the dignity to match it. Even though you are over 60 years old, you still think you're a maiden in your 20s. He's reached the ground. Dominic. You go. Yes, elder. Commander of the Black Lion Knights 1st Battalion Dominic Lionheart. Testing the children right as they arrive at the castle is. It wouldn't be a test otherwise. Does the patriarch not trust his children? I do. This is different from the bloodline continuation ceremony. There's no point in adjusting the difficulty to the children's age and experience. If you're going to conduct the coming-of-age ceremony like this, then there would have been no harm in you bringing Iode here. Do you still hold regrets about your eldest son? Since he's your son, I know there's nothing you can do about it, but patriarch. Let go of your attachment to Iode. You've heard about it, so you should know. Right. Iode is currently at your wife's house, living a comfortable and happy life. However, Iode is still the eldest child of the main family. It may be impossible for him to succeed the position of patriarch, but he still has the right to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony. Though it's unfortunate, that child has already come of age. That's my second one. Since twin-head ogres are bastards who make an entire forest their territory, there would be no reason for both of them to be in the same area. They were breeding. Not just the ogres, either. This entire forest is a huge breeding ground for monsters. Also, their mana hasn't been limited like during the blood continuation ceremony. There's no way they'd just drop us out of the sky like that just to make us hunt some monsters. As expected. How long have you gone around riding a wyvern? Seal. How did you know to dodge? The wind was noisy. What kind of nonsense is that? I think that if it were only monsters, then it would be too easy. Still, it's our first time meeting in a while, so isn't it a bit mean to attack me without even exchanging greetings? Does your head not hurt? My head. Why? There's a barrier spread throughout this entire forest. So it should be causing brain fog. Now that I think about it, I did feel a little dizzy when I first entered. That's it. My mind is quite strong. This barrier is one that breaks the spirit by reflecting the fears of the heart as an illusion. My brother was screaming after seeing illusion of terrible ghosts. I went through these types of mental attacks countless times in my past life. On top of that, the barrier in the forest is not deliberately trying to destroy my spirit. Originally, I wasn't going to attack you this quickly. I was going to see how you responded to the sensation of fear that you ran into, but I have no choice. I never thought I'd end up fighting you, Seal. However, I won't go easy on you. You can't dodge midair now, can you? She used the wyvern to speed herself up. TCH. Got you. Not yet. Don't kill WYWY. WY what? I said, don't kill him, that thick-skinned little. She was the one who ambushed me first. You got lucky today, you lizard piece of shit. You bitch. TCH. You. Can you go a bit easy? If you promise to stop attacking me, the fight's already over. I could never have won in the first place. I can't test you. Did you predict that I was gonna change the trajectory of my rapier? That was a half-half chance. Your hand would have gone flying if I hadn't. I put out my hand because I was certain you couldn't do that to my hand. Son of a bitch. It's been surprise after surprise here. Since you're here, why don't you explain some things to me? Just go find the Black Lion Castle. I know that too. But how annoying is that process gonna be for me? There are 60 Black Lion Knights, including the captains. They're all over this mountain looking for you and my brother. Isn't that a bit over the top for a coming-of-age ceremony? The Senate leader values you highly. My poor brother just got mixed up in this because of you. 60. That's way too many just to ambush 2 people. This mountain is pretty vast, after all. Some are positioned to stop you and my brother. They're not all for ambush. From going anywhere you shouldn't. They're supposed to stop us from going anywhere we shouldn't. Where would that be? Dangerous places, of course. This mountain has a lot of monsters. Around here, there are only ogres, but if you go in deeper, there are dangerous demonic monsters that can easily kill ogres. Demons. Why would those be here? Apparently, they're raising them to increase the Black Lion Knight's experience. Demons aren't domestic animals. You can't raise them. That just means they're loose in the forest. Vermouth the Great's grave should be in this mountain, but they let loose demons around here. Why are you getting mad at me? How can I not get mad as a part of the Lionheart family? Since when were you so patriotic toward the Lionhearts? As far as I know, the demons aren't near Vermouth the Great's grave. I've gone for demon raids several times, but I've never heard anything about his grave. She said the Senate leader was paying attention to me. I was going to inspect the mountain while pretending to make my way to the castle, but I guess that would be a bad idea. I guess I'll have to go with Plan B then. For now, I'll just go to the Black Lion Castle. Hey, Seal, why don't I hitch a ride on your wyvern to get to the castle? As if. I'll warn you before I leave. You should try to get out of here as soon as possible. The other knights will arrive soon. Is that so? Hey fly, as I'm telling you to if you don't want to get beaten the fuck up again. WYWY. Hey, you bastard. WYWY. Come back. You're dead if you go back to her. I don't see Carmen amongst them. I don't know what the other captains look like, but none of them seem strong enough to be one. This is all for a test, so make sure your attacks aren't too harsh. Yes, sir. The Black Lion Knight Order is very skilled. Even in my past life, there wasn't a Knight Order that was stronger than them. But attacks made without the intention to kill cannot test me. I'll be the ones testing you instead, Black Lion Knight order. He's gonna charge into us on his own. Stop him. Haha, he's Nathan Lionheart, the 3rd Legion Vice Captain I saw in Arath. Young Lady Seal must have come to you first. Where did you leave her? Down there. I lost in a fight with spears. There is no need to engage in battle. All I need to do is reach the Black Lion Castle. A stone. It came from below. Hi. Seal said there were captains included in the Black Lion Knights who were going to ambush us, so I'm not surprised that one was amongst them here. Black Lion Knight Order 3rd Legion Captain Carmen Lionheart. Was my greeting a bit too rough? Aren't you all giving me a bit too much love? It's because you are doing better than we thought. Cyan is still being chased by his fears. Don't be too upset. It just means you're getting attention. And since I'm here, the test will be over quickly. 3 minutes. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I will take you to the Black Lion Castle right away. 3 minutes. Really? If that is possible, then there is no need to test you anymore. Why? Don't think you can do it. If you think it is too long, I can make it 1 minute. I get why she's confident since I'm just a kid, but to hear those words. I'm fine since I'm young and unwrinkly, but wouldn't it be pushing yourself too much at your old age to be moving around for 3 minutes? One minute. That should be enough. I was going to break a bone, but his reaction speed is faster than I expected. I'll take this a bit more seriously then. I'm honestly impressed by her skills. At this level, I'm sure she would have been just as renowned 300 years ago too. If I consider just her intimidating aura, she's on the same level as Amelia Merwin. No, I can't know that now. Amelia attacked me with the intent to kill. "3 minutes. It's past that. It has been 3 minutes, but I wasn't able to get a critical attack in. I did control my strength, but I wasn't able to overpower a young kid like him. Isn't there still a minute left?" "No, I was counting in my head." "You were counting while fighting me. Well, thanks to you going easy on me, yes." Amazing. The pulverizing hammer Ziggullard, once a weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter. Then he must be the current owner of the hammer. The Black Lion Knight Order's 1st Legion Captain Dominic Lionheart. I can't believe that you're just 19, Eugene Lionheart. I did frequently hear that you were skilled. But I thought the rumors were exaggerated. Seems like the rumors did you wrong, actually. Thank you, Dame Carmen. Do you need to test him more? No, that was enough. Let's go to the castle. Hey, you son of a bitch. How could you just leave me like that? You found your way here fine. Your wyvern's pretty smart. It found you on its own. Good that you're here. I need to go to the Black Lion Castle now. Gimme a ride. You. Want to ride the wyvern with me? Why, you don't want to. I don't mind. Stick closer. You might fall. I won't die even if I fall. Don't hold on to WIWI's scales. You're hurting him. How's that a wyvern if just holding on to its scales hurts him? If that hurts, then your wyvern's a lizard. WIWI's a wyvern, but he's sensitive. Is that fine? Yeah. What are you doing? We might as well fly around before going there. It feels nice to fly. I'd rather just hurry to the castle and eat, then take a bath. You'll just hear lectures once you get there. We don't have enough people in the Black Lion Knight Order. The Great Lionheart family with 300 years of history. For a Knight Order that is supposed to guard such a family, we have too few people. What can we do about that anyway? Unlike the main residence's White Lion Knight Order, the Black Lion Knight Order is made up of people who are from the Lionheart family. That's because the Black Lion Knight Order has to take care of the messy business of the family. We can't have outsiders get mixed up in that. Eugene Lionheart. Come into the Black Lion Knight Order. I already rejected that offer 2 years ago. Back then, I didn't see your skills myself. But I saw them today. The 2nd Legion Captain's disciple position is still empty. What has he been doing for 2 years then? He did find one, but his personality is pretty rough. No one was able to withstand him. Your skills remind me of him. I wouldn't be surprised if he had taught you. I've never even met him. If you became his disciple, you would get along with him. Plus, being in the Black Lion Knight Order is a great honor to the family. That's all fine and good, but I would like to prioritize my own honor. The Senate is wary of you. The situation in Nahama has been suspicious lately, but you went and visited that place without any discussion. You don't think that I schemed something with those Nahama people, do you? The possibility is very low, but we can't completely ignore it. Who would have ever imagined that Iode would get into dark magic? You are in a good position to receive all kinds of offers. You are very talented, but there is a limit to your authority because of your bloodline. What if someone were to offer to help you become the Patriarch? I don't want to become the Patriarch. Then think about it differently. With your skills, anyone would try to take you onto their side. Did Nahama's Sultan promise you wealth and fame? Yes. Then I guess I don't need to answer you. I'm sure the people in this room will ask me the same questions. Senate Head Duiners Lionheart. Lionheart Patriarch Gilad Lionheart. Senate Member Klein Lionheart. Senate Member specialized in magic indirect bloodline. Black Lion Knight Order 1st Legion Captain Dominic Lionheart. Black Lion Knight Order 2nd Legion Captain Henos Lionheart. Hello, dear Senate Elders. I am Eugene Lionheart. It is rather sudden. But please take a look at this. A statue and a gravestone. What is this? There's a name on the gravestone. Hamel Dinas. Hamel the Foolish. Where did you get this? How did you find this? I found it in Sir Hamel's grave. As you already know, I studied magic in Arath for 2 years. In Senya's hall in Aratha's Royal Library Archeon, I was able to learn about Hamel's grave. Through witchcraft. How? This is the first time someone from the Lionheart family has gotten a look at the witchcraft. I assume Lady Senya meant for one of us to see it. Sir Hamel is an old friend of our ancestor. Unlike the others, he wasn't able to return from Helmut, and he sacrificed himself for the sake of his friends. Saying all this is really embarrassing. I wandered around Nahama's desert and found Sir Hamel's grave. But the grave was seriously damaged. The only things that remained intact were this statue and the gravestone. There was also a Death Knight made from Sir Hamel's corpse. I was able to defeat the Death Knight, but I came across the infamous dungeon master of the desert, Amelia Merwin. You came across the Death Answer. How were you able to come back alive? That's because the Demon King of Incarceration intervened. The Demon King of Incarceration. Helmut's dominator was there himself. Yes. He stopped Amelia Merwin from killing me, and told me to relay a warning. He said that freedom without responsibility was self-indulgence. He warned us that his goodwill and Helmut's silence would not last for eternity. I need to relay this warning. I don't know what Vermouth's promise entailed, but having heard the warning, we need to prepare for the end of this piece. The Demon King of Incarceration also said, I cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that I be nice to them. If you will not respect me, I will no longer respect you either. We never expected you to tell us such enormous news. We were going to interrogate you on what you had been doing, but this has become quite the big problem. The Demon King of Incarceration has expressed the possibility of peace. If we do not tread on his goodwill, the peace will continue. If he felt the need to warn us, I'm sure the peace will end eventually. Nahama has been invading Turith for hundreds of years. If Helmut is behind this viciousness, how can we be certain that it wasn't the Demon King of Incarceration that made this happen? Then will you go visit the Demon King of Incarceration yourself to ask? Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if this peace were to end any day. The two strongest demon kings are alive and well with their subordinates. The demons and the dark mages are all over the continent. Years ago, Sir Vermouth the Great took just 4 friends and felled the demon kings of slaughter, cruelty, and frenzy. But he wasn't able to fell the Demon King of Incarceration and the Demon King of Ruin. Just who among this era's Lionhearts can kill the Demon Kings? Me. Or my grandson Dominic. Patriarch, will you do it? This does not threaten only the Lionhearts. The Demon King of Incarceration is after the world. Right, but we're the descendants of Vermouth the Great. If we are to fight Helmut, we need to be at the front lines. Patriarch, do you believe that we are ready? It's neither Kiel nor the Lionhearts who are disrespecting the goodwill of the Demon King of Incarceration. It is the Holy Empire and the allied powers of Devil Conquest who keep their armies on standby. At the borders of Helmut, those Demon King haters are going to invade Helmut with all their forces as soon as they hear about the warning. The Holy Empire and the allied powers of Devil Conquest aren't trying to fight Helmut head-on. It's just a stupid performance. If things get serious, I'm sure they will recall their forces. What a slow discussion. Looks like I won't have to worry about them declaring war against Helmut. Not that I care. My determination to kill all the Demon Kings won't change. Eugene Lionheart. What do you intend on doing with those things? Putting it where our ancestor lays. Sir Hamel's grave has already been destroyed. Look at this. Hamel Dinas. Piece of shit, idiot, retard, and garbage. Not the insults. I meant below that. But brave, faithful, wise and great. In praise of you, who sacrificed yourself for our sake and left us earlier than you should have. Our ancestor genuinely mourned the death of Sir Hamel. I think it's only right that we put the statue and gravestone where he lays. I didn't learn magic from Lady Senya herself, but my mentor, Sir Roberian, had inherited her tradition, so I'm sure I can call myself a mentee of Lady Senya too. I would have never imagined calling myself a mentee of Senya. In other words, I am Lady Senya's mentee and our ancestor's descendant. and the last person to have paid respects to Sir Hamill, so I think that I should be the one to bring this gravestone and statue to the ancestor's grave. I get what you mean. But as you know, we can't let anyone into the ancestor's grave. I do think it's only right for Sir Hamill's gravestone to lay next to the ancestor's. Eugene Lionheart brought the statue and the gravestone, so it only makes sense that he's the one to bring it to the ancestor. Then I guess I'll have to open up the path to the grave. Nice. Now I won't need to sneak around looking for Vermouth's grave anymore. I won't be able to open up his coffin when I get there, but I can just memorize the location and go there again. We need time to open up the path, so you keep the statue and gravestone meanwhile. Okay. Need time. Is it sealed with magic or something? Xenos. Take Eugene to his room. Yes, sir. Patriarch, push your reunion with your sons back a bit. We still have lots to discuss. So this guy is the 2nd Legion's captain, Xenos. I heard he's got quite the personality. So much so that every one of his disciples ran away. And show me the statue and the gravestone one more time. Kid, let's go over there. That's not difficult, but why do you want that? I want to give flowers. Why are you crying all of a sudden? I'm not crying. I have conjunctivitis. So sometimes tears flow without meaning to. Why is this bastard giving my statue flowers and sobbing? Is he my descendant or something? No, that's not possible. I never had kids. My descendant marrying Vermouth's descendant and having children. Do you have some kind of connection to Sir Hamill? I am Sir Hamill's disciple. Disciple? What the hell is talking about? I've never taught anyone in my past life. Well, technically speaking, I did not learn directly from him, but like all branch families, my family split off from the main family. My distant ancestor was Sir Vermouth's 2nd son. The oldest son became the patriarch after Sir Vermouth, and many siblings left the main residence to start indirect lineages. My ancestor did not become the patriarch, but I was able to inherit something other than the main family's traditional white flame method. Sir Vermouth taught my ancestor Sir Hamill's techniques. There is something I would like to ask you. Did you perhaps find his secret technique text in his grave? I saw the duel between you and Dame Carmen, the way you deflected her punch. That was one of Sir Hamill's techniques that my family inherited from Sir Vermouth. That skill cannot be imitated without genius combat senses and deep understanding and control over mana. But if you had found Sir Hamill's secret text in his grave, it's not impossible. So that bastard, Vermouth, decided to teach his descendants my own skills 300 years ago. Why did Sir Vermouth teach his 2nd son Sir Hamill's techniques? After Sir Vermouth's oldest son became the patriarch, many branch families were formed. As the family grew, we could not avoid black sheep. My ancestor was the first black lion who convicted those people. I see. Vermouth raised his 2nd son as a hunting dog that would keep a leash on the main family and other branch families. That must mean that he considered my technique strong enough to go up against the main family's white flame method. Eugene Lionheart. If you do possess Sir Hamill's secret text, please give it to me. Let's go over our positions first. Technically, I'm Sir Hamill's direct disciple, so am I not above you in seniority? What? I'd be the senior brother and you, my junior brother. Although you were born decades earlier than me, if you want to call yourself Sir Hamill's disciple, then you must treat me as your senior brother. What? Wait, then does that mean there really was a secret text in Sir Hamill's grave? Yes, but I memorized it and burned it. You heard what I said to the elders earlier, right? A death knight attacked me, so I couldn't bring it back with me. If you'll treat me as your senior brother, then I can compare the techniques of Sir Hamill to the ones you learned from your family and teach you what you're missing. What will you do? Do you really have his techniques memorized? He's reminding me of that goddamned bitch. It's pissing me off. Do I have to call you senior brother in front of other people too? That would make it inconvenient for both of us. We'd have to explain too much. I'll be fine with you calling me senior brother when it's just the two of us. Alright. Senior. Senior brother. The skills passed down in our family that Sir Vermouth taught my ancestor are 10 in total. Did I have that many? I only ever named one of the skills to ignition. The rest I just used depending on the situation at hand. Describe them. Okay. The Hamel method's principle, ignition. Wait, Hamel method. Did Sir Vermouth name that himself? I'm not sure, but that's how we have always learned them. Vermouth, you son of a bitch. You could have thought of a better name. What the fuck is Hamel method? Alright. Continue. Hamel method principle, ignition. The first, mana paring. The second, thousand thunders. The third, lightning counter. The fourth, Azura rampage. The fifth, dragon burst. The sixth, cyclone. The seventh, dead end. The eighth, destructive divine chi. The ninth, eternal purgatory. These names are making me remember the memories that I had erased because I did not want to think about them. Azura rampage. What does Azura rampage have to do with just swinging your sword everywhere? What's with him now? Senya, you just explode some fires and call it fire blast or whatever the fuck. I didn't give it that name. It's not my choice that I have to say the spell names in order to cast a spell. Anis, you also just emit light and say something like Holy Cross. At the very least, I make a cross out of the light. So does your skill get stronger or something if you shout Azura rampage? Of course. I need to shout in order to feel stronger. I think it's cool. When Hamel shouts Azura rampage and attacks, he really becomes Azura. Moron, you get it. But Vermouth, that son of a bitch memorized all those ass names and taught them to his son. High 1,000 thunders. So that skill is 1,000 thunders. Memorization complete, and those skills were passed down for 300 years. Today, we will learn Sir Hamel's eternal purgatory. Eternal. Purgatory. Eternal. Purgatory. Louder. You cannot exert your full strength if you do not yell the skill name louder. Hamel method principle, ignition the first, mana paring the second, thousand thunders the third, lightning counter the fourth, Azura rampage the fifth, dragon burst the sixth, cyclone the seventh, dead end the eighth, destructive divine chi the ninth, eternal purgatory. To think those retarded ass skill names that I used to shout in my past life would get passed down for 3 centuries in the Lionheart family. I should have regressed instead of reincarnating. Then I could have killed the past Hamel with my own hands. Were these skills written down in the secret text you found, senior brother? The book. I did not have any of these idiotic ass. I mean, none of these embarrassing skills. Those skills must be the ones Sir Hamel made when he was still immature. Embarrassing. You may be my senior brother, but I can't sit by and listen to you look down on those skills. You must be misunderstanding, but I also respect Sir Hamel. When I said embarrassing, I was referring to the skill names, not the actual skills. Junior brother, put your hand on your chest and be honest. Don't you think those names are embarrassing? Dane Carmen's ultimate attack is called Destiny Breaker. How great. Enough about the skill names. Write in detail about these skills. I'll compare it to the secret text in my head and fix the wrong parts for you. Have you ever gone inside Sir Vermouth's grave? Once when I became the captain. It's not just me. Anyone who is appointed captain of the Black Lion Knights must go into Sir Vermouth's grave to swear on their life to protect the family. What kind of place is it? Don't think of it as too luxurious. It's a deeply regarded secret, so I can't tell you in detail, but it's like a temple of sorts. Perhaps Sir Vermouth became a god when he passed away. Maybe it was set up to worship him. Vermouth as a god. If he did become a god, then reincarnating his dead friend would be possible. But if he had acquired omnipotence and omniscience, he wouldn't have fought Senya. What a mess. These idiots that inherited the Hamel method must have changed a lot of things to try and compensate for the inconvenient parts. This is very different from what I saw. Why are you erasing Hamel method? Be quiet. Keep this in mind, junior brother. This bullshit. Hamel method is not really that great enough to have its own name. Being restricted to these techniques won't allow you to surpass your limits. You should try to stray away from the Hamel method too. You're right. But have you perfectly mastered the Hamel method? If I hadn't, how would I be editing this right now? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I just wanted to know how much you really understand the Hamel method. Watch closely. Eternal Purgatory. You've casted it with such ease. A technique that consumes an incredible amount of mana. Are you satisfied? Please show me destructive divine chi too. Don't make me do work, and just take this with you. Ah, and junior brother, if Dame Carmen or anyone else tells you to take me in as your disciple, reject them. Alright, do I really have to? That's not what I meant. Why? Do you want to order me around when I'm your senior brother? If someone like you were to be in the Black Lion Knights, I'll take this back. I will reject them right away. What did you talk about with Sir Zenos all day yesterday? Did you finally decide to come into the Black Lion Knight Order? No, he just taught me a bit. You said you were close to the Prince of Arath, right? Have you ever been to his banquets or parties? Or did you ever get introduced to a promising young mage by Mr. Oberian? Does it seem like I'd be into that kind of socializing? Many renowned nobles and other nations' royal families my brother is going to become really busy starting next year. Will want to get introduced to my brother, who is the successor of the Lionheart family. The Sea Kingdom Simuan's young princess and the Loher Kingdom's princess are both his marriage partner candidates. He might be the first out of the three of us to get married. The Loher Kingdom set up by Moron. Moron's descendant. That's horrible, brother. Wow, you're here earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be lost for days. Who do you think I am? Did you see lots of ghosts in the forest? Don't even mention it. Yue. I spent a whole day struggling against illusions and monsters as well as knights. Eugene, this bastard. Arrived at the castle not even an hour after he was dropped into the woods. An urgent message. A guest will be arriving soon, so please get ready and come to the warp gate. I haven't heard news of a guest coming before. We just received the message too. I think the visit was decided during the conference between the elders. And this guest is so important that we need to go greet them. Who is it? The Holy Empire Ura's auxiliary bishop, Lady Bishop Christina. She looks like Anis. Thank you for the grand welcome, Lady Bishop Christina. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself. Of course. I should respond to any summons if I am needed. I assume what we need to discuss isn't something that should be talked about here. Please guide me. Have you ever met her before? No, this is my first time seeing her. Then why did she smile at you like that? How should I know? Christina Rogerus. an adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire Eurus, and also a saintess of a long line of successors after Anis. She is not being called a saintess at the moment, but she is the only saintess candidate there is. She will naturally take on the saintess name in a few years. Young Master Eugene. Come in. There's a guest here to see you. Who? Sir Zenos, the auxiliary Bishop Christina. What? I'm Christina Rogerus. I'm Eugene Lionheart. What brings you here? Without your bodyguards too, I received a divine revelation from the God of Light. What kind of divine revelation? That is not something I can tell you, since you are not a believer. Why did you make me curious if you weren't going to tell me? Just to tell you that this meeting was guided by God. Is that it then? No. The meeting with the elders is over. Since the Senate head has decided to open the doors to the grave, you are to come with me. You're coming with me. Yes. That is what I'm here for. Can I ask you a question? Of course. I heard that you're the sole saintess candidate in this generation. Is this saintess role passed down through a bloodline? I don't know why you are asking. I learned magic for 2 years in Aratha's Royal Library, Acreon. In Senya's hall there are paintings of her friends from 300 years ago. And Anis the Faithful. I don't know how you might take this, but you look very much like Lady Anis. That is very surprising to hear. Thank you. She doesn't look very surprised. Well, I guess the priests and others at the Holy Empire would have seen what Anis looked like, so maybe she heard it often. To see the old saintess in me, someone who is inferior and nothing more than just a candidate at the moment. Perhaps this is another miracle of God. How much do you know about me? The Holy Empire's only saintess candidate. And the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus. Yes. I was abandoned by my parents as an infant. My parents wanted the God of Light to look after me, and abandoned me in a basket in front of the abbey. Thus, I do not know anything about my lineage. But since you say that you see Anis the Faithful in me, perhaps she is my ancestor. If that is true, that would be great and very merciful. I heard that Lady Anis did not have any children. That is what the world knows, but Lady Anis was human too. Perhaps she wanted a child. Is that a good enough answer for your question? Let us continue. Anis. That snake-like woman might have had a child in secret despite being a saintess. Perhaps she had a whole family while on her pilgrimage. But, asking Christina about her ancestors when she doesn't know anything about them is definitely not something pleasant for her, I'm sure. The night air is cold. Thank you. Are we going to the Tower of the Round Table? No. We are going to the back of the castle. That is where the path to Vermouth the Great's grave lies. Sir Eugene, you have a lot of interest in the heroes from 300 years ago, right? Maybe. Haugani is a part of Nahama's territory, but it is also appointed as the Holy Land of the Holy Empire. Every year, many believers go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Of course the Holy Empire has many eyes in the Holy Land. This might offend you, but I know why you came to Haugani, Sir Eugene. I'm not offended. I also felt that a lot of people were staring at me in Haugani. Is the reason why the Holy Empire is paying attention to me because of the God's revelation. As I said before, I cannot tell you as you are not a believer, but it's on my mind. I informed you so it could be on your mind. She has a bad personality. Not only does her face look alike, but that foul personality is also like Anis's. 300 years ago. Although we shared all sorts of hardships and shared stories of the past, Anis never really talked about her past. Although she had not said it herself, I knew. Every time someone mentioned the cardinals of the Holy Empire who raised her, her usual silence would be replaced by a wry smile. Anis detested her past. We have arrived. Below. There is a path to the Great Vermouth's mausoleum. If it's below. Are you telling me to jump off the cliff? Yes. I also know that you are able to use magic, so please don't use flight magic on the way down. You will know when you fall. Here, please take my hand. Why? An angel. No, Anis. Just now. I saw an angel. An angel. Sir Eugene, did you consume a hallucinogen? The name of this divine spell is Light's Wings. It's not high-level magic that can allow you to embody an angel. However, it protects the two of us, who are falling from a high place. So you do not need to worry. That angel just now. Her face was the same as Anis's. I think we've arrived. It really does feel like real grass, but I don't feel any life energy from it. It's spatial magic. To create such a large-scale subspace. It's impossible with the knowledge of normal magic. Did Senya? No, Vermouth do it. Don't you think this place is beautiful? If it wasn't a place that needed to be guarded, we would have opened it up to all Lionhearts so they could worship the mausoleum, putting a bronze statue of Sir Hamel in the founder's mausoleum. I don't think it's a bad idea. Since there has only been a statue of the founder here for the past 300 years. I think it would be meaningful to put a bronze statue of his longtime friend here. In order to open the path to this place, you need the Patriarch's and the Senate's acknowledgement. Those two keys were created by the founder, and besides the Patriarch's succession and the appointment ceremony of the commander of the Black Lion Knights, the founder said to forbid entry. So you're saying that this does not have a precedent. I understand that you are trying to point out my rudeness, but as much as I respect this long tradition, I have come here for an important reason. I'm saying that the timing was not appropriate. Lady Christina. You visited this place at an inappropriate time, and you stubbornly insisted on following my son upon his entry to the mausoleum. As the patriarch of the Lionheart family, I could have disregarded your stubbornness, but I did not due to the long alliance between the Holy Empire and the Keel Empire. And all of the founder's descendants. Lady Christina. You said that you had come here because of the god's revelation. And not long ago, the demon king of incarceration broke the peace and warned the world. In that situation, the revelation cannot be ignored. So please tell us what you have kept to yourself. I will dare to say it. I, Christina Rogerus. As the adopted daughter of the Cardinal Michael Rogerus, and the auxiliary bishop of the Alcart parish, and the only saintess candidate of the Holy Empire Eurus. From this moment on, I represent His Holiness the Pope, and as the official saintess who has received the God of Light's revelation, I stand here. Right now, please open the great hero Vermouth's grave. The great Vermouth's soul did not go to heaven. From the revelation, the hero's soul did not find salvation and is wandering the earth. So, as the saintess, I need to check the hero's last moment. Patriarch, you decide whether or not to open our founder's grave. As the member of the Senate, I will follow whatever you decide, so I won't make an issue out of this. This is a mystical place. A huge subspace. The sky, field, flowers and temple. It looks grand at first, but its grandness is only in appearance. There's nothing inside the temple. It was the founder's will. Do not worship it. To not have his descendants carve any statues or put any Lionheart decorations. To not make his grave symbolic. According to his will, we should not have put Sir Hamel's bronze statue inside here, but it is technically not a statue made by his descendants or belonging to the Lionheart family. It's beautiful. Aren't we connecting their brotherly love from 300 years ago? Sir Hamel's grave, which has not been revealed to the world. The fact that Sir Eugene was able to come here, I'm certain it was God's will. Was defaming Sir Hamel's grave and insulting that the corpse has become a death knight, God's will? Of course that wasn't. That was why Sir Eugene was able to make a string of light and was able to enlighten the darkness deep underground. Such amazing reasoning. So she's saying the things she likes are God's will. Even Anis didn't explicitly use God like this as much as Christina. I'll open the coffin, so please come closer and observe. Yes. I didn't know we would be able to check Vermouth's coffin this quickly. Please. Just be lying there in your coffin. A corpse, mummy, or just your bones. I don't care what it is, just be dead and lying there. I'm going to open it now. If you really are dead and are lying there, I'll be able to feel reassured. With that, I'll be able to lift my suspicions about you. I think that you're not involved in my reincarnation and it's not your fault. But fighting with Senya and forcing her to flee to a secluded place. The Demon King, that fucking bastard, talked about love. He ran his mouth like we were close friends. I can't accept it. That's why it's unfortunate for you. The Demon King Slayer, warrior, great hero, god of war, master of all. The great Vermouth. Be dead so I won't be suspicious of you. How can this be? I knew it. It's empty. The fact that the founder's corpse isn't in his coffin means the founder isn't dead and is concealing himself. I don't know the reason, but that's the only thing we can deduce. Eugene Lionheart. I'll tell you the revelation. From this moment on, I declare you to be the next hero to succeed the great Vermouth. This is the will of the God of Light, and His Holiness, the Pope, also acknowledges it. Until now, there have been no other movements besides the warning from the Demon King of incarceration. So we cannot make an official announcement to the world yet. I will be with you, as the Holy Empire's Saintess and as the witness of the light. And this isn't God's revelation, but I think that Sir Eugene might actually be the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. If that is true, then I can accept why the great hero's soul has not entered heaven. In order to face the danger that will soon befall the world, the hero's soul was reincarnated into his descendants' body. The God of Light who gave this revelation. Their nonsense is getting out of hand. You got permission to do this, but what? A hero. Stop the nonsense, geez. Eugene. I'm the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. Hey, Auxiliary Bishop Christina. No, Saintess. Stop the nonsense. Just how great is the God that you worship, that you're harassing me, who's doing nothing, and saying that I'm the reincarnation of the hero. What I said about you being the hero's reincarnation was just my thoughts. Don't blame me, and please do not look down on God's revelation. No. I don't even believe in the God of Light. I don't plan to believe in it, so I'm going to do whatever I want. Go get one of your believers and make them the hero. If they don't satisfy you, then maybe your Almighty God can personally descend from heaven. I'm just me. Eugene Lionheart. If you need a hero to replace the great founder, then go get someone else. I apologize for saying harsh things, Patriarch. I don't plan to accept being recognized as the hero. This is where I stand, so please understand that. Since we're on this topic, I don't plan on becoming the Patriarch instead of Cyan, and I don't plan on joining the Black Lion Knights like Seal either. Just because I'm not going to do those things, doesn't mean I will dishonor the family or do things that will dishonor the Patriarch, so I would like it if you could please continue to trust and support me like before. Of course I will. I'll respect your decision. So, Saintess Christina. Please tell this to your Almighty God of Light. What do you want me to say? Fuck off. Is what I want you to say. I've said everything I needed to say, and it is late, so I'm going to go to sleep. What about Sir Hamill's bronze statue? Sir Hamill would probably not want to rest in a place where his comrade isn't.